Roses, please. Yeah, needing a perfect score is nerve-wracking. I'm sure. I don't know what to say, it's fine. I don't know what to say, brother,
Where's all the globe tots? Pardon from the QA again. All coming through is just really quiet. Give me mark check.
Check, check.
You.
the reason we have sidereal days and solar days is because of circular motion. When an object is moving in a circular pattern, from the observer's frame of reference, you're going to get an extra revolution around that circle from your frame, and we see that on Earth. So that matches up with the Earth that's spinning and orbiting. Never heard a flat Earth explanation for that. And you can see that with any kind of circular motion. It's not some special situation from the stars that we can't validate.
So yeah, not the Earth moving. Good job.
No, so it would be the Earth moving. That's what I'm saying.
How do you have a moving Earth that has no motion?
I'm saying it is in motion. You can see that by the sidereal day and the solar day. That's why there's a difference between them. I mean, you see the sun go around, come back to the same position every day, and you see the stars, how we turn and move. Well, it takes longer for the sun. And by the end of the year, we've done one extra revolution, and that's consistent with circular motion.
Yeah, the motion of the sky. And the luminaries, sure, they're moving at two different speeds. So what?
Well, it's not that they're moving at two different speeds. It's relative to us. We see that we make an extra revolution, which is consistent with circular motion. There's no explanation for that extra rotation.
So sky moves, therefore Earth's a ball?
No. We observe our motion relative to the stars to be consistent with circular motion. So if we know that there's laws of physics and there's circular motion, we can reference that to what we see in nature, and it lines up. So there wouldn't be any reason to say, well, it could just be some weird effect of the sky. I mean, that's possible, but that's
a pattern in the sky.
That's an appeal to possibility fallacy. No, the motion matches circular motion. Therefore, circular motion.
No, it's like saying the pattern repeats itself, therefore shape. How are you tying the sky into the ground anyway?
You can see in side chat, if you were to roll a quarter around that, you would expect it to only roll 3 times, but it's actually rolling again. See how that works?
Sure.
So when the physical world around you is matching the experiments that you observe with circular motion, why would you not accept that?
I observe the same as you, dude. I'm just trying to figure out how you're tying it to a globe.
Well, by the principles of circular motion.
The sky is moving.
Right now, I'm just saying circular motion.
Using your quarter example, what I'm hearing is they realized they fucked up because they said that there's a ball spinning, and 6 months later, the nighttime should be daytime and vice versa, because that ball would be looking in the same direction it was 6 months previous around another ball, and they're like, oh, hold up, it's not fucking adding up. So how are we going to fix it? we'll fucking say that the Earth spins around in 23 hours and 56 minutes per revolution, giving me 4 minutes every day for 6 months. That will make up. So when 6 months later, you're looking at fucking the same stars, when technically you should be looking now at the sun. Because if you fucking did this in your backyard and you spun a ball one time every day in a revolution, and then got to the other side, you'll realize that you're fucking facing the opposite way. But that's what they did. They fixed it, bro. They had a lot of time to fucking realize that they could train morons like you as well as us, because we once believed it. But now we fucking get it. Like, whoa, hold up, pump the brakes. Oh, no, don't worry about that. We have a sidereal day. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Or bullshit.
Wait, you don't, what problem do you have with the sidereal day?
So you didn't hear anything I just said. So what they figured out, using your quarter example, right? If you start in this fucking ball and you spin it and you say, look it, half of it's fucking 12 hours of nighttime, 12 hours of daytime, and we're gonna fucking call that a day. And then it's not true. It's not true, right?
What you're saying is,
it's not what happens, right? And we agree now. Thank you. You just agreed. Thank you. All right. Conversation over. You agreed. All right. Cool. Next.
Dang.
It was that easy, guys. It's that fucking simple. He fucking said, no, wait. Yeah, exactly. No, wait is exactly the fucking answer. Because maybe something clicked and you're like, oh, wait, no, that's not. You just fucking caught with your fucking hand up your own ass, bro. Good going.
No, I don't think you understand what a sidereal day is versus a solar day.
So you think so you think a fucking 24-hour clock that's going to measure months and years, right? But we're going to minus 4 minutes per day, and we're going to call that a sidereal day. Right?
No, we're not minusing them. It's the time it takes for the sun to go back into its position versus the time it takes
23. So it takes 23 hours and 56 minutes for the sun to go in its position. Oh wait, so then the Earth isn't moving; the sun is. I agree with you. I agree with you right there. What else do you want to agree with me next? You just said that the sun has to go back in its position. Congratulations. You're absolutely fucking right. Because the Earth is stationary and not moving. Next.
Noon to noon.
Yeah. Yeah. What about it? So when it's on its circuit, okay, and if you were to fucking put a timer in your front yard and record the sun's movement for a whole fucking year, okay, you'll realize that every time that at high noon, it's going to move, right? Would you agree to that? It's going to be in a different position every day throughout the year. Would you agree? Yes or no? High noon, right at fucking 12. Would you agree?
No.
You wouldn't agree? So every day at noon, the sun is the same exact spot every fucking day? Now you're just being dishonest. Not even in your paradigm does that even stand true. You ever heard of that beautiful fucking figure 8 that it makes in the sky over a time lapse of a year? You ever seen that?
Oh,
it's lower and then it's higher, and it's lower than it's higher, and it's not in the same. It's not going up and down like on a fucking pole. No, it's making an arc, right? So every day, if you were to take a device and put your camera in front of your yard, right, and record the sun, no clouds, hopefully, at noon, you took a photo, a snapshot. That sun will not be in the same position in the sky. Okay? Would you agree, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so now as you're observing this, you're trying to say that a sidereal day is different than a solar day. Because someone fucking finally realized and said, wait, we can't say that this fucking going to rotate every 24 hours is a new day, because 6 months later, everybody that was in the daytime is going to be in the nighttime. Time would flip. So they're like, oh, well, we don't worry about it. They're fucking idiots. We'll just fucking say it doesn't take 24 hours. Oh, no. We were wrong back then. Although they had calendars back then and they kind of days back then. But I guess they were just all fucking wrong, right? But guess what? You're not the fucking Sagittarius that you thought you were, because you're born in different stars, I guess. Anyways, it's a whole nother story. But the point is is that they said, well, if we break it down to this, then mathematically, then we can say, even though it's 6 months later, and we should be looking, because if that's ball spinning, but if you take away 4 minutes every day, then that leaves you always pointing towards the sun from the time you're recording it. See, they're fucking smart because they knew there's idiots that will fucking fall for it. And they set it up perfectly. Now you think, oh, I could time it 23. Go ahead, bro. Do yourself that favor. If you can fucking clock it at every fucking time and it's going to be high noon in the same position, then they are right. But the fact that it's not makes them fucking lying, and you're just believing the fucking lie without even testing it yourself. So go do the work, bro, and realize, wait, this whole sidereal day shit is bullshit because the sun doesn't, I'm not always looking at that fucking point at high noon. So there you go. It's bullshit.
Well, that too, Prakafron, you have the analemma for the sun, but, if it's supposedly the tilt of this wobbling space ball, why don't the stars have an analemma too?
Exactly, because they would be fucking in the same weird fucking path that we're witnessing them. Yet they're majestically in the same fucking position. Why does only the sun do that?
The stars do have a wobble. It's just a lot less pronounced, and you can only see it over a lot longer of a time because they're much more distant away. But
What's their distance? What's their distance, and how do you know that?
I don't know how far.
Okay, so now we're back to you just said words that you believe, no different than like some Hindus like, hey, the elephant is God. Congratulations. You just said words that have no basis, you had no proof of it. You're just saying words, and at least you can admit to us, hopefully, be honest, and say, this is what I believe, that those stars are 5.8 trillion miles away. And that's why we don't see them really move, because that distance, we won't really notice it. Then I can respect you more. But when you come in here like, we know that this is what it is, then I'm like, bullshit.
Well, it's not that I know how far they're away or anything like that, but they do. I mean, the wobble they do deviate, but yeah, there's no way I can verify their actual distance.
The wobble of what?
Of the stars, they slightly deviate,
but not of Earth, right?
Well, that's what the story is. So yeah, I'm not saying I can verify that.
Because you can't verify that, that's why we're here trying to tell people like you, bro, don't worry, we once believed it, but we found out it was a lie. And there's no moving Earth hurling through a vacuum of infinite space that's forever expanding. And we're not balls created by the Big Bang and gravity pulling mass together and bending space-time and all your other fucking lore that we've been taught throughout the, since we've been born. And we witnessed with media and TV, cartoons and movies and education, academia. But all that story, we're just here to tell you that's bullshit, bro. Now, if you can provide evidence that it's not bullshit, then we've been waiting for years. Hopefully you could be the man today, maybe.
How long have you been hip to the game, Apocryphon?
I want to say around 2017, 16, 17. I don't remember exactly because I don't remember my original account when I first joined Discord. Eric Dubay came out with this thing called 200 Proofs. And when that video came out, so I don't even remember what year that was, to be honest. But when it came out, it showed up on my YouTube as a suggestion. And then I watched it. And I guess because I watched that one video, and by the way, the whole time I was watching it, I was like, this guy's fucking full of shit. What an idiot. We fucking know the world, or fucking, we know. We did. Dude, trust me, I was a big fucking space fan. And then, because I watched that show, back when YouTube was actually, like, good, it suggested Nathan Oakley and his show. And I clicked on it, and I heard Nathan, and I heard Quantum Eraser, and Brian, 10th Man, all the regulars, right? The usual suspects, if you will. And at Nathan Oakley in his show said, hey, if you want to join the conversation, click on this Discord. I was like, what the fuck is Discord? I didn't even know what Discord was. I was like, let me follow this link. I downloaded it. I'm like, oh, this is like the old school fucking, we used to call it something else back in the day. But it was kind of the same thing, just way nicer. That's the way we used to chat back when computers, like back in the 90s. Anyways,
Like
so
AOL chat? Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, it was just like that. No, but there was even a different one. It was I think it was through Explore. I forgot what it's called. It was called IQ chat, or what was it? I forgot what it's called. It was way back in the 90s. We used to use it all the time. And you send out like ASL to like 20 people, and then you get all kinds of, anyways, that's fucking old. But so I clicked on it, I joined, but I was in a different account. And then after hearing it, and I would just stay quiet. I never spoke. And then somebody was like, "Oh, we're over here at the 24/7 Flat Earth." I actually was in 24/7 way back, like before I even started going to other Discord servers. I went to 24/7 Discord, and I heard it through there, through Nathan Oakley's show. And then that's when back when the arena was there, and you had to get the little roll to go in there. And I would just listen, dude. I never fucking talked to anybody. I just listened. And I was just like, because I was like, dude, these guys are fucking what? Like, they were saying shit that fucking was rocking my world, bro. But I'm a logical man. I'm like, hold up, they're making way too much fucking sense, right? Like, hold up, like I was able to put aside the fucking lore and the indoctrination, and I understood. Maybe this is why I was even came down this path, this journey, because I was already like, dude, we're being lied to about all kinds of other things. I was talking about more about the government stuff. But anyways, fast forward. I stepped away from Discord because I got really involved more with with my career. And I kind of stepped away from Discord for about a year and a half. When I came back to Discord, I couldn't remember my fucking login information. So I had to create a new account. And then that's when I had this Apocryphon account. That was like in, I think, 2018. Then I lost my account because someone fucking did something, and I was like, I lost my account because someone else's server. So I was banned. I had to start a new one. And then here's my new one. So I've been doing this. I first learned, I guess, was after, I want to say 3 or 4 years after, I guess they were actually like building it up and starting. I want to kind of go back on Nathan Oakley's old clips, like from around 2016, 17, maybe even 15. Because I'm trying to do the timeline. I did the Asylum servers in 2020. And it was about 2 years before that, probably. So probably about 2016, 17. Anyways.
That's a pretty long time. That's almost 10 years, probably 8 or 9 years you've been interested in the topic. That's a long time.
Yeah. That's why when I hear guys, especially you, Mushkane, that come here every day. Well, maybe not every day. That might be an exaggeration. Or it might be true. I don't know. Because I'm not here every day myself. But coming and you hear, how are you still stuck? That's what I question, bro. Like, dude, how did all the other flat earthers that Globers like to mock, how did those people wake up and you didn't? How does gas contain pressure, like real shit? Like, how do y'all not? What's not clicking? That's probably my most. That's why I come. I'm waiting to see what the fuck are they getting? What don't you get, Mushkane? Why are you still stuck in your belief? And you admitted you can only believe it. You don't have the proof, so it's just a belief, right? Why are you still stuck in that belief, knowing that they can't prove it?
Well, I'm not stuck in the belief. I have a belief. I come here really because it's really, it just turns into like a physics forum, but it's just way more fun. And
so you come here to learn.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to hear that you come to learn from people that are looked at as being the dumbest people here on Earth by Globers. Do you listen to McToon and Craig and all those numbnuts? Do you listen to them?
No, I like to listen here because it's more organic. Like, even though, it's some people get really good at sticking to their points, they just cut through what people say and they just go back to the same arguments. I like it when people you can tell they're just freeballing, and people surprise you, man. There's some smart motherfuckers in here. There's some really smart people that can think on their feet. So it's just, I'll just put it on in the background, and then when something really interesting or something like that, then I'll start paying attention.
It's funny. You know, it's funny. You have like idiots like McToon, like Mike and Craig and them, and they try to say that flat earthers are the dumbest people, right? But I agree with you, dude. I think flat earthers are the smart ones that aren't. They're not. They're. It takes a dumb person to fall for the lie, and I admit we were once probably all there, but because we were ignorant to it. But if you're intelligent, when you hear something that makes logical sense, then you're able to drop the dumbness, like the dumb shit. Like, wait, hold up. Like, you take a step back. Like, wait, hold on. And the smart people are the ones that are able to pull away from the lore, from the story, from the indoctrination, from the brainwashing, because it takes a smart person to realize, holy fuck, I'm being lied to, and then you're pulled out of it. So I think it's just projection. I think they're like, oh, those guys are idiots. They're just talking about themselves. They're the dumb ones that are stuck. And and we're all dumb until we're unstuck. Then we're not dumb no more. Like, oh fuck, I can't believe I was there.
I think those people have a narrow idea of what intelligence is. Like, Democ's smart as fuck, man. Democ says some shit, dude. I'll be laughing like my ass off, dude. He just says the craziest shit.
Dude, there's a thin line between like genius and fucking crazy, and he rides that line, dude. Like the shit he says, he sounds crazy sometimes, but if you really think about it, you're like, it takes a really intelligent mind to even think in that weird way, but then it makes perfect fucking sense. It's if you understand him, if you can grasp what he's saying. Yeah, there's a thin line between a crazy person and a fucking and a really really smart person. I think, because I think it takes a little bit of crazy to stay away from the dumb. Or ignorance was probably a better word.
Yeah, there's a good mix here, I feel like, of that. So that's why I like it.
But you still can't let go of the belief though, huh? The lore, the indoctrination.
I'm not trying to hold on to anything, you know. I'm just I'm here, I'm listening, educating myself. I took physics, but that was like fucking 10, 15 years ago now, so I've had to relearn shit. It's fun. So,
is there anything that you've realized that it just doesn't make logical sense in what you were taught, and it made sense the way someone else explained it, to where that can't be a reality, even though we're told this is our reality? Can you think of like one thing, like in your knowledge of physics, like, wait, I learned it this way, but that makes sense that we can't do it that way? Because it seems like a lot of globe Earth indoctrination just goes against a lot of natural laws, and you just literally have to hand wave and turn the blind eye to what you've been taught to stay believing it. Would you agree or would you disagree?
I don't know. Like, there's levels, you know? People teach at levels. They're not going to teach gravity the same way somebody in middle school they do to somebody who's 23 in a master's program or getting a doctorate, because then that's kind of when they let you in on like, well, we don't really fucking know, but here's the best theory, here's the math behind it.
Okay, so you didn't really answer my question, so I'll kind of ask it again, give you a chance to. Is there anything that you have come across, being that you come here a lot, that made you actually like second guess what you thought to be true at one point because you took physics classes? Is there anything that made you go, wait, that's a good point? You might not have wanted to admit it, but have you ever come to a point like, oh wait, that's a good point?
I mean, every fucking day. I can't, like, everything. You know, the Black Swan pictures, all kinds of people bring vacuum without containment, you know, line of sight observations. I look into all that shit. So, yeah.
So the ducks are all lined up in a row. The T's are crossed, the I's are dotted, and you still don't want to see the writing on the wall?
I mean, we can argue about gravity if you want. Gravity is just an explanation. It's the bending and warping of space-time. It's the why. Density,
No, it's not.
that's not telling you
No, it's
why
not. No, it's
there's a
not.
down.
That's
Why
horseshit.
is there a down?
That's horseshit. No, it's not. That's not an explanation. Scientifically validate general theory of relativity.
Scientifically validate it?
Yep.
Well, it's a theory. The general
No,
theory
it's not.
of relativity.
Well, that's what they say. It's a theory. So, do you know what a scientific theory is?
Well, a theory is something
No,
that hasn't been
scientific
proven yet.
theory. No, a scientific theory. It's a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses that have been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. Learned that in 5th grade. That was a long time ago, by the way, in the 70s, but I digress. So, what you're going to have to do is go back to November 25th, 1915. That's the date the general theory of relativity was published. You don't have to do it. I mean, you don't have to come up with the experiment. It should be in the paper. So, go back to that paper, pull out a single viable scientific hypothesis. I want the independent and dependent variable, and then the experiment. I want to see it. Is that unreasonable?
The only thing I can think of is I guess Cavendish is the experiment, right?
Cavendish is not the experiment. It's not even in the same geometry. It's a completely different debunk gravity. Cavendish has nothing whatsoever to do with the general theory of relativity, for fuck's sake. My God. So, again, go back to November 25th, 1915, to the alleged scientific theory, to general theory of relativity. Within the walls of that paper, there must be at least a single viable scientific hypothesis and an experiment validating it so it can become a fucking scientific theory. Because if there's none in there, then it ain't a fucking scientific theory.
Gravitational lensing.
Gravitational lensing your ass.
The bending of light around the sun.
Gravitational lensing and what's the hypothesis? From the paper, please. Citation.
The star during a total solar eclipse will deviate.
That's fucking horse shit. That's not in the general theory of relativity. Unless you could pull it out, cite this mug. I want the citation from the paper. Got to be there. If not, you have no gravity. It's all fucking over. Simple as that.
You know, I've never actually read the paper that he put out, so maybe I should do that.
Yep. Want me to save you some time?
Sure.
There is no viable scientific hypothesis or experiment within the walls of that paper. There is no valid scientific hypothesis or experiment within the walls of special relativity either. Are they scientific theories? Nope. But they got the name in it. Yeah. That's what they got. Little surface puke, little narrative gloss within a law of identity problem with both of them. Violation with both. They're fairy tale stories. What you think is science are fairy tale stories. They're religion. From a philosopher with a calculator. They're also in violation of quantum mechanics, both general and special theory of relativity. Both of them. That's why Einstein was so keen on trying to debunk quantum mechanics, which was a tear-jerking belly laugher. But
Well, there's no quantum gravity yet, but they're working on that, right?
no, there is no. That's not what I'm talking about. They're working on it. That's an appeal to fucking future fallacy, and there is no quantum gravity because there is no fucking gravity. And that's not what I'm talking about. Quantum mechanics debunk general theory of relativity and special relativity and Maxwell and Newton and everyone else. Just quantum mechanics standing. That's it. All the rest is horse shit. Some
All
of the
the
quantum
rest?
mechanics stuff is horse shit.
All the rest is just useful approximations, right? Just
Nope. They're all debunked. You don't approximate in natural science, son. That's a mathematical term.
Yeah, but you approximate to figure shit out. Whatever you want to call figuring shit out is.
No, you don't. Scientists don't do that. Maybe economists might do that. And Jenny's late summer tomato haul, she might approximate the tomatoes. Not in fucking natural science. Not in physics, chemistry, biochemistry, genetics, parts of biology. There ain't no approximations. It's fucking horseshit. Incoherent garnish from Wiki and Discovery Channel. Or explanatory power horseshit. That's about a dumb fuck phrase.
Yeah, explanatory power.
Yeah. Well, like I said, if you don't come up with any, we're just sticking with general theory of relativity. You don't come up with a hypothesis or valid scientific experiment from that paper, it's not a scientific theory. Period. Fucking hard stop. It's over. Unless they want to change the definition of scientific theory. Good luck with that.
Yeah, it's
So-
just it's the best guess.
No, there ain't no guesses. We're not here in fucking romper room. Guesses? That sounds like religion to me. So what they claim is religion, the pseudoscientists that are masquerading as scientists claim is religion, isn't religion. It's actual factual. And the actual pseudoscience, religion, are the pseudoscientists. They're the religion. Gotta love it. Welcome to Shangri-La. Belief without evidence. That's what most people think science. It's a very muddled composition.
Well, at some point, it just boils down to belief because you can't know everything. The more
I
you
don't
find
think you
out, the
can
more
know everything.
questions. Well, the more
No,
questions
no,
there are. So
That's too ambiguous. No, that's bullshit. That's horseshit. You can know stuff. Plenty we know. Plenty masquerade as what we think we know. We don't know. That's just belief. Back to gravity. Gravity does not exist.
So what causes the vector of down?
I don't get. You know what? I know what doesn't. Fucking gravity. I don't need a replacement for debunked horseshit. Not even debunked, or it was never validated to begin with. It's fucking imaginary. We call it debunked, but it hasn't been debunked because it's never had a modicum of fucking validity. None. Zero. Nothing. There's nothing there. It's a vapor. It's a shapeshifter.
Well, I guess the technological, uprising that ensued right after that is kind of the
Right after what? right up, not gravity.
What, like
The
1919?
technological-
You're talking like 19.
Technological
really?
revolution is brought to you by one and only quantum mechanics. That's it. What the fuck are you talking
transistor?
about?
The transistor?
Yeah. Everything. If not for quantum mechanics, you'd be back in the fucking Stone Age. Telegraph signals. That's it. So fucking fairy tale fuckwit gravity didn't spawn the fucking modern technology, for fuck's sake. It's all quantum mechanics, all of it. Semiconductor, transistors, semiconductors, integrated circuits, everything. It's all quantum mechanics. Every single last bit of it. All the known universe. Define universe. Daz a dumb fuck. Quantum mechanics doesn't explain anything because quantum mechanics is it's not a physical entity. It's a discipline. It doesn't explain shit. Now, there are experiments that are validated via it.
Yeah, but a scope is limited, right? The
Scope is every fucking thing. It's all quantum mechanics. Everything.
yeah,
all-
but
all
at the
the
minute
physics-
quantum,
All
at the minute quantum
of
mechanics-
modern physics is quantum mechanics. End of
but it can't explain everything yet, though,
period.
can it?
It doesn't explain anything. I just fucking told you that. Who gives a fuck about explanations anyway? Define universe, by the way.
The universe.
Yeah.
I don't have a good definition for it. I just
No one
thought
does.
I'd ask you about what
It
what the
doesn't
scope of
explain. You said it doesn't explain all of the known universe. Well, since you don't know what the fucking universe is, then how can it explain anything? Your
Fair
fucking
enough point, I suppose.
your statement is fucking moronic.
Yeah, but I just want because I'm not all that familiar with quantum mechanics, and I just wondering
how is it-
what the
How is it
Scope of
limited
it.
in scope? How is it
Yeah,
limited if you don't shut the fuck up? Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. This statement. What's the deal with quantum mechanics, quantum eraser? It doesn't explain all the known universe, which I can't define. It's limited in scope. What scope?
Well, we already know. So going back to the conversation you're having with the other guy a few minutes ago, we know that quantum mechanics can't explain down on Earth, right?
Can't
There's nothing in
explain.
quantum mechanics that will help us
What
with that.
the fuck? There is no down. Quantum mechanics has nothing to do with fucking down. The Globetard,
Yeah.
you can't appeal to down. There is no down in the Baltard. Down compared to what?
Well, why do plumb lines hang the direction they do? I guess.
Why do plumb
Can quantum-
lines?
Yeah, that's
What?
good enough, right? That's what
What?
down is.
That's not down on a Globetard.
It is. It is down on the.
No, it's not. Down in reference to what?
It's towards the center of the Earth. Is down.
No, it's not towards the center of the earth. Down in relation to the horizontal plane of reference, son.
Cool. Well, that's fine. You can say that, but
It's
in
not
any case,
fine. It's what it is. That's what it
okay.
is.
Well, let's talk about it in the flat Earth context. How does quantum mechanics describe
Quantum
down in a
mechanics
flat
has
Earth
nothing
context?
to do with flat Earth. Nothing.
Yeah. Okay.
Zero.
So I can't explain everything, right? It's limited.
Can't
in what we
explain,
can
so
use.
it can't. Shut the fuck up, you glue sniffing idiot. You're on 3, 4 different topics. You fucking clown. Why am I wasting my time with your dumb shit? Shut the fuck up. How many times you got to be exposed? Shut up.
I'm asking you
Shut the
legitimate
fuck
questions
up.
about
Shut up.
quantum mechanics,
Shut the fuck up.
and I'd really
Shut
like
up.
to know more about it.
Shut the fuck up.
Maybe you can short
up.
circuit my education
Shut
in
up.
quantum mechanics.
Shut
That would
up.
be really cool.
Shut the fuck up.
I find it quite interesting.
Fucking one of you mods better mute him right fucking now. I'm
It's one of
serious.
those things.
Fucking
yeah.
mute him.
Come on, guys, do what he says. But
Yeah, because you're a dumb fuck. That's why they're doing what I say, because they know you're a dumb fuck. You just compromised yourself with your dumb fuck question. You should have been muted right there. Get your dumb ass out of here. Go over to the land of misfit toys. Over to Earth Awakenings. They'll put up with your horse shit. Can't even tell me what the universe is. Well, it doesn't explain everything in the universe. What's the universe? I don't know. Fucking clueless clown. Back to gravity. Where is it? What is it? That's the more important thing. Gravity. What is that? Things fall down, go boom, boom. Yeah. Well, that's things falling down. Not everything falls down. All the gases, clouds, they ain't falling fucking down. Where's gravity? On vacation? What the fuck is gravity anyway? What the fuck is it?
Don't know.
We perceive it as a force, but what it is, it's things following the curvature of space-time.
Hasn't been a force for over 110 years, dude. Where you been? Freeze-dried or doing hard time?
Oh, that's just how we experience it. That's not what
how we experience it. You can't experience something. Your own fucking preachers tell you that it's not a force. What the fuck? Shaggy!
Sorry.
Moot.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, it's really just a second-order effect.
It's not a second-order effect. It's nothing. What is gravity? What is it?
It is the bending and warping of a space-time of everything around us.
Not. You can't bend or warp non-physical concepts. Space is length, width, and height. It's a concept that has no physicality. You can't bend it. Time is no physicality. It has no chemical formula or structure, charge, momentum, or spin, or millielectron volts, kcals, or kilojoules. That's matter or energy. That's physical. So it's none of those. You can't bend fucking concepts, dude. Can't do it. So that's horse shit. We already dealt with that space-time shit. You got the hypothesis or experiment from that paper yet? Right, Tal?
No, I still haven't read it.
I'll save you some time like I told you earlier. There's none in there. Zero. I've read it. There's nothing there. That's why I always ask it. Funny how they run together. So there's no scientific validation for gravity. None. Zero. No one can even fucking say what it is.
I've heard it put this way: it's an attractive force.
It's not a force. Hasn't been a force in their fairy tale religion for over 110 years.
No, that was Newton, wasn't it?
Yeah. That was debunked by gravity. According to, we have to state what paradigm we're in. The Baltard paradigm, that's debunked. It's over. All you got is general theory of relativity that's not an actual scientific theory. That's it.
Well, they're trying
In
to
reality.
throw that under the bus, Huey.
Say again?
Big Thing's trying to throw that under the bus. They put out a paper not that long ago trying to throw the relativity theory out. They don't want it anymore.
Who doesn't? Who are they?
A couple professors, I think. There's a guy named Ask Edward that put out a paper on Big Thing that they want to lean toward the old Newton mechanics now because relativity has a lot of holes in it.
Holes? There's nothing there.
I know.
How can you put holes in something in nothing?
Well, they try to fill it with dark matter and quantum foam.
Oh my God, another fucking fairy tale.
Yeah.
Show me some dark matter. What's the chemical formula or structure?
They don't have one, do they?
Nope. So that doesn't exist. What else? Invisible three-toed gnomes? Is that next?
And pink unicorns and raspberry-colored rhinoceroses. That'll work.
Let's check this out. So we have Martin Rees. I like Martin. He has some good sayings, even though he's a fucking retard. But I think he knows there's a lot of tongue in cheek with him. That's why I like him. So Martin Rees, astronomer royale with cheese, esteemed British cosmologist and astrophysicist, according to Princeton.edu. What causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us. According to Professor Rees, does mass attracting mass cause gravity? Nope. According to Professor Rees, does space-time cause gravity? Nope. What the fuck is gravity, Professor Rees? Let's start there. He's got nothing. He's got absolutely nothing. This is one big fucking nothing burger. It's an apparition.
Yeah, did you hear my question? Because I think I was lagging.
No.
I said one of them claims it's a pulling force and claims it's a pushing force, right?
Who?
Einstein and Newton.
No, there's no force in general relativity. Shit, they knew that like 2 months after they published the pseudoscientific theory. Hold on a second, let me snatch it. Who was that? It was, what's his name? Empty Universe guy. What the fuck was his name? De Sitter. De Sitter's Empty Universe. You ever hear that?
No.
Let me go snatch him up.
That's a new one on me. I've never heard it.
Yeah, De Sitter, he was the big Empty Universe guy. Where did that go? 1 second. Got to be with Einstein. Albert Einstein.
Well, I asked, what's his name? NASA Shield today. Why isn't the air and the gases in the air
NASA Shield can't even
go to
spell his own
space?
fucking name.
Yeah, I said, why isn't the air and the gases go to space? And his answer was gravity. While we're on this topic.
Oh, what a moron. Where is the sitter at?
So I guess gravity is so strong that not even the gas particles.
What is gravity? I'll show you something that Reese said that I always thought was fucking hilarious. So did he, obviously. Check this out.
Now you're not going to tell us what gravity is.
Yeah, Martin Rees, again, listen to this one. As quoted in The Quantum Enigma. You might want to read that fucking book, by the way, from Bruce Rosenblum and Fred Kuttner. So this is what Rees said. In the beginning, there were only probabilities. The universe could only come into existence if someone observed it. It does not matter that the observers turned up several billion years later. I love him for that. That was really fucking good. I could see him saying it and fucking blushing. That's what I like the guy. I don't know why. It's probably because of that. Not just because of this, what he stated, but I've heard him speak before on many topics, and he's got a sense of humor about him. You got to respect that. And he's fucking pummeling idiots that don't know their ass from a pipe wrench with that statement right there. He's a little off with the universe could only have come into existence if someone observed it. That's a little proby, a little superficial. It covers what he's saying, but he could have been more specific. But I'll cut him some slack. He's in the neighborhood. Now, let me find the sitter. Again, that was my main mission. Where is that at? Oh, that's in the force thing. Hold on.
Okay, I guess the question was, what is gravity, right?
Yeah, it's still the question. Yep.
Okay, let's see. The Google says an invisible force that pulls an object towards each other.
Nope. It hasn't been a number one, Google's not a source. Number two, gravity, whatever the fuck that is, hasn't been a force in their fairy tale paradigm for over 110 years.
I'm going to go with there isn't a force. God made it all, and we'll drop it at that. At a hat.
Wonder where this went. What the fuck? Not paying hypotheses. Where's my force? Oh, there it is. All right. And 1916. So it doesn't have the month on here. De Sitter on Einstein's theory of gravitation and its astronomical consequences from the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, volume. What the fuck is that number? LXXIV 9. Why did they put 9 there? That's weird. Pages 699 to 728, 1916. This is from harvard.edu.
Ooh, Harvard.
In Einstein's new theory, this is as of 1916, just probably less than a year after the so-called pseudoscientific theory was published. Listen closely. In Einstein's new theory, gravitation is of a much more fundamental nature. It becomes almost a property of space. Gravitation is thus, properly speaking, not a force in the new theory. There you go. Less than a year after it was published, everyone knew it wasn't a force. De Sitter knew it.
So what holds everything in place, Huey?
It's not a force.
Yeah, but what is it?
What holds everything in place?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
There you go.
So, back to the force thing. De Sitter knew it wasn't a force in 1916. Why are ballers still struggling with this over 110 years from then? What the fuck is going on out here? Caltech, gravity's not a force. Brian Cox, not a force. Georgie fucking Mooser, not a force. Universe Today, not a force. University of California, Riverside, not a force. Phys.org, not a force. New Scientist, it's not a fucking force. Phys Libertex, it's not a force. Physics Hypertextbook, it's not a force. And fucking Cornell University, Joylyn Bloomfield, it's not a fucking force. How is it a force then? Ballers. What the fuck? You don't know your own fairy tale fuck with religion? These are your scriptures.
Well, on the Earth, it would be the centripetal force.
Centripetal. So now it's centripetal force. Where's that at?
Any rotating body is going to have centripetal.
It's not rotating. That's begging the question. What's its? Gravity?
Yeah, that would be it.
No, that's not it. Gravity's not a force.
In that case, that would be the force.
It's not a force. They just fucking. Are you retarded or are you hard of hearing?
Well, he's reading Google because Google is telling him it's a force.
Google is not a source. Google's not telling him anything.
No, just like if you're playing with a tether ball, the what that force is called would be the tension with the string and the ball.
The tension force. No, that's not gravity.
What Kiwi's saying is most physicists don't consider gravity a force, period.
Most
All of them.
physicists.
No, gravity is not a force. Yeah, I agree.
But I thought you just said it was centripetal force.
Yeah, in that case, that would be what would be causing us to stick to the Earth. Would be
In what case? That's not gravity.
the rotating Earth.
That's not gravity. Fucking Earth's not rotating.
Show me a rotating Earth first.
No, wait a second. That's still not gravity. We'll get to that point next. That ain't gravity.
But wait a second. You can't be a glober and not claim it's a force, right? Because the literal
Can't be a
definition of the
glober and not
globe is
claim it's a force.
well, the
Got a
literal
lot of
definition
double
by the
negatives
globe.
going on in there. I'd have to rephrase that.
The literal definition by the globe is that it's an invisible
No,
force.
globe doesn't make definitions. Try again.
God. I think they claim gravity formed everything at the beginning of the universe.
Who are they?
Is their claim? If I'm not mistaken.
Globers.
Yeah.
Globers.
Heliocentrist.
These are everyone I mentioned came from heliocentrism. Harvard, Scientific American, Caltech, Brian Cox, Scientific American, Georgie fucking Mooser, Universe Today, University of California, Riverside, PhysOrg, New Scientist, PhysLibreText, Physics Hypertext Book, and Cornell University.
So, what do they attribute the universe?
I don't know. What do they attribute that the universe?
Yeah,
Do you got a
holding it
complete
together. What
coherent
force?
thought?
Well, it is an incoherent thought. Yeah, that was halfway through it. What is their claim about the universe now that gravity has been debunked?
You can't debunk something that has no modicum of evidence that it existed in the first place.
Yeah. Well, they attributed in their equations.
Who are
gravity
they?
for everything.
Equations only describe shit, doesn't explain anything.
But they still have G in their equations. Correct?
G? What's G?
Well, I thought it was the symbol they use for gravity.
No, what's gravity?
That's a good question.
Isn't it the only question?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah. What is G?
Well, there was two G's, right? There's a big
Well,
G and a little G.
Big G and little G. Can't do anything with big G because that's back in the debunked universal law of gravitation that wasn't Newton's anyway. It was Reverend John Michel, C.V. Boys, and Fuckwit Cavendish.
Yeah, that man.
Yeah, because
Do you know how to convert little g to big G?
Ooh.
I can't wait.
Use the shift key.
You broke up.
He did.
Use shift key.
Still broke up.
Yo, what up,
crap,
fellow
I'm reset.
flat earthers? How y'all doing today?
Hold on a second. We're trying to get one single answer. So what was the question?
He dropped out. He'll be back. How do you convert little g to big G?
Use
the shift key.
Use the shift key?
I think he might say that. Yeah. I can make it out. Probably what he said. Hit cap locks.
You come
So
back
was the globe introduced 500 years ago or thousands of years ago?
I don't know personally.
I've heard both.
Well, the oldest globe.
As Nathan Oakley says,
1491.
Copernicus, Roman Catholic Church introduced them, right? And then the Globers will say it's been around for thousands of years since the Roman days.
Yeah.
Some people
Well,
say it's
definitely
all
Copernicus. So that's one of your. I don't know if it's the be all end all starting point, but
I do know that if you go way back, the older humans thought the Earth was flat. There's scriptures of it.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, read them all.
But that doesn't mean everyone. It doesn't matter anyway. The age of something doesn't. It's you'll get right into a genetic fallacy pretty quick. Did Homer only have 4 fingers? Was he a fucking mutant?
I've heard that. I don't know if that's true or not.
All right, I got to roll out for about 10, 15 minutes. I'll be back.
Later, Huey.
It'll probably turn into a goat fuck by the time I get back, but
You're right.
that's all right.
Yo, can we see a flat Earth map or model from somebody in here?
You got a several $1 million to build one?
What do you mean for what? I'm being serious.
Yeah, maps are expensive to make. They cost millions of dollars.
So you're saying no rich flat earther has made one, huh?
No one has really made one recently.
I posted a map for you in chat so you could see.
Go back like 10 years, you could find tons of models and maps, dude. Not to have a lot
You
of
know,
validity.
all maps are flat. All maps are flat, and they're all map
True, that is.
flat.
Well, didn't I
Using
mean I've heard
Polaris.
Christopher
It's the
Columbus
projection of the
claim that
globe.
map
You
was flat
understand?
too.
It's
Not
the
all
projection of the globe.
Most of the
model.
azimuths are, yeah.
It's the other way around. It's the other way around.
Wait,
Globe
did
is a
Christopher Columbus
projection of
not
the plate.
claim that the map was flat? That the Earth was
Maps
flat?
are flat, dude, yeah. And they're scaled up,
What's
too.
your definition of a model? Define model.
Good God.
Like some sort of like a map, or I mean, if you want to get really technical, like I don't know, some sort of like
Maps
like
are cartography
comedy, you
cartoons.
know?
Yeah, maps are cartoons of water and dirt. That's what cartography is.
So there's no such thing as a flat Earth map then?
All maps are flat.
Yeah. And they all reference level, too. And elevations from level. Anything else you need to know about it?
It's a projection of the globe.
Depends on which one you're looking at. There were maps around before globes.
The AE map is a projection of the globe,
Yeah, the Ray
but
Gleason
it
model.
originates from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's how we get latitude.
And the latitudes go out from Polaris. All of them.
That's right.
I don't think Gleason's had his hands on enough cartographers to go around and map the whole Earth. He just took what he could get his hands on.
In history, there's about 70,000 different Earth maps of the Earth. 70,000.
Wow.
Something like that. There's thousands and thousands of them.
Well,
Could you imagine
Gleason's map is
7,000
debunked, so we can't use Gleason's map.
Could you imagine the 7,000 varieties of Coca-Cola?
If you're looking for the whole Earth.
Yeah, Gleason's map is debunked, so we can't use it.
It has its uses.
Hey, Quinterino, why don't you just ask your questions here in the VC? You don't have to hang out in the side chat, man. You can talk here.
Yeah, you can open your mic, dude.
Listen, I don't think any of us in here truly know if the Earth is flat or not. I mean, like, let's be honest here, though. It's
Is the
just like a
horizon
prediction.
horizontal?
No, we know it's flat, bro. We
But
know
there's
it's
no
measured.
factual evidence, though.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
asking a
factually
question.
measured
Is
flat.
Like, there's no way of telling that we're living in a simulation either. You know what I'm saying?
Oh Jesus!
Need a
All right,
simulator.
whatever.
I like these. I need cause and effect with these simulations, though.
The simulation argument is bro science, 100%. You can't really find an evidence for it.
Yeah. Well, imagine having to wake up tomorrow to go to
The
work. At
flat
9 a.m.
Earth, I wouldn't say is the same room of a level
Imagine having to
as.
wake up at 9 a.m. tomorrow to go slave.
But hold on a sec. Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. But I don't think the simulation you could categorize at the same level as the flat Earth argument, because the simulation you basically have no proof or anything data to back it up other than Elon Musk told you, right?
Yeah, but there's no factual evidence for a flat Earth either, though.
Well, there's some evidence that debunks the globe, right?
Okay, can debunk.
I mean, it doesn't
the
really
globe.
tell you it's flat, but it tells you it's not a globe. So what could it be then?
Earth measures to be flat, and the horizon is horizontal. At no point, at no altitude, does that horizon ever begin to curve. No one has ever seen curvature, and curvature has never been measured.
Yeah, but you have a 24-hour sun in the south, though, so that's the only problem.
I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
that's
dude.
true.
There's no lights in the sky over the horizontal baseline. Lights in the sky over a stationary plane is not a problem. It's a complete non-issue.
Yeah, but I don't think they actually observed everything they presented to us. I promise you, there's too much in it. I was there when they went. I know Duffy personally. I got to meet him. I volunteered to go with these people in the very beginning. They didn't want to take me because I wasn't on the list, you might say.
Yeah, you have to be popular, but I don't like. I mean, I've heard flat earthers decredit Whitsitt and Jaron, but I don't think they're lying that they're saying there's a 24-hour sun. They videotaped it.
They did.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt there's a 24-hour sun for those 3 days. But the question is, you could argue to say, well, that doesn't tell you really the Earth is a globe just because there's a 24-hour sun. I accept that. I buy that. But to say these guys are paid actors, I mean, that's kind of pushing it, I think.
No, I don't think they're paid actors. I think they have more to gain if there's even just the popularity on the internet, and there's a grift to go with it. But I've been asking for a 24-hour sun video for like 2 years now, and I haven't gotten one decent one that was actually provable. And this one is no less the same. And I've been there with Flatzoid at the very beginning when they started streaming out of Antarctica. We've been watching this thing with a fine-tooth comb, and there's way too anomalies to validate anything that they've presented so far.
Yo, Roger, so you doubt the globe Earth, right? You doubt it? Like, you don't believe it's true?
Doubt it? No, I've never seen any proof of it.
Okay,
Let's put
so
it
what
that way.
else? What else do you doubt or believe that there is no proof of? Like, I'm just curious. Like, besides flat Earth, what else do you doubt?
I don't think there's a Sasquatch.
Okay, that's fair.
What? That's crazy, bro. Come on.
I know. I should shut up.
Okay, Messi, let me explain something to you as a neutral observer here that you might not understand. Globers will say whatever is in the sky, it basically tells us something about the shape of the Earth, whereas the flat earthers will say the sky is independent of the ground, okay? This is the first thing you need to understand.
Yeah, I believe the sky affects more like weather, what you see in the sky, more so than the ground you're walking on. Yeah, there are effects that the luminaries and the objects you see in the sky, like the sun and the moon, for instance, have more effect on weather and other conditions around you. But when it comes to the shape of stationary Earth, nothing, dude.
So what's in it for NASA to lie to you, for example? What's in it for them?
Well, they keep pushing their narrative, and they put these space stories into motion. You ever read a book called A Just So Story?
No.
And it basically that they're selling you a narrative. It's a story. They get all the public get worked up over space. If you haven't noticed, they follow rocket launches. They're glued to their TV set watching what NASA's doing or what SpaceX is doing. They want to know how far they progressed. They build up a whole narrative around like some pseudoscience narrative, like we found some kind of mineral on an asteroid we scooped off with a satellite somehow when we brought it back to Earth. Stuff like that. And they spend millions of dollars doing absolutely nothing.
Did you see what they posted? Did you see what they posted today? They're offering $3 million reward for anyone that could come up with an idea
Yes,
how
I
to
heard about
dispose the astronauts' poop from 40 years ago in the moon.
Really? Wow.
Yes, you go
I
look
gotta
it
get
up.
on that poop thing.
Yeah.
See, this is what all you guys got with poop on the moon. We've got to desperately try and validate our model somehow. We have to invent dramas and people stuck in space stations and how do we come up with the poop and people just like, oh, right, yeah, that validates it, doesn't it? I mean, there wouldn't be poop on the moon if we didn't go there, right? Makes sense.
There is one thing, as someone newer who's researching this, there is one thing to keep in mind is that the Globers have the flat earthers beat on this part, which is they're more consistent. Every Glober will say the same thing, whereas the flat earth, it depends on who you talk to. Everyone has a different idea.
Yeah, all the globers say the same thing.
What?
Gravity's a force. They all say gravity's a force.
Okay, I'll give you a very simple example,
Yeah, they
right?
do say the same thing.
Dude,
Okay, I'll give you a very simple example. If I ask the Globers how far is the sun, every single one of them will tell you 93 million miles away, okay? Whereas the flat earth, when you ask, there was one guy who said 60, there was another guy that said 3,000, another guy said 5,000, and then mostly lately will say we don't know. But I've heard it all, right? So it's not consistent. That's my point.
Well, back in the day when the Flat Earth Society was actually up and running, they touted the sun's distance about 3,200 miles from the Earth, I think. And that's what kind of stuck for like a decade. So that's usually the go-to when you're in the Zetetic societies, that they just made observations. That's all they were doing. And they even say this. They don't have any scientific validation for any of their claims. So they made rough estimates, and they applied those to the cosmology. I don't think you can actually get a fix on the sun due to a lot of different causes. You can get a rough estimate of it. There's no way that he can travel 93 million miles unless there is nothing but a pure vacuum between you and it. Nothing.
Well, they measure that. They claim the measurement is done based on a radio signal, right? Bouncing back.
Yeah, I've seen the experiment. That they think it took like 4 radio towers and triangulated it, bounced, and if you look at the data, they were registering more like a heat signature than they were an actual physical object. I don't think you can put radar to the sun. I don't think.
What they claim is if they aim it at something else, it won't come back, the signal.
They say the same about what they bounce radio or ham radio signals off the moon. They call it a moon bounce, is what they call it.
Yeah. They claim they could figure out the distance to the moon and the sun by bouncing a radio signal to them, and then it comes back 60 minutes later. They could also put in a mathematical formula to validate it.
Well, they also have to have a pure vacuum to get that radio signal to travel at that speed too, right? There's no substance between you and that radio signal, or they calculate that into their radio bounce too. I don't know. There's probably
They just made a machine. They just made a machine that goes ping, and they go, "What's that ping?" Oh, that's the signal coming back. Oh, right, yeah, ping.
Yeah, they've also got to get a reflective square, like a meter by meter
size, when something's spinning, other things are moving, other things are orbiting, the other thing's spinning as well.
I got a question. I'm going to leave you guys, but I'm going to see if you can answer it. How high does your rocket fly? How do you get a scale of how high those rockets are actually flying? If you're actually outside of the Atmos, how high is that rocket going? What do you use to determine that? I don't think you can.
I think it has a GPS built in it, though.
A GPS, yes. There's a satellite up there actually pinging off of the rocket right now, telling you how high it is. Well, gosh.
Well, okay, but it depends if you believe in the flat Earth or the globe Earth, right? Because the globers will believe that if it goes high enough, it could penetrate the Earth and go to space, whereas the flat Earth doesn't believe that, right?
Well, they don't think they go right into space. They slingshot around the Earth supposedly to get into what they call space. That's why they do that supposed parabolic launch that you see. They slingshot around the Earth. They use the moon to get past that orbit. It's an incredible journey. No, I got a show to set up, guys. I'll see you later.
Yeah. I have to research more on the dome. Or I guess you guys like to call it the container now.
Why is that amusing?
Well, I don't know what happens. Like if I hypothetically keep going up to the air and hit the dome, what happens? Do I die? Do I bounce back off of it? Can I penetrate it to go to space?
If you run into a solid object, what usually happens?
You get into a crash.
Okay.
And it's also
So if it was a solid object and you crashed into it, then you would be crashed and probably dead, right? So that answers that question.
Yeah, and it's also containment. We don't claim a container. We haven't seen it. It's containment.
Yeah, but it has to be some sort of ceiling, though.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, or else the gases would escape it, right?
They escape into where?
To space. To space, basically.
Why would they escape?
Well, unless you believe what the globers say, that the gravity is containing all the gases and the air within the Earth.
Who cares about that? The question was, why would they escape? Not what somebody says about why they do or don't. It was like, why don't they?
Because think about a container, right? If you don't have a lid, okay, so those gases you put in that container, they'll just go to the air, right? It will float in the room. Second law of thermodynamics.
No. Second law of thermodynamics doesn't have causal power.
What's that mean?
It means I can't take the second law of thermodynamics and turn a screwdriver with it or move something from here to there.
Okay, but gases fill the volume shape, right?
Okay, why?
So, let me give you an example. If I have a jar and I put a gas in there, as long as the lid is
we already
closed,
agree. We already agree. The question was why.
well, because you can't contain the shape of it, right?
Why?
Okay, you tell us why, Mr. Wise Guy.
Asking you, dude.
I
You
don't
keep
know
telling
the
me
answer.
you can't do all these things, and I'm saying why. I'm saying why.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know. What's the answer?
It's a question to you, bro. I asked you a question, right?
Well, because it's a
You
gas
said it
molecule,
can't.
right? It's a gas
fair.
molecule. It fills the container it's in.
Right, that's just a description of what's happening. It's not telling me why.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Should you know why?
I don't know why. No.
Okay, but let's say you're putting forth that gas behaves this way. Is it necessary for you to know why it behaves that way? For you to make an accurate claim of how it's behaving?
No.
Right, so you don't actually need to know the cause, right, for your argument to carry.
That's correct.
That being said, what's the cause of natural laws?
What do you mean, what's the cause of natural laws?
Yeah, like, we got natural laws, like gas laws.
I mean, there's a scientific answer and then there's a philosophical answer.
Okay, well, give me the scientific answer.
The scientific answer, I don't know other than what the Globers say, which is Google, pretty much.
So Google, if you asked Google what's the cause of a natural law, it would give you an answer?
It would give you some scientific explanation for it.
Let me try. Let's see, what is the cause of natural law? It immediately popped up a philosophical answer. Everything here is philosophical. There's not one scientific.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe that certain things that happens, we don't have explanation for it?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so there you go. Then we're not going to know the answer.
What about gas particles make it so that they need to be contained?
Well, if you use that jar example, right? That if you have it in a room and the lid is closed, it stays in the jar. If you open that lid, it goes within the room. So there's only two ways to explain this, right? For why the gases and the particles in the air don't go to space.
Well, yeah, but I didn't ask that.
Okay, so what are you asking?
So what is it about gas particles means they need to be contained? I'm asking about the properties of gas.
I mean, it doesn't have to be contained, but if you're asking why does it behave that way, then it's a gas particle and molecule, and that's how it behaves.
Right, gas particles don't have to be contained, but they are contained sometimes for reasons that have to do with properties of gas particles. What are those properties?
I don't know. You tell us.
I'm fishing for answers.
I don't know. Maybe you have to ask Quantum Eraser about that.
Well, maybe. Let's phone a friend. Anybody else in the panel can answer the question.
Perpetual momentum.
What do you mean by that?
What was the question?
Gases always move; they never stop.
Okay, so gases sounds like you said. Correct me if I'm wrong. That gases have an inherent motion to them.
I'd say yes.
So while something's in a gaseous state, it's like got a motion in the ocean going on.
I'm not sure about that, but
well, how else do we get new gas particles if there's no motion in the ocean? If you know what I'm saying.
yeah, I get what you're saying. I guess that's correct.
Where are these globe retards at?
That's the answer. That gas is in a is in a kinetic state.
Yeah,
What's
but
a kinetic state?
the reason it stays on the Earth is not because of the way the gas is behaving. The Globers will say it's because of gravity.
Let's say it was because of gravity. Would that make the Earth a globe?
Hello, what was that about gravity? Didn't we just go over that before I left? What the fuck is gravity?
Yo, we're gonna need you to bring it down a notch, my man.
Shut up, my man. Shove it up your
don't-
ass, my man.
We need that. Who was that guy talking earlier? Roger.
Roger?
Where'd
Yeah,
that guy
you need
go?
that guy. Yeah. Yeah, you need him.
That
That's
guy's a
not
nice
me.
man.
Who's this fucking liberal?
What?
It's messy. The fuck? Who said the gravity horse shit? I spent what, 10 minutes, at least 10 minutes on gravity
Didn't say
before I
it.
Well,
left.
go over it again, sissy
What's wrong
boy.
with that? Al said it.
Sissy boy.
No reason to go over it again. Reason to go over it again. He said Globers would claim that gravity is doing something. And so I don't even need to know what gravity is. I could ask him, what do you mean by that? But I could say, well, let's say it is. Due to whatever that means in their worldview, would that make the Earth a globe? That was my question.
Did I ask what your question was?
Yes. And then I went back in time to preempt you asking it, meaning you didn't have to
I
ask it.
see what you did. Who are you? Fucking Doc Brown?
Oh, man. Hey, bro, speaking of Doc Brown, did you ever see the they killed Marty theory? For real, dude. There's like an error in the end of the movie where the one guy, he's coming back into his life that's now changed. The person that was actually previously living that life, where did he go? He didn't get in the car and go back. He's now there. And so the only way for Doc Brown to prevent that, the classical paradox of meeting yourself, is he had to kill that Marty off before the new Marty, before the main star Marty returned. Yeah, so it's pretty dark, but whatever.
Awesome.
Where are the Globers at?
I see Blutarski's back. Gravity, what the fuck is that? Gravity, what's gravity? Blutarski?
More like retardski.
Yeah. It's all science. He missed the last 10 minutes before I left, you fucking clown. You want to know what science was? Actual science, Blutarski? If it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs, wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire, you're fucking...
Amen to that, brother.
You already proved that earlier today.
All right, who actually thinks the Earth is flat here?
Shut the fuck up. Nobody.
Me? What do you mean? Have you ever seen a map? Shut up. A map is flat, idiot. Look at your phone. Look at your GPS. It's flat, idiot.
Are you
serious? Does that
You guys
mean
are
we think?
stupid?
Does that mean
You guys
we
are
think
stupid.
it's flat?
Is he okay?
Who's doing that?
What the fuck?
It's like a Charlie Brown. That's like Charlie Brown parents translation.
Sounds
fucking
like
otter.
some shit I'd see in an aquarium.
He's an otter.
I didn't know this was SeaWorld.
It's crazy.
Oh,
Yeah, but the
back
Earth
to gravity.
is flat. It's pretty obvious.
Have you ever been in an airplane? You don't fly like downward. You fly straight. If it was round, if it was flat, you go straight because it is flat. But if it was round,
You
you'd
ever
be like
seen
going
the
around.
Twin Towers when they collapsed? They were flying it straight down.
Yeah, the plane flew straight into them, not round, not curved into them.
Oh, this got weird.
Quickly as well.
No, he's British, bro. He's about to fall off.
British. There's some very smart British people out there. Not here, but there are some.
Fuck you.
Wait, so where does the map end at, and what happens when you're at the end?
You fall off.
At the end of the map, out here there be monsters.
It's like a teleport. It's like a teleport glitch. You just
What
teleport
happens
to the
when
other side.
you're at the end
Is
of
it
the
like,
flat
or is it
plane?
like going to the?
Your,
is it like
your
going to the end
sister
of
shows up.
Your sister shows up.
To the guy in chat, I only see curves on like. I'm actually not going to say what I was going to say. Never mind.
Go ahead and say it. Be a man.
Go ahead, tell him on your
I-
sister.
Yeah, that's. Define gravity.
Shit.
I don't know what gravity means.
No,
Gravity's
that's okay.
fake. It's woke propaganda.
That's okay. You
I
and
agree.
everyone else is in the same boat.
Gravity is woke propaganda. It's not real.
Just tell me how to define gravity other than.
You globetards are fucking proving yourselves wrong every time you utter a sentence.
Exactly.
Globetards. What the fuck does that mean, bro?
You're a globetard, conservative Dave. That's what you are.
What the fuck?
That's what you are. You're part of the globetard spinning space monkey religion.
I'm a globetard.
Okay, let's work. Let's work on defining gravity. So, would you think
Everybody get on cam.
what gravity applies to? What is it? Like, if you're using the word gravity in your everyday life, what are you talking about?
Gravity? Are you retarded? Like what? Like if I'm using the word
okay, so
gravity,
you're-
I'm talking
okay,
about
so-
gravity.
No, dude. You can't define the word with the word itself, dude. For goodness
Exactly.
sakes, what is this, third grade?
An invisible
For example,
force.
if I use the word computer in my everyday life, me personally, when I talk about my computer, I'm talking about my laptop. It's got keys, a processor, a screen. I can do software
Yeah, gravity's
programming
got
on it,
gravity.
artwork.
Like what?
Notice how I actually explained what I'm talking about a little bit, and you just said the word 3 times in a row. Like, who's the intelligence here? You?
Me,
or
I'm
Britt?
smart. You think the Earth is a globe, you idiot.
Dude, you can't even tell me. You can't even explain what gravity is, dude. In a
Dude,
practical
Isaac
sense,
Newton
you just
already did it.
repeated this. Repeated
Dude,
a word
gravity's
3
gravity.
times in
Shut
a
up.
row.
Oh God.
And Isaac Newton said, "If you believe in gravity, you're retarded." So I would agree with him.
Hey, stop doing that. Scooby Doo. Fuck what? Don't do that
It's
again.
Scooby Jew, not Scooby Doo. Get it right.
Scooby who?
Scooby Jew. Read it right.
All right. Well, there's going to be some repercussions.
Oh, he got muted. That's a shame.
We skipped the percussions and went straight to the repercussions.
Gravity's just like, force of attraction. You know what I'm saying?
No, gravity hasn't been a force for 110 years.
What?
What made it stop?
No, stop. Did you hear him say, what? You didn't know that?
110 years.
110 years. And
Elaborate on your
Well,
claim.
you keep saying that though about 110 years, but then when you go to Google, it says it's an invisible
when
force.
you go to Google, Google's not a source. So I'll hook you up. You in live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Why don't you go to fucking Scientific American, Harvard, Caltech, Brian Cox, Scientific American, Universe Today, the University of California, Riverside, Phys.org, New Scientist, Phys Libertext, the Physics Hypertext book, and Cornell. Why don't you go to there?
Somebody shut this damn faggot up already.
Yeah, that's right. Your sister doesn't seem to mind, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you and your little small penis, right, fat ass boy.
Oh, Peter, how'd you know that?
Get banned, sucker.
I have a question for the room. Where did the Globers go so wrong, or humanity go so wrong
When they were born?
in measuring Antarctica? The flat Earth Antarctica is the circle around the world.
Really?
The Globers Antarctica is the small.
Huh? What?
Where did humanity go so wrong?
What? Huh? What?
What's the hardest thing about being a globetard?
Having to tell your dad you're gay.
I think he's referring to the Gleason's map that shows Antarctica as like a pie.
Gleason's map?
Ice world.
That's a globe projection.
What's the truth? What's your opinion? What's the truth?
What? So you asked what the truth is, and then you asked in the same breath, "What's your opinion?" You don't know the difference.
Pick one. Pick one and
you
give
don't
it to
know the
us.
difference between subjective and objective, do you?
Pick one and give it to us.
Pick one. Pick your nose, bugger eater.
You guys sit here and listen to this. I'm out. This is fucking sad.
You're out. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads. They'll probably laugh you out of there.
Dude, I was just picking my nose.
That's not shocking. It's not. You don't know what cherry picking is, Blutarski. You fucking retard. Hey, retard, Blutarski, shut the fuck up. Hey, Blutarski, shut the fuck up, Noah. Blutarski, what is cherry picking? Define.
The big boys go.
Shut the fuck up. Blutarski, come off mute. You better come off mute, sunshine. And you better define fucking cherry picking right fucking now. You glue sniffer, you don't even know what that means. You're a dumb fuck. Come off mute. Or you're going to go bye-byes. That's my prediction. Damn, I'm close to hitting 1 million views. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Look at that.
Never thought that would happen. Shit. So, Blutarski, you better come off mute, glue sniffer. Come on.
300,000 of those views are Brian and Adam trying to scour to find proof that I lied.
No, that was on Nathan's video, man, not mine.
Oh, good point.
That's a good one, though.
So I was told by a concave earther today that in order
we don't give
in order to become a concave earther, you have to become a flat earther.
We don't give a fuck about those guys. Don't stay away from my. We're on a point here with Blutarski. My claim is he doesn't have a fucking clue what cherry picking is. Nobody I've ever listened to, nobody knows what fucking cherry picking is. Nobody.
Who's Blutarski?
Blutarski down there. He's down there. I think it starts with a Z, but I call him Blutarski.
I'll see a way. Here's something that maybe you know, which you probably do, and I know. Let me see who else in here. Maybe one other person knows what cherry picking is in the punishment sense. It's a punishment.
The punishment?
Yeah, that doesn't ring any bells.
Cherry picking punishment?
Yeah.
No. What's the punishment?
It's where you have to hold your hands above your head for extended periods of times and then touch your fingers together.
I'm sorry, you're out there.
Yeah, it's like a boot camp punishment. Like a physical corporal punishment tactic.
Whatever.
Maybe
Where's Blutarski at? There he is down there, dumb fuck chat skank. Hey, moron, you better come off mute and stop chat skanking. What's cherry picking? Come on, you delayed long enough. You could fucking Google that shit. They'll fuck it up too. Where's T-Dub at when I need him? Little chat skanking moron, you. Don't know what natural science is. Don't know what fucking logical fallacies are. You're a cluster fuck.
I put "is gravity a force" into Google and it immediately popped up. While some people consider it a force, blah, 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 it's not actually a force.
He's countering you.
Who's countering who? Google's not a source. Google can be a resource. Like Google Scholar, you fucking idiot, pretender clown, dumb fuck. You don't even know what fucking words mean. Just fundamental words. Like sources, resources. You know, the re stands for something that differentiates it from source, you retard. That's how dumb you are. How much of a retard are you, Blutarski? True or false? There he is again, chat skanking. You're lucky T-Dub's not here. He's going to catch your ass eventually. He's fucking hiding. He's scared. He's little Nancy. He knows it's his ass as soon as he opens that mic up. So he'll just go to chat skank.
Why are you calling him Blutarski? Is that a nickname?
Blutarski, yeah. Isn't that, what's his name from Animal House?
Yeah, that's what I sort of remember. So I was wondering. But yeah, I mean, I would be okay with him posting a citation in any contemporaneous legitimate physics or science department of a prestigious university or something that says gravity is the force.
Do you think he knows what contemporaneous means? What the fuck? You better recompute, dude. You better break that
That's
down.
when you give someone, dude. That's when you give someone too much spicy food just because you have contemporaneous.
Contemporaneous. Hey, I'll tell you what. Your mic sounds fucking exquisite. By the way.
That's because it's a globe.
Oh, God. Why can't it be like this every time?
Because I work for a living.
Jetty, are you monitoring this?
Yeah, I'm listening.
You better get. I'm fucking tired of it. I told you a long time ago to get a new mic because people overtalk you. They just drowned you out. Get a new mic and then call me, and then we'll work on a couple facets that we can improve that fucking over-talking shit. Okay?
Okay, boss. Am I removing this, whatever his fucking name is, for chat skanking?
Blue Tar?
Yeah.
Says who?
Chat skanker.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, you're a chat skanker.
How am I a chat skanker? I got muted the last time
chat,
I was
chat
talking.
skank, dumb shit.
It's all right. Here come the
So
insult
what's cherry
time.
picking?
Are we going to
Shut
have
the
an
fuck
actual
up.
good faith
Shut the fuck
conversation?
up. What's
All right.
cherry picking?
This is why.
You're
This
not
is why I
gonna come
didn't
in
want to
here
talk.
and fucking bloviate, Blutarski.
You're not even going to let me
What
talk.
is
You're just
cherry
going to sit
picking,
here and
dumb
throw
fuck?
insults because
What
you're a little
is
child.
cherry
It's
picking,
crazy.
dumb fuck? You're not gonna overtalk me, dumb fuck. What is cherry picking right now?
What are you, my dad or something?
Right now, you claim cherry picking, dumb fuck. What is it?
Yeah, the article you posted did not.
The
talk
article I
about-
posted is not cherry picking. What is
It
cherry
is because
picking?
you took out
What is
one
cherry
line out of
picking?
entire research.
What is
article.
cherry picking?
You're taking lines out of an article that are taking it out of context to fit your narrative.
Show where it's taken out of context.
I already posted it, but you didn't.
No,
read
you
it
didn't.
because You're
It had
probably
nothing to
illiterate.
do with cherry picking. Do it.
It did.
Say it.
It did. The one
Say it.
line that you posted.
Say it.
The one line you posted in Einstein's new
dumb fuck.
theory,
Okay,
gravitation
let's
is
see.
of a much more
Let's see,
fundamental
dumb fuck.
nature.
Let's see.
All right.
What is cherry picking?
I already
Let's see if
answered. What?
First,
Are
identify
you slow
what
or
cherry
something? Like, are you
picking
like
is, dumb
just-
fuck. Dumb fuck. First, you have to identify what it is, and then provide an
already did.
example of it. Fucking
Why are you
do
gonna
it
ask me a
right
question
now
when-
with your mouth. You fucking moron. You projectile diary of the mouth, globe-tard fucking idiot. You're just like all the rest, you dumb fuck. My God, are you stupid? What's cherry picking?
I
Right
already answered the
now.
question. I already answered the
Right
question.
now, you didn't
It's when-
answer it. You didn't answer it. What is cherry picking? No
You're
example.
taking-
What is it? Then provide.
You gonna let me talk?
After it.
You're gonna let me talk?
Citation,
Fuck
please.
it. What's cherry picking right now?
You're gonna let me talk?
Right now.
You take one sentence out of an entire article to prove your points, and not looking at the
Citation, please.
context of the entire
That's
article.
not cherry picking. You're
What
an
is
idiot.
cherry picking then? What is it then?
You
When you
fucking
go to a
clown.
field of
It's not
cherries.
that.
What is
Cherry
it then?
picking. Yeah, I'm going to
What
tell
is
you.
it then?
Shut your fucking mouth. So, cherry picking from logicallyfallacious.com. When only select evidence is presented in order to persuade the audience to accept a position, and evidence, here's the really important part, and evidence that would go against the position is withheld. So, you must prove now that I deliberately withheld counter evidence and identify it specifically, you absolute moron. Do it! Fuck it!
Why? Okay, I'm not going to say
why I'm yelling?
Fucking you're literally just insulting me for no reason.
You're exposed.
You
You
keep
don't know
calling
what
me an
cherry
idiot.
picking
You're
is,
you're
dumb
incredibly.
You don't know what cherry picking
moronic.
was,
It's
did you, dumb
actually-
fuck?
I just
told
said
you
it.
didn't know. You didn't know it. So you got nothing except projectile diarrhea, vomit of the mouth. Go back to your cake decorating forms. Clown, dumb
What's wrong
fuck.
with cake decorating?
Ask him. Ask his sister. Fucking clown. Like I told you, you didn't know what cherry picking was, did you? Clown, dumb fuck.
40 on 1. You guys keep him muted. And this is just
40
so
on 1. We'll keep you unmuted,
just
and we'll just
major
go
L.
1-on-1, just me and you.
You guys can do better than
You
this. Come
fucking
on, guys.
clown. What's your bestest
Truth seeking has led to this every
Yeah.
This
Shut
is what
the
truth
fuck
seek-
up. Shut up. Diarrhea of the mouth again, globetard moron. Let's see if he can handle this.
He's not a global.
What is your... Shut the fuck up, Kagushi. I didn't ask you for anything, did I? Inside secret. What is your bestest scientific evidence for your globe? Yoo-hoo! Mr. 40 on 1. We're down to 1-on-1 now. What is your best scientific evidence for your for your globe? No, he's still there. Go on. Shut up, Kagushi. Yoo-hoo! Inside secret. Mr. Nancy appealing to 40 against 1, one of which was a dumb fuck. Now it's just 1-on-1. Me and you.
You
Third
don't qualify,
time.
bud. You have no model. You have no
Third
map.
time.
Let me know
What
when you have one.
is
I'll
your
engage you. I'm gonna go
best
back on mute.
Scientific evidence.
Free our boy Zarsky.
for
Free
your
our boy Zarsky.
globe, retard. That's right. You have nothing. You'll stay on fucking mute. You pretender clown fraud, white knight, dumb fuck. You have no honor. You have no intestinal fortitude. You're a fucking retard. Yes? That's what I thought. Fuckwit Blutarski down. Where's T-Dub at? T-Dub! We got fucking Blutarski down here chat skanking away. And when he comes off mute, all he does is projectile diarrhea, vomit of the mouth. T-Dub! He's fucking stonewalling me.
You got to turn your microphone upside down, and he can understand you.
All right, hold on. T-Dub!
Wait a minute, man. Inside secret. Didn't I put you on a ban until you complete a task for me? Can't remember. Who was supposed to draw me the picture with the horizon? Was it inside secret or was it who was that guy?
He's not a global, by the way.
Yeah, we know who he is, dude.
He's concave
He's a
Earth.
self-moralizing, self-aggrandizing, I'm the truthiest truther because I think the earth is inside out. Then when you ask him, well, can you prove the curvature? He'll say, Oh, you don't deserve the truth.
Well, I just want to know why you have to become a flat earther first.
Because he thinks it's a journey, like a personal, physical, scientifically crack smoking, like, you know, like when you take peyote and then you realize the parts of the universe. It's like without taking the peyote. And flat Earth is like the peyote to get you to the concave Earth, I guess. I don't know. Speaking of spheres with negative curvature, what do you think that would look like?
You fucking idiot of a dumb fuck. Blutarsky. Not
Clip
you.
that out. It'll make it look like he's telling that to me.
No, not you. You fucking idiot moron, you just destroyed yourself. You're so fucking stupid you don't even know it. T-Dub. T-Dub. Thanks, Plum. Thank goodness we had fucking Plum Bob here. T-Dub, I'm going to revoke your fucking charter. God, sorry, AI, I didn't mean
He
that.
may be busy.
This is a pop.
He's typing in chat.
Don't fucking defend him.
Quiz.
Hold on, AI. We have some issues before you pop quiz everyone. I called for him. He wasn't here. Then I called T-Dub, where are you? Then he shows up, and then nothing.
He could be like me, dealing with screaming kids running around.
He doesn't have any kids. He's Australian.
What?
Yeah, they have pups.
They have pups.
Is that Dale Keaton by Dingo's reference?
Yeah, the dingo. The dingo ate your baby. All right, we can move on. So, inside secret, did you have a relationship before that he's not owning up to?
Who?
Inside secret. You were just talking about him.
Oh yeah. He's been around for a while. He always comes in and does his little spiel.
What's his spiel?
You know, like he'll just be like, "Oh, do you guys have this, or this?" And then when he'll say something about concave Earth or something, and then when you ask him about it, he won't give you the answers. He'll say, "Oh no, you have to reach this certain level before you're allowed to have the truth," or something like that.
Oh God, he's a fucking retard concaver.
Yeah.
Didn't that die with Stephen Christ?
No, he has disciples.
No, they're trying to fight up the pyramid of rank to become the new cult leader, I guess, to fill the void.
But do you understand what's interesting about him, though, right?
Yeah, he's nuts.
Is that you have to become a flat earther first to become a concave earther.
Right.
I don't fucking think so. There, Sunshine. Prove it.
Well, I'm not a concave earther, but that's what I've been told.
That's the same. That's the same with the Bevtards, dude. They say you have to. You're a glober. Then you find out the Earth is flat, and then you realize that the Earth isn't flat. It's actually something greater that we, the ascended, enlightened ones, know, and you don't.
You check out that mic, Jetty. That's fucking clear, crystal clear, and no one's over talking him either. They just get drowned out, man. You gotta get with the program. And then once you hit that new mic and come see me, we'll talk about compression.
You know, I didn't believe you before AI when you said that your good mic would make people fall in love with you, but Exhibit A, QE.
I love because it's been so fucking bad for so long. Just at his feet.
So back to the quiz question.
All right, back. Let's go.
In honor of our concave earther friend, what would a sphere with a negative curvature look like?
Negative curvature.
Yeah, I'm playing off the idea if you if you think Earth is concave, right?
I got some questions. A sphere with negative there's a problem there. Just think about that for a second. A sphere with negative curvature. I need to see a picture of that. You got one?
Yep. But we gotta have people guess first.
Can't be a sphere with negative curvature.
Well, look, obviously I'm playing off the concave guy, so like your first inclination when you think of a concave Earth is like, oh, it's just an inverted curvature, right? When you actually think about it further, it's like, wait a minute. If you take it, a globe that's on your desk, it's hollow. The inside surface is just the side of the outside surface. So they actually possess the same curvature, right? So to say it's just negative curvature would be wrong. Just on the interior surface versus the exterior surface.
I don't think they say that, though. I think they say it curves up. They don't say it's negative.
I know that. I'm just saying some people might think if you ask them what would a sphere with negative curvature look like, they might think, oh, yeah, it'd be a concave Earth. Any ideas what it would look like? I'm going to look it up while you're thinking about it.
Okay, so hypothetically, let's just say someone wants to become a concave earther. Why can't they?
What?
Why can't I become a concave earther if I wanted to? Because they're saying you have to become a flat earther first.
Yeah, but the concave earthers are mental.
Oh, Jedi. Gold, man.
That was good. All right, let me post this. So you guys have ideas in your mind before I post it. Let me see. All right, so here we go. I'm going to post a picture along with the text. Boom, there you go. Tell me if you were expecting this. Probably not.
No, it's not what I was anywhere near expecting.
Now, there's two important lines in this construct here, which actually have deep relation to flat Earth versus globe Earth. And the names of those lines are the main one, I can't remember the name of the other one. The main one is called the Tractrix. Okay. Tractrix is a particular
the asymptoty. The asymptoty.
No, that's the asymptote. Asymptote is a line. An asymptote is a line that curves to approach zero but never reaches it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we got an asymptotic line, right? It curves to approach zero but never reaches it. The shape of this particular one is called a tractrix. Now, a tractrix is actually a line that is created physically, not by drawing, and it has particular properties. If you look up how to do it, it's very interesting. So if you take a chord, you place it on a flat piece of paper, and you put one end on one side, and then you put a pivot on one side, and you drag it the arrangement of the cord against its own friction becomes attractrix. Now, interestingly enough, if you take a line with 2 points and you suspend it in midair, the line becomes known as a catenary. And the catenary curve, which is a curve of a line under its own weight, can be flipped upside down to create a perfectly equalized arch. And in fact, some of the most famous buildings in history were built with that method, where they were built upside down with hanging strings. And then the architect used the curve of that string to create the archway for the support of his building. And when you flip it upside down, you don't have to do any math. You don't have to do any planning. You don't have to know anything. All you have to know is that I hung a string upside down, turned it right side up, and made an arch, and that will support the weight 100% of the time.
Wow.
Nerd.
And so, what does this have to do with the shape of the planet?
Also, for example, one such instance was when Brian Mullen, shout out to Brian Mullen, Balls Out Physics, whose channel was canceled because some butthurt Glober decided to go after his career and his family like a psycho. But that aside, he was an engineer. He was trying to come up with ways to measure the Earth, to make it definitive for Globers so that they could stop coping and just accept the fact that it's flat. So his idea was, I'm going to take a line and I'm going to stretch it really tight, make it a straight line from one boat to another boat, and then see if it passes through a hump of Earth curve water. Right? The problem was that the sample size that he needed to make it definitive, you couldn't have a line that wouldn't undergo the catenary effect, and thereby be a curved line attempting to be used as a straight standard. And me and Indio calculated the amount of force needed for the size of the line that he was going to employ, and it was like a gajillion thousand pounds or something. Like it's nothing any boat could produce. So it'd be impossible.
This has got to be a troll.
Nice try.
Oh, yeah. Physics, actual real reality physics to these guys is trolling. But, it rains diamonds on some distant planet that I only know because I saw 3 pixels in a NASA photo. That's not a troll. Get real, bro.
Nigga really said that physics implies the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Did I say that? I did say you're banned because you said a naughty word. So now I gotta ban you. I'm sorry, bro. It's not my fault you said it. Deal with it, Holmes.
Virgin flat Earth, fucking.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys. So you ever heard of the virgin birth? I'm a virgin father. Oh man, dude, get some real insults, dude. Freaking clueless kids, man. The only reason you think virgin, dude, the only reason you think virgin is an insult is because it actually matters to you. That's a problem for you, not me. Get muted. Bye. Now, there's actually a very important building that was built with the catenary method. It was left unfinished, and I believe the original guy that was doing it, making the model, died, and they couldn't finish the project for a long time until they could reconstruct his model, because no one knew how to finish the structure, because it was too complicated. And it's not that they couldn't finish it, but they wanted to finish it with the same architectural style, like to keep the building congruent in its aesthetic. Right? So what ended up happening was they had to wait a long, long time until somebody else came in and could actually reconstruct the model that he made and finish the arches. All right, Mr. Mark, before I ban you, I don't know. I wasn't even actually talking about whether the Earth was flat or not. I was just talking about what people did. I mean, co-parter, I guess. Yeah, that's the building right there, flat. Lloyd. All right, but don't let that guy crimp our style. Abusing power. Oh my goodness, dude. You have rules here. You broke the rule, and I'm under obligation with my agreement with this server to execute censure upon people who break that particular rule. So how is that abusing power, dude? It's like it's like everything you say just proves how dumb you are, and you're trying to tell us that we're dumb because we accept the proposition the Earth is flat. But you're the only one who's exhibited any retardation as of yet, so. You can't say words that you want in forums that restrict you. That's like saying, I'm a guy and I'm in your house, and I'm allowed to be in your house because my mom said I could come over. My mom's the boss of me because I live in her basement. You're lucky it's taken me so long to find this ban command, because you're actually giving some good content on the way out. Okay, so I told him he lives in his mom's basement. His reply was, "Speaking of my mom's basement, you should move out." And I'd be like, "Why? She brings me sandwiches."
What are you doing living in his mum's basement, dude? That's weird.
A lady never tells. You just help me out and ban him, dude. I'm having a real hard time pressing the button on my phone screen.
Yeah, give me a minute.
I did it. It's done.
Thank you.
He's gone.
Alloyd, how did you know that was the building I was talking about? Because you're an engineer teacher?
Because you told your sister and he got with her.
Oh, dang.
It's true.
In your fucking hyperbole hypersphere, I'm just scrolling up here. This is some bullshit asymptote horseshit. It's not a model. Is that a scientific model?
No.
It's a hyperbole geometry? Really?
Flatwood, did you really get with his sister, you piece of shit? You're married.
You know what? Oh, there's another interesting thing about this shape. And there's a few other shapes that do it as well, but you can put it on a narrowing track that goes uphill and it'll roll uphill.
Ain't fucking rolling uphill. Two funnels
Yeah, they
stuck
do.
together. It's fucking retarded. Or two trumpets meeting in the warm place. The fuck?
Give me 2 funnel cakes, I'll roll uphill.
I can't remember if you can actually create this shape by putting some kind of spherical math and then putting the numbers negative and then it comes out as this shape. I can't remember if they did that or not.
There isn't any spherical mathematics. That's non sequitur. Doesn't follow.
Yeah, to get a sphere, you just have a circle that's rotated. You could program that into a lathe or a CNC machine.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it would ultimately just be an XYZ coordinate.
Yep.
And they would have some kind of oh man, what do they call that?
A reach
You're plotting
around?
a curve.
Retardation.
Well, I mean, I guess it would be in calculus, I guess.
Calculus, boy, that's scary.
You'd be charting a bunch of straight lines that have a constant. So every point has a new line that has a new slope with an increasing or decreasing rate of change of slope, right? And so then that would be plotted to new coordinates. And then when you take those lines and do some weird whatever to them, you get a result. And I think that's under calculus.
I'd suggest try snorting them with a calculus straw.
That's why, dude, that's not, you answered the question of why they call it the calculus.
Does that straw have a rate of change of slope?
Depends. Whether you're snorting it off the ceiling or your mother's basement.
It has a constant curvilinear surface, unlike the imaginary globe Earth.
Oh, brother, curvilinear.
How many curvilinear tangents does this microphone have?
Yeah. I have plenty of super chats with that fucking question.
That's copyrighted.
Yeah, it surely is.
So I got to look back up that exchange that me and India had back then, because there's something else about this pseudosphere track tricks thing that was related to something we were talking about that was super interesting. I just can't remember it right now, but I'm gonna have to go back and check. There's just certain weird geometries and shapes that actually translate to mechanical actions. It's like you could create drill bits and gears that can actually, like, if you start with a shape and then you segment it with certain types of methods, you can get down to where you make like a machine that can actually make that shape.
Guess what?
What?
Booger just pulled out his second tooth. He just
Really?
lost his second tooth, yes.
Did he do it himself?
He did. Like the first time, he just pulled it out.
Nice.
This time it didn't bleed hardly at all.
It was just ready.
It's been looking real loose the past few days, so I knew it was about to, but he just pulled it out. Oh my goodness. My baby's getting big.
You want something to make you gag? Go ahead and pull it out, put it on a little paper towel, and smell it.
It was on a paper towel, but I just gave him $1 for it.
I need to wet it up.
No, you forgot the last part. Wait till it dries a little bit, then smell it.
Okay.
Hey, my cat does the same damn thing. As soon as pizza boxes come in, my fucking cat is all over those pizza boxes. He just falls asleep right on top of them. That heat miser, some bitch.
Yep, that's what it is. It's the heat.
They just love boxes too.
They do
The
love
smaller,
boxes.
especially if they can't fit in them.
Yeah, but it doesn't have anything to do with the love of boxes. This has to do with the love of heat.
Yeah, they do like sitting where you just got up. They like taking your spot.
No, they're heat misers, man. They're cool like that. I like them. I was never a cat person, but I became one. I like
All
to
right,
kind
I'm gonna
of
go get these cheering to bed.
go get cheered into bed.
You gave him $1 for it. You didn't tell him the tooth fairy was.
We don't do Tooth Fairy and Santa. No, we don't do those.
Tooth fairy sandwiches.
We do sandwiches.
My dad freaking told me he was gonna pull one of my tooths, man, and he's like getting that freaking dental floss around, and he's like, "Hold on, man, getting it tied. It's almost done." And it was out. Freaking, man, he was good with it, man. I was scared as shit. Man. You ever seen anybody do the doorknob one? I ain't never seen that.
Barbaric.
Now what you do is you trick your sister into tying a string from her face to the door, and then you just keep opening and shutting the door and use her face like one of those ping pong paddle balls.
I thought you were going to say when you keep looking at her face enough that it frightens you so much you jerk away.
A tip if you've got mild tooth ache or pain is to get 3 cloves, no more than that, and chew on them till the juice comes. And that will help ease the pain.
My grandfather gave me a shot of Seagram's. Said all
Yeah, that works. That works.
Yeah, that's what he did. Don't swallow it. Put that back there. Right? Yeah.
And then once you've got the juice flowing out of them, just let them tuck down between your lower lip and your tooth and the bottom teeth.
That's
and
no,
it'll keep going.
I wouldn't be doing that if I were you. You're skirting a fucking fine line with medical advice.
Not necessarily. It works. It does it for me. Doesn't work for everybody, but it does it for me. It's a harmless one. It's not going to poison you. It's not going to do you any harm.
Yeah, that only works on a flat Earth. Thanks.
Like a globe? That'll poison you.
Yeah, but you've got you grow cloves, herbs.
We ain't talking about any hooves. We're talking about a globe.
Those only grow on a flat Earth. Thank you.
I've done cloves. They work, but like they work so great. Why the hell ain't the dentist using frickin' injecting clove in my face to yank a frickin' wisdom tooth out? Yeah. No, thank you.
I don't do wisdom teeth, so I don't know.
You didn't have any in your head?
Nope.
Dang. I had 3.
You never did, or you have them still?
No, I don't. There's one that's a little crazy, but they said they don't have to worry about it. So no, I never had any wisdom teeth pulled.
Yeah, I didn't have any.
I thought you mean you weren't born with any. Some people don't have them.
I had all of mine until I was like my mid-50s.
Did you feel stupider once they pulled them?
Yes, he did.
No, I didn't.
Less wisdom.
Well, I don't know. QE
That's
thinks
the anesthetic theory about that.
QE thinks I need to be re-educated, so maybe.
Oh shit!
Shit!
Somebody took that shit to heart the other day.
Yeah, not really, man. I sometimes I start with the simple shit.
It wasn't only you, by the way.
I could be more complicated, but sometimes I feel like
it wasn't only you, by the way.
Yeah, I get it.
They got it too, because they've been sidestepping me for the past couple days. They better keep doing it.
I interfered.
I know you're not.
Yeah. AI was talking about helical gears. We used to make those I used to make those in the machine shop. I think that's something like what AI was talking about anyway. But I digress.
Yeah, you digressed a lot.
Yeah, helical gear manufacturing only happens on a flat Earth, by the way.
Yep.
Yaguchi, that's some dumb shit you got right there.
I know that's what I got from the Globers.
Thought you were a Glober.
No, he's an.
I'm seeking the truth, if I'm honest.
Yeah, he's not a full-on Glober.
Yeah, I'm a Glober in the sense that this is what I was taught in school, and I haven't really looked into it.
He came in as a full-on Glober, but he got rebutted quite quickly, and then he said he started to fucking recompute.
Yeah, I accept when you guys say this is a religious ideology. I accept that because I see how these guys behave when you guys point stuff out to them.
Sure.
Isn't that the best? I mean, isn't that like the best globe proof ever when you hear how idiotic the Globers come in with disinformation? I'm like wondering who's in charge of these idiot Globers. Like, they're making a fool of y'all.
Yep.
And these idiot Globers bring more flat earthers to the light, if you will.
Exactly. Shout out to Phil Bell.
Okay, Phil Bell, thanks a lot for bringing all these flat earthers. They're coming in droves now. Holy crap. Matthew Learns, you too. Thanks for all your support. We appreciate it. Fucking hell.
He's a professor at a school.
Yeah, he agrees with everything we say about the flat Earth till the very end.
One. Yeah, but Matthew Learns, he's a professor of mathematics. Phil Bell is a self-purported professor of physics. Much better.
And integral part of the Chandrayaan space missions from India.
What do you say he's doing? Calculating shit for some Indian space missions?
Trajectory calculations or telemetry or whatever the heck. So, like, I can't remember what his first mission was, but the other mission he said he worked on was whichever one crashed.
That's because he put the
whichever one they said crashed. Yeah, exactly. I said, well, that's a good claim to fame. Like, oh yeah, if it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have had these calculations that they needed. Like, you mean the ones that crashed? You saw, dude.
Did they destroy those too?
Tell you what, I'm not a flat earther, but this moon landing is 100% fake. That's a fucking psyop, that's for sure.
Yep. You know why?
Well, I think there's a bunch of theories on it, right?
Theories, not scientific theories. There's a bunch of what?
Well, I was told like they wanted to compete with the Russians back in the 60s.
Okay. Anything
so they
else?
had to tell the public we went to the moon first.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough. Anything else? Anything that you know why for absolute certainty?
Yeah, I can't think of why they would tell us that we landed on the moon.
With absolute certainty, you know that it's bullshit. What gives you the absolute proof that it's horseshit?
One thing is I keep hearing from these guys, they keep telling me that they're going to go there every year. And then the end of the year comes and they say, well, we don't have the budget.
All right. Well, that's circumstantial evidence. Is there something for you personally that says that's some horse shit with absolute certainty?
Yeah, one reason is that basically, like, why can't we go there again? If we did it in 1969, we could do it today.
Nope. That's an appeal to a future fallacy. Nope.
Okay, so are you asking about the 1969 one, or are you asking about why we can't go there today?
Any of them.
Well, the 1969, like I need to see a video of it without being cut off, right? Show it leaving the Earth, landing on the moon, which they're gonna say we don't have the technology.
Gagushi, dude, we've been in here for how long? Like at least the past 4 or 5 weeks. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation, Gagushi.
Well, there's that too, yeah.
I was going to give him a hint, but now you
Jetty started coming off mute, but his mic's such a fucking train wreck that any like whisper through another mic is going to drown him out. Go ahead, Jetty. Everything's quiet.
I'm just laughing.
Just laughing. Okay.
Just laughing at this dead fish floating around, trying to figure out what quantum razor's asking him. It's coming out of all of these said circumstances. No. Think about what you've been taught. It's the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah.
We're all waiting for that. That's why I'm laughing.
Yeah, and since
And
flat
all
Earth,
those other circumstantial things just melt away, don't they?
yeah,
Yep.
since the flat earthers came out, NASA had to change, or whoever it is, they actually changed how far out the Atmo is supposed to go after that.
That would change things, wouldn't it?
No.
Because if you're saying you can't get somewhere because the story would violate a particular law, and you change the story so it no longer violates it, then would it violate it?
It still violates it.
Yeah.
Said if you change the story, so it doesn't. So, for example, if it's still within the same, airspace, then it wouldn't be a problem. But of course, that's not what their story is.
Yeah.
First of all, they said that the story was from 2001. Wouldn't help any fucking way. The Atmo, it's all a train wreck. It doesn't. All of it violates second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
All of it.
I like what you were talking about the thermosphere earlier today. Yeah, the thermosphere gets up to like 3,200, 3,400 degrees Fahrenheit or something, and titanium melts at like 2,800 or 3,000.
Titanium. Where was the titanium at?
Well, I just use titanium because that's like one of the strongest metals we know of, and even if they made any of their devices out of that, everything below that, the melting point is much lower.
Yeah.
So like aluminum.
Yep.
Yep.
Aluminum.
All
like
melt.
the shuttle and their fuckwit ISS.
Exactly. Along with everything that they could possibly insulate it with, all their plastics, all their, like everything. It's all melted. A big glob
All
of
the
molten
solar panels that all melt.
Yeah. All melted.
But then they'll try to fucking divert and try to get into there is no convection. Yeah, we know, you fucking idiots.
Bunch of
Yeah,
horse.
the molecules are too far apart. Don't you know that? Don't you know?
There's so little density. There's so little
There's
density.
no
fairy tale.
convection. Yeah, we know.
Wait a minute. There's no sweets. Why would you want to go?
No, yeah, there's no convection sugar. Yeah, well, you can stick your hand inside an oven. Fucking retard. Fucking globers. They gotta be goobers. They're all goobers. Some dumb fuck glober says something, they fucking write it down and then parrot that dumb shit. It's been happening for season 10, dude. 10.
It's hilarious. Day after day, the same happy horse shit from one to another. What the fuck?
It's like big watermelon hanging size curveballs, and I'm fucking Babe Ruth. Just sitting back here waiting to jack that dumb shit yard. It's
right?
really It's really quite pathetic.
Sometimes we lure them in, and then we just lure them right in to where they're just like right at the perfect angle.
Yeah.
And then right at the right distance, and then blam! And knock them out.
Yeah.
Knock the fuck out.
Yeah, you just got knocked the fuck out. I was doing that on the last archery competition. I hurt my fucking neck.
You hurt your neck.
Yeah, because I was trying to do it like he did. He got knocked the fuck out.
Yeah,
Like,
you tweaked your neck doing that shit, old man.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious. Where's that says who some bitch at?
The kettle is calling the pot black, huh?
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's right. I know. I'm a senior boomer.
I don't know. Most kettles are chrome now.
Yeah, that's why I said shut up. It's a pot calling the kettle black.
Either way, it's the saying that I was
It's
using,
not the saying.
whether or not it's chrome.
That's not it. You fucked it up in the beginning.
Yeah, I got it backwards. You're right.
Wasn't 2 sticks, Gagushi, for fuck's sake. Like, you guys can't even get that story right. I mean, it's a belly laughing fiasco. How many different versions of that fuckwit story there are? Fucking smoke signals, 2 sticks, 1 stick, another shorter stick.
A stick and a pillar, or a fucking.
It's so fucking stupid how the globetard morons can't even. At least they could get the fucking story right. Nope.
Obelisks.
What?
2 obelisks, they say as well.
Is that? I haven't heard the 2 obelisks.
Obelisk.
Yeah.
A well.
They usually can't remember the obelisk. Fucking
So
guy
basically
the
we
other
come
day.
down to. So hold on a second. We basically come down to measuring balls with an indeterminate amount of phallic structures. I get it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Fucking retard the other day on a video called him Erasmus. I shit you not.
Another
Wasn't
one
that
today.
Wasn't that a Polish poet?
Another one today said Aristotle, or was that yesterday too?
Yeah, Aristotle.
It said Aristotle.
Erasmus was a Polish poet.
It was Erasmus.
He's mixing them up.
Who's that? Well, that's Timbo. I thought that.
Yeah.
Dub, you better fucking stay on.
You do it.
Motherfucker.
The funniest was the guy who said Eratosthenes.
Erasmus.
Dude, Eratosthenes is a very valuable move in Wing Chun.
Yeah,
Well,
that sounds
like Greek. They'd say Eratosthenes.
Sounds like.
Today I just called him Harry Toasthenes.
Eratosthenes.
Hairy toes to knees.
Toasty knees.
I'm like, it sounds like you know that story really well, fella.
Oh, it's like, dude, it's like knife hand to neck, blade elbow to spleen, arrow toes to knees.
Sounds about right. The hand bone's connected to the arm bone. Like, what the fuck? Who was that Newton clip you posted there a while back? AI?
Oh man, I'd love to listen to it, but it's basically just I can't remember who they are, but they're like they might be physicists and scientists, basically saying gravity is essentially a tautological loop of explaining it, so that the cause and the effect end up becoming the same thing in one big circle. Then the answer basically becomes, what is gravity? Well, gravity is gravity.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, didn't we have a Glober display that very thing for us not 30 minutes ago?
Yes, we did. And then laugh. Gravity, that's gravity. What are you, retard? Fucking moron.
I'm going to have to submit that to the complaint department. There's so many citations of gravity not being a force that won't fit in one screen.
They're cherry picked.
I'm going to copy them though.
They're cherry picked, man. Don't do that. They're cherry picked.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots.
Any more goobers? I mean globers. Come on in and present your flippant case.
Are you a glober or are you a goober? That's a good question to ask.
Gloober.
Yeah.
Gloober's got a stick. Definitely Gloober.
Gloober fuck stick.
Gloober putt stick? Is that what you
Fuck
said?
stick.
Fuck stick. Gloober's fuck stick. To the counter, please.
There's a lot of
No swearing.
definitions in their paradigm that have that problem. Gravity's obviously one. Mass is one. Force is one. Acceleration is one. Refraction would also be one. But I like all the main ones. All the main ones like that they need to support their claims are all like some weird mumbo jumbo definitions.
You know what's amazing about that? The one thing they don't have: straight lines.
You know, Flatsy, there is one term that you just cannot stand. That I've noticed. You'll always pipe up. You know what that is?
What's that?
Fuck stick.
Just doesn't even sound nice. It's very not nice.
Not supposed to be nice.
It's ugly.
You do not like that at all.
Almost as ugly as the C word.
Okay, let's just change it to Goober Pugschnick.
No, we're not fucking
Not talking about
changing
container either.
We're not changing it. Frugschnick.
Here in Australia.
It's like you're a bunch of kids that need your mama to tell you what's right and wrong. Good grief.
No, that term has got.
I know it's wrong.
It's got teeth. That one.
What a
Yeah.
I think it's giving them too much credit myself. Why you want to denigrate fuck sticks like that?
Don't do it. You'll feel the
No
wrath.
swearing.
See,
Butt wipe will
Flatsy.
work.
Yeah. I figured it was coming. Don't say it. Ryan Flatsy. Ain't gonna work.
Close the poll. Is that better?
All right, so Flatsy, how about I ban that term and instead we use the term coitus cane?
It's just a bunch of adolescent boys. You never got past that stage.
Yeah, baby.
You should hear when there's no women in the room.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you guys should be like a little better when you got a lady present, but nope.
This is better.
You don't hear me talking filthy around you.
Oh, you're a good
I
boy.
appreciate you, Paraplegic. You're precious.
The fuck stick.
No swearing.
Shut up, butt wipe.
I said futsnick.
I think that I like your glue sniffer, your booger eater. Like those are good, okay? I can deal with those.
Window liquid crayon muncher.
Yeah, all those are great. Knuckle dragger.
Mouth breathing knuckle dragger.
Yeah. See, those are accurate depictions.
So it's this. This is for those people who bring in Eratosthenes sticks. These people who sniff glue, have a belief that the Earth is a globe, and think that they can prove it with the sticks. They're fuck sticks.
No swearing.
What's the shadow angle on your fuck stick? Fuck stick.
No swearing. You know, I'm very blessed that Booger will not pick up your bad habits because he's a good boy.
I don't swear at home. I swear like a sailor on the building site.
Yeah, you just swear at my home.
Sorry. Yeah, you forget that you go transmit into people's homes. Sorry about that, Flatsy.
I still love all of you.
We love
Who wouldn't?
We're delightful.
Globetards.
You're going to make me say it again.
I made your French friend angry this morning.
A French? What? French and friend?
Yeah, some
Don't go
French
together.
guy. It sounds like Inspector Clouseau from the Pink Panther.
Was it misinformation or variation of his name?
Yeah, one of those. Yeah, he's got numerous accounts.
Did he run away?
No, he started insulting me, so I just started laughing at him.
Oh, that's the other thing the French do. Insult you, yeah.
He was arguing about the word flat. He was saying, "What is your definition of flat?" Said, "You don't know what flat is, so you need to ask me. What's wrong with you? Stop being disingenuous, fucked up."
When he asked that question, you should answer with French wine.
Pinot Noir. The bottom of snails.
What's flat? Just start giving them pictures and shit. Here's a few of them.
Oh, is it going to be Sierra Del Uni?
No. I've all got fucking flat heads.
Yeah. Oh, Indio got McToon the other day.
How so?
Did he?
He didn't actually go over to the channel, but so McToon was talking to some people, I guess in the chat, and he was talking about 24/7, and he said Indio specifically that he punked out Indio over the salt flat pictures and the distortion that should be present. And so he says, "Oh, flat earthers can't ever tell me to quantify the distortion, so I did it for them." And he basically did it with the distortion would result in an expansion. And so he calculated and said, "Oh, this is so great, I did it right." But in actuality, it would result in a shrinking. So he didn't even do it in the right direction. and talking all that smack, and he basically lied about the convo that he had, and Indio was on the other stream pulling up the chat, and so he was debating, should I go over there and punk him out, but he's like, nah, he'll probably just like mute me and distract, so I'm just going to let him keep talking, then clip it out, and then post all these receipts and demonstrate that he's a lying piece of garbage and wrong.
Oh, awesome. So he did it completely the wrong way when he lied.
And so he'll make that. See, that just happened like, oh man, yesterday night or the night before. So, he's got to work on it for a bit, but he'll publish it soon.
Look forward to that.
Yeah, Mick Toon was saying Indio said this and that and that, and then Indio posted the conversation, yeah? And he goes, no, I didn't. Look at it. And got caught red-faced. Like he cares anyway, he's an idiot. He'll just go with his double chin and go, wah, wah.
Sorry, how will he go?
With his double chin. Like that guy from Austin Powers, the big Scottish guy.
Oh, yeah.
Get in my belly.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Have we got any ballers in the chat? Anyone at all? Who's Crystal?
Oh yeah, it was Neil that gave us that lowdown. Thanks, Neil.
Which Neil? Neil in here?
Yeah. Neil from 24/7.
Not Constantina Wire.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. I got to send a link to Alpha.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime.
He had thought we'd permanently lost the debate with Planer Walk, and I was like, no, we got that back.
Wow, that first one that you had with him in the arena back in the day. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good one.
Didn't that guy metamorphosize?
Well,
I mean, after you debate me, what's left but to do that?
Turn into a bitch.
Yeah, that was my joke about TFE. It's like, so we got the hot chicks representing each side. We got Lisbeth on the Flat Earth side and Planer Walk on the Globe Earth side.
It's like conservative hot and liberal hot.
Exactly.
brush myself up on that QE argument with the Rayleigh criteria. The Rayleigh criteria? Yeah.
The angular
I like
reduction, the angular reduction of distance of the boat.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
Yeah. I mean, looking for something for that for a long time that's concrete. And that's it.
Yeah, I like that argument too.
Because when we say, oh, you know, it's many factors, like, and then they go, many factors, you know, and then you never get a chance to explain what the factors could be. They just go, it's Earth curve. Whereas this is one argument that you can just put in place and go, well, what is it?
I think it slots in very nicely after the Black Swan.
Yeah.
We're demonstrating what the horizon is, and then we can start talking about, well, what this calculation doesn't actually include. Here's what we would actually see if the Earth was flat compared to a curved surface, with the angular size reduction with distance of the boat. Yeah, works very well.
I'm going to have to put my study cap on. Go on QE's website.
I just got to remember the numbers, man.
Yeah. 0.02, was it? 0.02? The limit,
Yeah.
angular limit of the human eye?
Yeah, angular limit of human eye, 0.02, yeah.
I've just got to learn how that relates to where the horizon should be. I think it was
6 foot.
at a 6 foot height.
Well, it's your eye level is at 0. And the boat
Eye level is at 0, yeah.
The boat is 6 foot. And it's the distance before it reduces in angular size. Perspective, curvature, or curvature and perspective. It's just the numbers involved in when the boat actually disappears after a certain amount of miles. I'm just still trying to remember those numbers at the moment. If we fucking spoke about it more, I'd remember it. There's been a couple of arguments where I've wanted to bring it up into the conversation, but because I don't know it so well, I've kept my mouth shut. Got it written down somewhere. Let's see if I can find it. Timbo, do you see the slide chat?
Yeah, I'm driving at the moment, but I'm going to save it.
Alright, man, no worries. I'll post it to you if you want.
Yeah, perfect. If I start looking at it now, I'll go, oh, yeah, it's good. The back of someone. Something will catch my attention and I'll lose concentration.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But I think I'll do. So I'm going to do the Curious Life of a Flat Earther compilation, 5-episode powwow in 24/7 Maine. I think we'll do a review of that planar walk debate. It'll be another good episode.
What did you call it again? I missed the beginning of what you said.
Oh, so there's this old flat earther. He's one of the first guys to talk about angular resolution. That's such a pivotal thing. And that was Curious Life.
Yep.
So he had a really good 5-episode thing about a whole bunch of optical stuff. But they're kind of short. Like it's only like all 5 episodes, like 120 minutes or something.
Oh, okay.
His channel got nuked, so I had to piece it together from mirrors and other posts.
I'd be interested in that. Sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff from like 10 years ago, or in the beginning, that helps you get some context for like the circular nature of the argument, and also where we came from the past. Also, even like with the TFE, like a lot of the Globers, like, oh, well, you don't have any models or explanation for any of this stuff, but like there were guys that were doing that stuff like way back early on, and it was like a nothing burger then. Sometimes a lot of the newer flat earthers, they don't understand any of that history, so they have a different impression of the landscape of what we're working with here.
Or when the Globers were claiming that, well, the proper Globers were claiming that the horizon is a physical place, and then they had to change their argument.
Yeah, and also just repeat, oh, we never said that. We never said that. And so people coming in now, they're like, oh, yeah, we never said that. And they think that's true, that it never was said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah, I was thinking like put a few things together. Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah, what? Yeah, what?
Put a few
Yeah,
things.
that's it. Like, that's it. And that's why the Earth's flat.
What are you going to string together? Like some words?
Yeah,
Got you,
so
brother.
you got a rock. You get a rock, right? And you take it back and you look at the fiscal year of the rock.
Oh, so what you're trying to say is, what you're trying to say, brother, is in conclusion, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
You weren't hit by that rock, were you?
No, dude.
Oh man. Hey, Jaco, I got a graphic I need you to look at. I made it just for this occasion. Okay. 1 second.
Okay.
I'm gonna post it here in the chat.
All right.
Here you go, bro. That's for you.
Yeah, that's a part of it though. Yeah, that actually makes sense though. Like, the rock. Is this a diagram of like evolution of like how?
Yeah, it's this is a scientific proof of evolution.
Yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. That's why rocks have consciousness.
From a rock to Michelle Thaler. Yeah, that's evolution.
Yeah, it's your cousin.
Rocks have consciousness.
Yeah. You invite them to Christmas, Easter. Like relatives, you know?
Yeah.
Distant relatives.
Relatives, that's right.
Yeah.
We're just complicated rocks.
Well, hold up. I got one here.
Atheist
Do you
Anna
agree with
just
my complicated
Yeah.
rocks?
Well, I have a scientific proposal we could do to figure out if the Earth is flat.
Go ahead.
So you get a ball, right? Like what they think that the Earth is round. You get a telescope and you're gonna look at it. You're gonna look at it really close, and you're gonna see it's flat.
Are you? Are you?
Well, see, I think the Earth is flat goes actually deeper. I do think it's flat, but I also think it goes into something like this. I think like what we see as like above, like the clouds and stuff. I think that's just a part of the upper other part of the flat
The
Earth
upper
above
cake.
Earth.
The icing.
Yeah.
Would you call it the icing?
Yeah, you could call it the icing.
Oh my gosh, what is going on?
A lot of
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's going on?
Or would that be the sponge layer? Called the sponge layer, and the icing
it's
would
like
be
a
the
mix of both. Like, if you
thermosphere.
actually get up high enough to the sponge layer, you can get through it. You can go to another flat Earth above the sponge area.
Yeah, and would that be the second layer of biscuit base?
Timbo,
yeah,
you're encouraging this. Good grief. Why?
I love cake. I love cakes. So I'm just
Spongy cakes.
Well, it's true. It's true. No, it's true.
Spongy cakes, therefore Earth flat.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, why do you?
Oh my
think everything is
gosh.
so, like spongy when you get down to it, right? Like atoms and stuff. Like atoms are individual things, and if you got down close enough, they would act more like sponges and not like solid, right? So that everything is actually made of like a cake-like material. Yeah. Why are you laughing?
All right. Fun's over. What do you think the Earth is?
That's what I think it is.
Sponge cake?
Well, no, not sponge cake.
cake,
But
Earth.
it's like sponge cake. It's like sponge.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
like
so it's a earth cake.
Kind of. Yeah, it's not cake.
Got it.
It doesn't taste
Got
like
it.
cake,
Earth cake.
but it's like
Earth
cake.
A lava cake.
Earth cake with icing all around the edge.
Yeah. Well, because flat Earth is real. Flat Earth is real. Like, and this is like the top of the cake here. Like, this would be like the top of the cake, right? You don't know what's above and below. Like, we can't know. Like, we can know that it's flat, but we can't.
There's a
know,
problem with your theory. Like you can't have your cake and eat it too, though.
Yeah.
But that takes the cake.
Yeah, you can't have that pizza cake that you're showing in your drawing. Can't have that.
Yeah.
No, that's not the pizza. That's the top of like the cake, like the cake like material that is the Earth. So that's like the top of it, right?
Yeah,
And
like when
the
you
top of
leave
it-
the east, like when you leave the icing too long and it goes all crumbly on
Well,
top.
see, below the top of it is this one. That's below the top of it is the bottom layer of the cake like Earth area, which leads to another top, which leads to another top, which is flat. It is flat. It is flat.
Yeah, but you're showing it flying around in space or something, aren't you?
No, it's not flying around. It's not in space. There's no space.
You're right. Bingo. Earth is still. You're right.
All right, hold on a second, friends. Let's see if Atheist Anna wants to chime in. She seems chomping at the bit to give her sage wisdom on the topic. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
No.
No.
No, she says.
No.
What part of it are you refuting?
All of it.
The spinning around the sun.
I'm not talking.
No, it doesn't spin around the sun. It doesn't spin around the sun.
You said you weren't talking, but I could have sworn I just heard you talking, saying you weren't talking.
No.
But
It's okay. I helped you.
Get back to your cake decorating forums.
Tony just popped in. Maybe he's got some knowledge to share.
Say, hold on, wait.
Please.
There's
Real
another
knowledge.
part to it, wait. Because what you see is space. 'cause
Another
you gotta
part.
explain space, though. Well, you have to explain space, right? So
no, we don't.
No, you have to,
no, because
demonstrate
like
it.
what is perceived as space, right? If it is like a cake-like material, like okay, what is that stuff we see? So we are on the top part of the layer, right? We're on the smallest part of it. So above us, we
Okay,
see
dude.
this.
All right, I was
Wait.
entertaining it for the last. We were
No, I'm
entertaining it for the last 10 minutes.
No, look. So above it is this.
Stop, man.
But it's a cake.
Okay, you got 5 seconds to stop talking about cakes. And just
I'm serious, dude.
be normal. You can have a normal conversation. You know, we are normal people.
I like the cake earther. That's good stuff.
No, because I'm dead serious. Like I'm not like I've
No,
thought
you're not.
about this. I am.
Okay, demonstrate. All right, demonstrate why you believe there's a cake. Go.
Because it's like atoms, right? Like you go, it's not a cake. It's not a
No,
cake.
cakes aren't like atoms. Cakes are not
Earth
like
is cake because atoms.
No, because
Good argument.
no, like we aren't like it's not cake. It's not actually cake. It's just like that's what it
No
like.
shit.
It's like
Otherwise,
it's
everyone
like-
would be
it's
fat.
like the texture. It's no. So when you go down, like right now, like atoms are solid, right? Like you can knock on your desk and it's solid. But if you go down like far enough, you go down to the particles and you go to the individual atoms themselves. They actually feel like cake. They mold like cake.
What about water atoms?
Same thing. You go down to like they're liquid, but you go down to what it is, down to the smallest part of it, which is the atom, and that is
my
like
hand goes.
they-
My
they
hand goes
shift
through the
around.
water. Yeah,
Well,
my
they
hand
shift
goes
around
right
like
through the
cake.
fucking water.
Well, if you had atoms that weren't in a solid or liquid state, they would be like cake, like in your hand. Is like what I'm saying.
Is that when
It's
you
not
have your
actually
cake and
cake,
eat
it's
it
just like-
too?
That's the best way to explain what it feels like.
Yeah, I think you're trying
so-
to have your cake and eat it too.
Are we talking like a sponge cake or a pound cake or like a chocolate cake?
I wouldn't be able to know exactly what texture of like cakey texture it would be.
Dirt cake. Dirt cake.
Well, not like dirt. Like I'm talking about like the edible cakes we have here. It would taste like shit though, because it's not like sugar or anything.
A shit cake.
Maybe it tastes like nothing, because I guess it is nothing at the end of the day.
Dirt cake.
Yeah.
So it tastes like dirt then.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like dirt is like a very specific like way that atoms are formed. They form into dirt, but that doesn't mean atoms are dirt. So I don't know what an atom would taste like if it's like not formed into a specific thing.
Well, keep working on it. I want to see a PowerPoint on this.
Okay. I can do that.
Bro, if you make a good enough PowerPoint, I'll do a special event and we'll let you present it live to the entire server. and our multiple streamed platforms.
Actually,
Yeah.
that'd be cool.
Yep.
Who'd you talk to get that done?
Me.
Yeah, so
You-
finish your
you-
PowerPoint, and then
Yeah, but
DM.
you're just a Flat Earth mod, though. You need what does it need the mods outside of this channel?
No, we can do it in our regular channel, 24/7 Flat Earth.
Oh, dude, we're a permanent room, bro. We're allowed to make events.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, look, don't get me wrong. Like you said, there's logistics involved, but that's neither here nor there. The key part of this is you actually making a good PowerPoint presentation or video.
Well, I'm
Something
at final
visual.
but I could do that eventually. Yeah. I could do that eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, don't wait too long though. The other cake earthers are chomping at the bit.
Well, I don't know. I think like I'm one of the first ones to come up with this theory.
Well,
How about we do it where I'm not saying that it has to be this way, but what if we do like a competition? So you get to present Cake Earth, and then somebody else gets to present something else Earth, and somebody else gets to present something else Earth, and then we vote on whose is the best presentation.
Yeah, maybe like a cake earth, like a competition, like maybe a Jello Earth or 1970s stereo.
No, because Jello could be like it's like I didn't even think of that. It could be like Jello too if you get down to it with the atoms.
What about
I
What about
don't even
Earth?
know though. But this time we're just theorizing.
It could be somebody with a 1960s psychedelic tapestry earther. Record album earther.
To the person asking why we're entertaining Cake Earth, it's because we recognize that in a diverse community of thought, some people, when they're presented with a new idea, are actually so afraid of it that they have to use coping mechanisms to interact with it. So they can't interact it with their true self. So they ease their way into actually entertaining an idea that's so antithetical to the ideas they currently hold. They create characters, they create lampoons, they create safety mechanisms so that they can interact with it without getting psychologically burnt. To help facilitate that, every now and then we countenance it.
So how did you guys come to the conclusion that it was flat Earth? What did you guys think? Because I'm just like starting to dig into this stuff.
It's actually very simple. So, water is the benchmark standard for level. The Earth is covered in 70% of water. Water can be measured to be flat. Therefore, you extrapolate that across the surface of the Earth. Therefore, the surface of the Earth is flat with variance between two horizontal planes, just as it presents itself.
Do you what if you zoomed out? What do you think it would look like? Do you think it's like flat but in space, or like what do you think? Or like flat
Cosmology, cosmology. You can only tell from as high as people can actually travel and view the Earth from top down, which is like high aerial footage. So it doesn't really look much more than what we can notice it from our vantage point. We don't notice it like the way NASA gives you these images like of a giant sphere. So I would say the vantage point we got is just, you could see more land, more water and land, but you can't tell what shape, if there is a shape, what shape that would be.
Mm.
So we can't ascribe like an overall shape to the thing that we're on. It's an extended plane, so all we can say is that from our vantage points, it looks like an extended plane in all directions. That makes sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Got any other questions? Did you just hear about flat Earth not too long ago, or what? Did he leave? He left.
I think he did.
He had his fill of cake.
It was the cake earther.
Oh, we got Crystal M in the house. Welcome, Crystal.
Oh, Alpha, I sent you that link to the planar walk debate.
Oh, is that the one that you had with Planar Walk?
Yeah.
That's one for the books, man. When I get everything set up, that's probably going to be the one of the ones I showcase between, because it was amazing, right? Like just the way it all went when you guys were going back and forth. So it was good.
Definitely needs to be edited. This clip is like 5 hours long, and I think the thing was only 3 hours, and the remaining 2 hours just completely devolves into chaos and not safe for work conversations.
Do you have a preference on how it's edited, or would you just let somebody put? Because I think you'd be the one to be like, oh, I like this, put this part in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It depends on if you want it edited for concisement, but I'm just talking about editing out the extraneous hours that aren't actually part of it, where people just start talking about all kinds of random topics like that. I mean, obviously that's not what you're going to put on your show, but I gotta clip it to where it's actually just meat and potatoes.
If you want to do that, just hand it to me, or if you want, I'll do it. But I don't want to. The reason why I was asking you to do it is because you know exactly where you feel the most important part. You know what you want highlighted.
What I was thinking of doing is doing a powwow watching it, and that way there's a bunch of people that can watch it together, and we could comment on it, and then after that, then we'd know how we would want to slice it up if we're going to slice it up.
Yeah, this was, I think, one of the times where I really started to figure out your knowledge on the topic. It was like where I started to figure out, like, this guy really knows what he's talking about, because your exposition on this particular subject was a bit more thorough than other times you've had interactions, because you don't really go in depth like this. This was like you put all the stops for this specific debate because it was hyped up, right? So it was like you'd have to go a little bit more detailed than other times. I mean, it's not just random.
You guys were having a thing with Planar Walk, and I just showed up.
Yeah,
I just like joined and then started chiming in.
Was it me and Jedi, or was it? I don't know, somebody.
Pretty sure.
I think I was at that time when you stepped up. I was like, "Holy smokes, dude! This guy is." Yeah, it was around that time. See who else we got in here? Got some folks listening. We got Midnight Sun in the house. What's up, Midnight Sun? That's funny. The Midnight Sun.
It's That's what he was asking about in the chat. What do we think about the TFE event in relevance to Flat Earth, Globe Earth?
He's saying in the text channel, it's not really him. He doesn't care about the topic. It's his brother who can't stop talking about it or something like that.
Oh.
I don't know. Midnight Sun, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe and your brother is a flat earther, or the other way around? Brother's a flat earther. Oh. Younger or older? Older. Huh. By a lot or just... Oh, that you... Okay. So it's akin to like sibling rivalry. You guys... Must be a rousing discussion at the dinner table, I'll tell you what. Never a dull moment in that house.
Oh, Clipcord pulled up something he said a year ago. Earth equals really, really big. Your measurements aren't big enough to keep up with the scale of the Earth. So if you get a black swan picture, don't cry when you get a minuscule amount of curve.
Okay, first of all, ew. Sheesh. His brother eats raw pork because he thinks the worms are symbiotic. Jesus,
Where do we get this minuscule curve? Like a minuscule curve to a human should be like so big of a fucking differential from this point to that point to that point that where's it at?
Yeah, but that's not you, D-Mock. No, I'm talking to Midnight Sun. Yeah, but that's those guys are outliers, dude. That's not speaking for FE in general. So whatever he thinks of as far as health goes, that has nothing to do with what we're saying in here. That's his own. Yeah, that's his own. What he thinks, not what we say.
He says he doesn't want to talk about curvature. He wants to talk about the midnight sun. A typical Glober doesn't want to talk about the actual thing that could arbitrate whether the Earth is curved or not, and wants to talk about something that's not the Earth and it's not capable of arbitrating the proposition. Classic.
I would take him up on that challenge if he was to.
No, I don't think that's what's going on. I think I specifically just asked a question, and y'all got an expert from a fucking year ago. I wasn't dodging a question. Y'all just brought up some shit from a year ago and decided to pick that game back up out of nowhere.
Yeah, bro, check this out. If you want to talk about the Midnight Sun, that's fine. Do you think it has any correlation to the Earth being a globe, or is it something separate that has nothing to do with Earth at all being a globe?
I don't know. I don't keep up with it well enough. All I know is it was important to the flat earthers who went, and it meant something to them. Because I'm guessing that they thought the sun was local in the first place, and now the entire community doesn't believe in a local sun, I'm guessing.
No. See, well, maybe you probably heard something, and then you think that whatever you heard was the way it goes, like the standard for people in the flat Earth community. But that's not the case, right? So I'm
pretty sure it was argued by Jedi, but I might be wrong.
Well, I don't want to put words in his mouth. I know he'll say what he says, but the sun being close and local and versus it being far away is a false dichotomy. So there's an idea that the sun has already been known to be 93 million miles away.
What about, do you believe in the ice wall then?
Ice wall? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
as far as like
have an ice wall, a wall of ice going around.
Let me just preface this, because you're bouncing around from topic to topic, and people get dizzy when people do that, right? So the only reason why I wanted to stick to one topic first, which was the Midnight Sun, which is why I even wanted to engage with you.
Right? Oh no, I was talking about the ice wall because I thought y'all thought that was Antarctica, and that's where the experiment took place.
So you're talking about the place they went to had something to do with the ice had something to do with the ice wall?
That's where flat earthers claim the ice wall to be, is Antarctica.
Yeah, so did they go and investigate the ice wall when those guys went down there?
No, they observed the midnight sun. The sun circling
Okay,
them.
so the topic has nothing to do with the ice wall then, right?
It has everything to do with the ice wall if you think the ice wall is Antarctica and the experiment
Yeah,
took
but
place in
they're not.
Antarctica.
They didn't make it a priority, dude. Like what I'm saying is, they didn't make it a priority to talk about the ice wall. Not even. You know what is interesting about what you said? That even if you were to ask those guys, hey, you guys went over there, but did you notice the ice wall? Like if you were to talk to them about it, they probably would be like, dude, we didn't even pay attention to that. It's not even a part of why we went.
I think that's the importance of the midnight sun in the first place. Is the fact that it orbited them locally, or not locally. It just went around them in the fucking sky or whatever.
I know what you mean.
So it kind of defeats the purpose of the wall, right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, dude, but the ice wall is a geological claim from the globe side anyway. It's not a flat Earth claim.
NASA thinks there's a wall going around Earth of ice?
No, dude, like the ice shelf that you would recognize when you go to Antarctica would be considered the ice wall, the ice shelf, right? It's otherwise known as an ice wall, but it's not.
No, I was talking more about the ice wall that flat earthers refer to like enclosing Earth. Like you'll see, like
I know that. I know that, and I was addressing that, bro. Midnight Sun. I was addressing that. I was saying that if they went down there, those guys who went over there, they would have made it a priority to talk about it, but they didn't make it a priority. So either the Globe Earth people that went down there were confused that they were supposed to mention the ice wall, and they didn't. Or the flat earthers didn't make it a priority to them to make it sound like, okay, we're going to talk about the ice wall. Nobody was prioritizing that as any, like, only except for you.
Changes where they went?
It doesn't matter what changes where they went. They didn't make it a priority, dude. This is the most important. You're talking about those guys who went over there. So am I.
You're unhappy with the wording of the experiment more than the experiment
dude, it wasn't. It had nothing to do with the ice wall that you think of right now. Your argument for that has nothing to do with what they went to go do. Nothing. They didn't talk about that. They just wanted to look at the sun and see it go around in 24 hours, above their heads. Yeah. That's what they went over there for. And they went to go look at the ice wall. Bro, Midnight Sun, check it out, man. If they went to go and do the ice wall thing, like you're saying, that encompasses the whole Earth, if that was the case, they would have talked about it. They did not. It was not a part of their test. They didn't.
What was the point of the test?
Priority. They wanted to go see the sun that would be up for 24 hours above their heads at Union Glacier. So
and what claim did they have to have relevance to flat Earth? Why was that relevant to them? What did they claim it to be?
Who, the flat earthers or the globe earthers?
Either side. What were both arguments for why they were there?
Okay, so apparently, right, the flat earthers who you consider flat earthers, they weren't flat earthers anyway. We'll discuss that later. But the flat earthers that you consider flat earthers that were there, we're talking about like there is no midnight sun. And the ones
why were they saying that? What led them to believe that?
Hold on. I'm going to tell you. According to the azimuthal equidistant projection map, that map shows that you could not have a 24-hour sun. The azimuthal equidistant projection map, right?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those models.
It's not a model. But so that map exclaims that if you have a sun, you couldn't have it locally go around like the way you said around their heads, because then it wouldn't be encircling the entire ice ring, right?
Yeah,
according to that map. But the flat earthers who went over there and they saw the midnight sun, they're only looking at the sun. So in other words, it's like this. The ice wall didn't have to be discussed because what the map was showing was that the sun would have to go entirely around, so you'd have to see it set, right? According to the way the map looks. So if you saw the 24-hour sun, you didn't need to talk about ice walls, because if it wasn't circling around them for 24 hours, then it would debunk the AE map. That means that map couldn't be the representative map of what the whole entire Earth looks like. So in other words, the ice wall was irrelevant, because if they saw the sun up for 24 hours, the globe earthers were happy, because they were like, well, you see, it was just like what we said it was, and it's not like the AE map. You get me? So they didn't need to talk about ice walls like you think they needed to. They didn't need to. So by way of seeing the 24-hour sun, it debunked the AE map. And so basically the flat earthers that were clinging to that map projection were eating crow, essentially, right? Do you get me now? So you didn't need to talk about. you didn't need to talk about ice rings because the AE map was already shown to be not a map that could support what the sun was doing visually. Does that make sense?
I just want to say one thing. The reason I was referring to Antarctica as the ice wall, because I was led to believe by flat earthers. I didn't hit it, babe. There's the other. I was led to believe by flat earthers in the first place that the ice wall was Antarctica. So I didn't really see an issue with referring to them with similarity.
I get what you're saying, but the thing that was being argued here was a specific map projection. That was was at stake. So these guys who were going there were saying, no, there is no 24-hour sun, midnight sun. The guys who you said are flat earthers on that side, and then the globe earthers were like, no, we're going to prove it to you. It's a 24-hour sun. So the whole main point was the 24-hour sun. They didn't need to talk about ice walls because if they saw the 24-hour sun, then automatically debunks the AE map. Therefore, that map, what you have, I don't care what's on it, it shows something that the sun should be setting, and it's not going to set. So essentially, it's a big W, right? According to what we're going to provide evidence of. So
those are
you get what I'm
flat
saying?
earthers, and y'all hate them.
It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. So, so there's guys who say they're flat earthers, right, and cling to things like map projections and such that can't be verified. That it is what it is. The Earth is like, let's say, for instance, right? I show you a map and I say this is what the Earth looks like, right? Whatever map it is, it could be the AE map or whatever. But if I say that's what the whole entire world looks like, and I have you believe that, right? Like, because I'd say I'm a flat earther, and this is the map of the whole entire Earth, and you take my word for it, right? Well, it comes find out somebody asked me a question like, "Hey, dude, you said that this is what the whole world looks like. Can you prove it?" And if I'm like, "Well, it logically works out to be like this, right? Because we think that the sun works in this particular way that this map supports it, right?" So if for some reason you show me phenomena like the way they did with the sun, it would show something opposite to what my map would be depicting, then you could easily debunk my map. You get me? So I can't cling to something.
If I had then asked you, like, anything about the sun, do you even claim to care about the relevance of it, or do you just strictly stick to measurements on here on Earth?
No. So the sun has importance as far as like the time goes, right? Like how we mark time. So it has relevance to time, but it doesn't have relevance to geometry. So it doesn't tell us
experiment and stuff. You don't. That's
it doesn't. Right? No, it doesn't give us any indication that we're talking about a geometric shape. So the way the sun travels in the sky can tell us like where it's going to be, and we can mark time from where it's at and ground position. Whatever, like you can do whatever you want, but it's not going to tell you that the Earth is a geometric shape in any way. Like you can talk about Eratosthenes leading you to believe that it could be a geometric shape, but that's not the case. And if we talk about it, it's not going to lead you to understand that the Earth is a geometric shape. And we can go into that, man. All I'm saying is,
what would be the counter like model or map that y'all go with now instead of that one?
All right, so yeah, I get what you mean. Like, what would we say if the glober is giving us a globe? What do we have to counter the globe? Isn't that what you're saying? Essentially,
you don't need proof. You just need the app. You just need to prove that we're wrong, right?
Yeah. So the globe is kind of reversing. What's that?
Yeah, I've heard that response. I figured it was going to go there.
Go where?
You don't need to prove that the Earth is flat. You just need to prove that it's not round.
No, you can prove that it's
incorrect.
Flat. You can prove that it's flat.
I just heard that quoted a lot.
Well, I know that, but I'm not saying...
You talk to some dumb flat earthers, dude.
I'm not saying that, bro. Like, don't put words in my mouth. I never said any of those things.
So on the top everything you do have a model then?
Did you... slow down, man. Like, you want to... if it's not one thing that you're going to put in my mouth, you're going to put something else in my... Like, I didn't tell you anything yet. So what I am saying, though, is you can discover locally how we can talk about distances that you can travel and how you can, understand that the Earth from point A to point B on certain distances is not curving. So you're going to get something in the way of like these flat maps, charts, and atlases and stuff. Like you can work off of local distances, right? And be pretty much as close to accurate as you can possible. Working off of anything. working off of things like planar surveying, and that's very useful, right, for accuracy, because you
Yeah.
want to be accurate down to the level we're at. Where things start getting wonky are when you're trying to extrapolate to the macro sense, right? The larger giant, you want to talk about from continent, to like the edge of the other side of the continent, right? So you want to know, like, well, what's the land really? Is it curving? Is it some kind of shape? Like, what are we going to extrapolate out to? Well, there's a lot of assumptions being taken with the idea that the Earth is a globe, right? And do you know that? Like, I don't know if you know why people
Like
say
the
that the
exact
Earth is a
shapes
globe.
update a lot, or what do you mean?
No, I mean like the history. Why do you think that people were even saying that the Earth is a globe in the first place? Like, why
There's
would
a
they
whole
think it is?
fucking stick and sun experiment with the shadows, and the two sticks were like fucking far away from each other. I mean, I could just
On a
quote
flat
obvious
surface,
stuff like satellites, but I know that won't go anywhere. I mean,
No,
I'm not really here to
but check it
debate
out, man.
you. More here to just understand where you're at now since the Midnight Sun experiment, and more so, do you have a model
we've
that
told you, like,
contradicts it?
from our position, there isn't a model that we're gonna show you, because models about reality aren't gonna tell you the overall, because the overall worldview is what you're going for, right?
I mean, more like a guesstimation, not anything exact. Just like
I know what I'm telling you is the
roundabout.
overall worldview for the globe earther is that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, right? But the problem they're having with that is there's no way to detail how they're gonna measure such a thing, right? Nobody knows how to do that. Even if I was to propose it to you, you probably wouldn't know how it's been measured as a globe. When you think about it, right?
I know the history of how it was measured. Like the whole stick, the two sticks and shadow experiment. I forget what the name of them were, but he basically had like a slave pace out like how many fucking steps. It was like 60,000 steps or something like that, and it wasn't exact, but it was as close as he can get it. And so it was obviously a little bit inaccurate. And then over time, it got better with whatever new method of measurement they had.
All right. So do you pace count, right? Now think about this. Even today, even today, if you would get somebody from the military to give you an idea of doing a pace count, and people from the military have done this, so I know what I'm saying. People from the military could tell you how difficult it would be from a short distance, even. I'm not talking about long distances, but let's say like even with the span of like 2 miles, just 2 miles, to do a pace count. You know how difficult it would be to get to accuracy? Like you'd be.
Oh, it'd be very inaccurate. That's why I said it was. It was inaccurate. It was updated over time.
But the problem is,
See, they claim to get it in 2%.
Yeah, I was to say the tolerance was at least either 1 or 2%, like close. So very, very close. So you think about pace counts and like how it would be done, like as a methodology would be like done over the surface. It would be. I would think it would be a monumental feat. I think it would be a miracle.
I also think there's a difference between a grunt in the military pacing something and someone's entire job. You just need to be good at it. That's all you got. You don't got to shoot. You don't got to drive nothing. Just count how many steps you took.
They claim they did it with camels, and there's two mountain ranges to go over too from those two positions. How do you do that?
Yeah, it's going to be inaccurate. They're going to fail still. I'm just saying. There's a big difference between someone just trying to pace something because their drill instructor told them to, and someone getting paid by something like
the
rich emperor or some shit.
Whether they
And like
actually
they'll
did
fucking
it or
probably
not.
chop your hands off if you fucking get it wrong. Whatever.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
Then there's the
And
question
again,
of
I know
whether
it's
they actually.
inaccurate. Not the point.
Oh, dude. Okay, and then there's the question of whether they actually did it or not.
Yeah, you're right. It could have just been a lie.
Yeah.
Well, think about it, man. The information from Eratosthenes. Do you know how close to accurate that is? Just the information. Do you know if it's like?
I think that's what I heard.
No. I'm not talking about the actual quantification of what he did. I'm talking about the actual person, the human, Eratosthenes. Do you know if he was a real person in history? Like how much literature is there of him that speaks
God, I
of
hate
him?
this debate. Yeah, I've had this conversation. Neither one of us.
I know.
It ain't gonna go nowhere, bro.
No. What I'm telling you is there's a lot of information you're taking for granted, and I think usually that's to your detriment. Because I think
like
you
history
think
can be
about
warts or histories written by the victor. I get it.
No. What I'm saying is the history. It needs to be something that can be found within different contexts, right? Other people's writings about a human who is supposed to be somebody that discovered one of the greatest things of all time, which is
to be multiple
that the Earth
accounts
is a
of
globe.
something. Yeah.
But
I
it just
gotcha.
doesn't seem. It just doesn't seem like the person was one that you could get on a first account basis, right? Not
You
even
think it was
second
just
account.
one
Like,
person? Just one person's carrying all that on their
Eratosthenes.
back,
No,
and
I'm
everyone's like,
talking
"He's
about
so smart. He must be right."
I'm talking about Eratosthenes. If you go back, can you find any literature of Eratosthenes that's firsthand? I'm asking you this.
I've never even tried.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're already discrediting the fact that it's just me saying, like, being skeptical, and you haven't looked into
I
it
didn't
and
discredit that. I
actually
said this
try to
debate
figure
won't
it
go
out.
anywhere because it won't bear fruit.
Well, it does, because you're taking it for granted right now. You think
No,
that it's
my
already a
entire
foregone
point
conclusion.
is no. I'm not saying that it's like I'm correct or anything. I'm saying it doesn't matter your viewpoint on it. It doesn't matter my viewpoint on it. It won't change the fact that that's a part of the argument to begin with. Is Eratosthenes?
Yeah, I
Whether he
know.
existed or not is not going to change the point I'm
Yeah,
making.
it should matter, because
You asked about the history of the
it's the
measurements.
fundamental.
It's arbitrary. It doesn't
It's the
matter.
crux. It's the crux of the globe argument. You should
We
think
don't
that there
ride
would
off
be there would,
Eratosthenes' fucking measurements.
bro.
We have
Check
other
this out, man.
measurements.
Like, it always goes back to Eratosthenes. I'm telling you. Every time you look it up,
It's a rabbit hole.
every time
It goes up
listen,
glacier.
every time you look it up on the internet and you say, who was the first person to measure the surface of the Earth that's curving, it always goes back to the answer is Eratosthenes every time.
Just who
Every
measured
time.
in general?
So you got to remember, if it's always going back to that figure, then you're going to figure out, well, how do we know that figure
You're
existed? And, like,
specifically
let's find
asking
out.
the same question of who measured it first. I would imagine there can only be one person who did it the first time. Can't be two people.
Well, and that's the
Can't
point.
be three.
No, but that's the point, though. Like, if the whole argument hangs on this specific individual being alive at
hang
some
on that.
point.
No
Yeah,
one
but
hangs on
you
his fucking
say
word
that.
to say we live on a globe.
Yeah, but you
I
say
think most
that
people
doesn't
can
make
ride on satellites and like rockets.
Nah, man.
I don't think
Like,
most
you're not
people
getting it.
think about Eratosthenes.
It's not about what you listen. Your viewpoint on the matter is irrelevant, dude. The fact when people look this up on the internet everywhere, you're just like a little blip in the timeline. Everybody
My point
else
on
that
that
looks
is
up,
it's flat earthers doing
dude,
that,
you
not
just want to
normal
interrupt
people.
me, bro. You just want to interrupt me. That's all you do.
You're monologuing.
Because you don't want to hear the truth. The truth is, when everybody searches this up, they look for who's measured the surface of the Earth's curving the first time. It goes back to Eratosthenes, which you don't want to listen to, whether he was somebody that existed or not, because you say that has nothing to do with the fact that it was measured. Yeah, it has everything to do with that. The globe Earth argument hangs on this guy actually existing, and whether or not he actually did what he said he did, exactly the way he did. That's what you don't realize.
No one
You're
hangs
trying to
on
bypass that.
Eratosthenes' measurement. I'm not bypassing it. I'm denying it. I
Yeah, you
disagree with it entirely. No, I'm not ignoring it. I'm telling you you're wrong
On
because
what
no
basis?
one rides on those measurements.
On what basis are you discrediting the fact that this is an essential part of the argument for this particular, globe Earth argument? Why are you discrediting it? That he's an actual
Particularity
historical
of it
figure.
is just measurement. And if you're going to go to history, that's not going to change anything because all you were talking about is a first measurement. What does that have to do with the measurements today?
It's a fabrication, bro. It's a fabrication of what you think is something that was actually done. It's a fabrication.
Okay, what about the measurements
And if it was a
after that? Are those fabrications too?
Listen, bro. If it was a fabrication, if it was a fabrication of something that was done, that would discredit the fact that it was actually done. This is the most important part for you.
You're right. You're completely right. Eratosthenes didn't do it, and he didn't exist. So what about the measurements today?
Still
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so why the fuck are we talking about Eratosthenes when we can talk about today's measurements?
Well, because it had a... Now think about it, man. If it didn't have... Listen, you don't think of the implications. You just want to bypass the fact that this was never done, and we don't even need to look back into history, so long as we can do it today. But then you forget the fact that...
That's a great point. Yeah, you're right. We can just do it today.
No, I understand that. So if it wasn't established, in the past, then all we got today are fabricated lies, things that people can already have
Absolutely.
a method to.
You're completely right. That's assuming we kept measuring it the same way he fucking did. We just kept getting people to replace it.
People are doing. People are using. People are using the method.
Yeah, you're right.
I just put into Google, right? I didn't even put in first. I didn't even put in curvature. I just typed in who measured the Earth. Bam! Eratosthenes. First result. Big picture.
And I told
big words.
I told
bold
Midnight
letters.
Sun. I told Midnight Sun, like, this is important because it doesn't matter if he agrees that whether or not Eratosthenes was involved in this discussion or not. It's what's already cemented within, like, historical context. Whether somebody's going to look this up, that's the first thing they're going to receive. And now Midnight Sun can say, I don't care about him. It doesn't matter about him. Yeah, but so it doesn't matter what you say, so long as it's there in the internet. And when somebody searches it up, it's going to be the first thing somebody sees. It's going to be something that they can say, okay, I have some history that go off to argue for the Earth being a globe based on Eratosthenes and what he's done. And you're saying, I don't care about that.
I didn't base it off that, though. If I had started this argument with the fact that he did that thing, then okay.
Can I just say
you just started ranting about Eratosthenes, and you're mad that he pops up in your fucking Google search when you look up the first person.
I gotta get going. But I'm gonna hand it off to T-Dub or someone else. So all right,
no worries. So what you're going to do is you're still going to use the same method, but you're still going to use the same assumptions. So you're essentially using that same method that apparently
no one uses the method of someone pacing between fucking 2 points. You don't do that. It's not the same method.
If you didn't interrupt me, then I would have finished. So there's 6 assumptions that they use before you can actually do this equation. Do you know what they are?
I don't know what they are, but I'd like to hear them.
No, I don't talk to you. You're a fuckface.
Yeah, but I'd still like to hear what the 6 things are.
Okay. I want to talk to the other guy, because... Who was it?
Oh, he's no longer here. So if you want to finish the argument, you're going to have to do it to the audience.
Well, assumptions are as follows: Earth is a sphere, hence the 360 in the equation. Light rays come in parallel. These 2 cities are on the same latitude or longitude lines, and these cities are a certain distance away from each other. If none of these are solved, then you don't have a basis for the equation. Just made up that you've got 2 shadows and they create different angles, and you do an equation with 360 degrees and you get 7 degrees.
Wait a minute. Did you say parallel sun rays?
Yeah.
All right, did you also add the sun is bigger than the span of the cities in question?
No, I didn't add that one.
At least it could be bigger, you know. They weren't quite at the sun is bigger than the Earth yet.
I think one of them was.
Followed.
Yeah. I think they used the word infinite distance away the sun.
Yeah, and then in order for that, it would also have to be bigger than. So if you could do Eratosthenes supposedly anywhere on Earth, then the sun would have to be bigger than the Earth for you to have parallel rays accessible at all points on the Earth. Does that make sense?
Yep. I don't know why he left.
Yeah, there's a lot of assumptions in that event. One of the biggest assumptions is that event even occurred.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and even if that guy wanted to talk about, well, let's not use Eratosthenes and let's use modern day ones, they're still using the same assumptions. And they're using the results from Eratosthenes to get the radius that they've got anyway. So that's where it comes from. Yeah. Maybe that's why he left. Do you want to hear it? Funny because he sounded like he was coming around and was going to have a normal chat, and then he kind of spiraled.
All right, let's see. Do we got anybody muted? Let's find out. Oh, Boulder's toast. I thought you wanted to tell Boulder the story and have him reply.
Yeah, I don't talk to him. Doesn't say anything, so it's kind of a waste of time. He starts talking about people's feelings instead of the topic.
Gotcha.
Anyone else can, though. I muted him, but I can unmute him.
Oh no, I gotta go, but I was hoping the convo wouldn't die out. So
we'll try and keep it going. I've got to go into the supermarket for a bit, but I'll be out in 5.
See what else we got going on here. Oh, we got Mick. Mick, do some work.
What's good, man? You called?
Yeah, inside a convo. You want to?
With who, man? Who's new around here? I see Crystal M. Haven't seen that person before. Who else?
Don't forget, if you're incendiary enough, people listening from the live stream will come in.
But with who? Right? It's got to get hot with someone. Right?
Bro.
Crystal M, are you there? I don't know. I don't know about that.
Why don't you just teach Crystal M some Flat Earth exposition until you provoke Crystal M into interacting, or somebody else to White Knight, or answer what you're saying. But I gotta go. I'm gonna be out of here. Peace out.
I'll keep an eye out. Yo, Crystal, you there? I guess not. Who else we got in here? Redman 116. Good evening. Haven't seen you around. Do you have anything to throw into the pot? Care to introduce yourself, perhaps? We also got Dank. Good evening. What, everybody fall asleep or something? I'm gonna blame you. I actually just woke up myself. We also have Zero. Good evening, Zero. Could you introduce yourself, or do any of you think that we're living on a spinning ball?
If we were living on a spinning ball, we would all be dead.
That's my understanding too. You at a shop or something, man? A little bit of back feet.
Yeah.
What's good, man?
Yeah. Yeah. It's all good. Curious, why isn't anybody talking about flat Earth?
We were about 5 minutes ago, but somebody left midway conversation, so it kind of came to a bit of an abrupt end.
Okay.
Did you just get here?
We're waiting for you.
Did you just get here? I didn't hear your entry.
No, I got here about 5 minutes ago, but I was putting on my headset.
Oh, okay.
And then I just noticed that everybody is muted.
Yeah, we get to, we tend to do that at night. Most people are, just listening, and I myself sometimes am muted and just pass out and wake up and I'm still here. So for all we know, everybody's asleep.
Oh. Well, for those who are not asleep, oh, never mind, I don't have video permissions in here. I was gonna give everybody white light fever.
Oh, no. It's fun sometimes. There's been a few incidents where someone fell asleep with their mic open and they snore.
Yeah, NG, what do you call it? Not NG. Crystal M does that.
Have you, like, in general or in this room? Because I've never heard them in this room.
In general, I don't know about in this room. That's primarily why I've popped in here. I'm like, oh, they're online. No, maybe they're asleep.
Right, maybe, man. I tried calling them out. I don't know who else you know around here, but everyone seems to be, on hold. So,
yeah.
But if you're cool,
to me.
so on yourself. T-Dub.
Nah,
Timbo.
Tim. Yeah.
I had to scroll. Fuck. Never gonna get that right.
I don't even correct it anymore.
You must get it a lot, eh? Yeah. But yeah, Mr. Freightliner. Do you frequent this room, or because I haven't seen you around here?
Yeah, no, I don't. It's like once in a blue moon that I'll happen to come in here.
Okay. Who do you recall speaking to in the past?
Dude, I don't have the best memory. I don't even remember what the fuck I had for lunch yesterday.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what's your stance on the topic?
Kind of neutral. Like, to an extent, I do believe that it's flat.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
To an extent.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Can you clarify that?
I have no way to prove that it's round. Everybody around me tells me it's round, claims it's round, but pilots and whatnot, what little bit of research I've done into it, and then also by driving across the country, I don't see the curve.
Yeah. Pilots tell you it's round? When did they do that?
No. Pilots tell you it's flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they use it as a flat surface.
Yeah. No, I'm saying everybody around me tells me it's round. Every research I've done tells me it's flat. And also, I drive across the country and it's fucking flat.
Water. One word. Water at rest lays flat and horizontal at all times. Let's give this guy a go. Alright, Roland Mabolda, you're unmuted. You want to talk to Mick, you can talk to Mick, but don't address me.
Oh shit! Thanks, man.
We call that a handball. But not my problem anymore.
Sure, I'll volunteer this guy. Yeah.
No worries.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for the
All yours, Mick.
What's up,
I'm
man?
gonna go ahead and bounce around.
Cool. Welcome. Come back anytime, man.
Yep.
On mute. Oh, I thought he was going to talk to you.
I think he said I'm gonna go bounce around.
Nah, that
I'm gonna
was
go.
the other guy.
Oh shit!
Yeah, Roland my boulder said thanks for the unmute. I thought he was going to talk to you.
I thought so too.
What? I'm not pushing anything.
You're not? We're just lighting up the text. Lighten up the text chat.
We were talking about my origin story, why I was here.
Oh.
It was Behind the Curve on Netflix. I'm sure you've heard of that. You must have.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my first exposure to Flat Earth. And I, back then, thought it was sort of like clickbait, is what I said here. But I mean, I thought it was made up or something like satire or fake. And I first set out to find if there were real people that thought the Earth was flat, because I didn't think there were real people that thought that. And it was not easy to find, actually. YouTube, and I came after the great, what do you call it? YouTube did a reorganization where they stopped promoting conspiracy theories and started tagging stuff. I came after that, and so I first found flat earthers on Reddit, and after Reddit, I found Discord, and here I am. But it was surprisingly hard to find the real people that thought Earth was flat.
Yeah, I don't blame you, man. I had a friend who had sent me the link to the live stream, like a few years back. And I was just listening to all these guys talk, and then only last year I'm like, fuck it, let me jump in, at least say hi, and it's like, shit, you guys doing some good work. You're really good at what you do. Thank you for your service, And then I got caught up in it. But besides that, it was all like the Eric Dubays and the videos on BitChute and stuff like that, right? So this does seem one of a kind.
I didn't know about Eric Dubay and that kind of stuff until way later. I mean, my entry into this discussion was mainly through Netflix and Reddit, and Reddit is not like Discord at all. So I came in by a very different route.
Yeah, Reddit's something else.
And then when I did get into Discord, I was not now, but way back when I first came in, I didn't understand, and I was brand new, but I was being treated with so much hostility because people at the time didn't have a good way of telling whether somebody was actually new or trolling or whatever, and there was a lot of suspicion, but I didn't understand any of that at the time, and so the first 6 months were a really wild and rough ride.
How long ago was that?
Let's not talk about that.
Okay.
It's a long time ago.
A long time ago? Yeah, maybe the argument was still in its infancy, and
I mean, it was after the Netflix thing. It was after Netflix. That Behind the Curve is 6 years ago now, and I was a year or two after that. So there you go.
Oh, okay.
It's been a while, but not infancy for sure.
So what holds you on the fence, or what keeps you on the fence still?
Oh, I
If I may
don't
put it
think.
that way.
Yeah, I don't think it's really fair to anyone listening to say that I'm on the fence. I'm a Glober, but I do carve out like a little space in my mind that I could be wrong about my most deeply held convictions. So like, there's a small space where I leave room that, you know, I do try to. How about this? How about this? I'm a Democrat or like a leftist or whatever, and we have a president that's very much a right-leaning person, and each thing that he does, I do try to remember that it's because he did it doesn't make it wrong. And so I do try to evaluate things. I do try to remember that I'm fallible and everything that I believe could be wrong. And so I do try to evaluate new data, new observations, new evidence, new thoughts.
Right. So like not it's not, you don't hold a stance of everything a flat earther says is wrong type of thing. What CB calls it?
Absolutely.
Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
Right, because QE said it has to be wrong. Yeah,
Right. That's an all or nothing. It's like a stereotype, all or nothing fallacy bundled in one. Yeah, you can't. No one can hold.
And you can lead yourself very wrong when you start thinking, I hate this person, like I hate Trump or I hate QE or I hate this Glober or whatever. And so then you can lead yourself wrong with your own hatred. I mean, I try to avoid that. It's hard to do. We're all fallible.
Yeah, we're human, man. It's always good to ask questions,
Exactly.
That's one of the reasons why I come in here, right? So I heard the argument in all the constituent parts. I'm like, shit, man, like there's something there, So I kind of like changed my viewpoint, and I argue on the flat Earth side now because I mean it's pretty evident, things make sense, all this stuff. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, maybe today. Every time I come in, I'm like, maybe today there's going to be that PhD guy comes in here and says, no, here, this is how it all checks out. And we verified it all. And indeed we are on the globe. Right. In such a case, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, I mean, if we went wrong here, and here, and here, and what this guy is saying is actually the truth, well, then fuck me. Right. I would have been wrong. Everyone would have been wrong. We shut down the channel. I wouldn't say I look for.
I feel like that's.
But what I'm saying is I'm open to that, right? In the worst case scenario, right? I was wrong and everybody's wrong. I'm okay with that, right? So if I'm okay with the extreme, I'm okay with anything that leads up to that, so to speak. Or I'm inclined to consider that.
Yeah,
but
I would say that I continue to participate. If I'll just be blunt, there's an entertainment side to it, but the non-entertainment side is that Flat Earth is a place where I meet people that think very, very much not like me. They don't agree with me. They don't process information like me. They don't assimilate facts like me, and that's.
Well, we are all different.
But that's hopeful to me because it pushes me to question some things, and it keeps. Yeah, I mean, I have definitely. How could I say? Flat Earth has helped me distinguish. For sure, talking to flat earthers has helped me distinguish what I merely accepted, what I casually just believed, and what I really felt like I knew for sure. Like,
Right.
Those things were all kind of merged at the beginning. Lots of stuff I just, casually believed, but I thought I knew it as well. So I don't know. It's very good for me to talk to people that think totally not like me at all.
Right. Well, what have you actually evaluated and come to terms with differently after having speaking to people in here?
Sure. So, one of the things that I really thought, like, for sure, was that the sun, if you're in the northern hemisphere, I'm going to talk like a glober, so it's easy for me. If you're in the northern hemisphere, then the sun rises in the east and is always to the south of you. Like there's the whole moss on the north side of trees because the sun doesn't shine on it. And when it was finally pointed out to me that if you're in the northern hemisphere, sometimes the sun does rise north of you. And I thought that, and then I had to go back and admit that I was so wrong. So yeah.
So anywhere north of the equator, basically?
I don't know about that. I was specifically arguing about me, and I'm in a mid-latitude type region, sort of,
Well, yeah, I mean...
So if you're in a mid-latitude type region, sometimes the sun does rise north of you.
Well, yeah. Well, I would imagine so, right? Because the argument of, the Earth is tilting, what is it, 21 point something degrees? Right? So if you're anywhere south,
one or something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So if you're anywhere south of half of that, because it would oscillate back and forth between what 11.
Well, you're saying that geometry makes intuitive sense to you. I did not have that at all.
Okay.
Have that.
Well, that's what I mean, right? So if what are they called? The extremities. The extremity, latitudes that the sun would go back and forth from, whatever they're called, right? If you're anywhere south of that, well, of course it's going to be in the north, and then it's going to go back down to the south. But if you're north of those extremes or south of those extremes, it'll never be north of you. Right, so it depends where you are.
Intuition is way faster than mine, but yeah, totally.
Okay,
that makes sense. I didn't have that, even as a glober. I didn't have that geometry intuition, and I offer this as an example of where I came believing something I thought I had been taught, in grade school. That the sun is always south. There's the moss on the north side of the trees, and then. I was wrong.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. But what leaves you to cling on to the entire paradigm as a whole?
No.
Like what bits and pieces, in conglomeration, do that for you?
Yeah, no single thing. It's
plural, I asked. Pieces.
Yeah, even then it's hard. It's hard to answer. So what I like to do is take if the truth is the truth, right? Like whatever it is, the truth is the truth. So if a thing is true, I can apply it again and again, even in brand new situations. And so it's the way that the globe. I don't. You have the right words. Flat Earth seems to explain things one at a time, and globe seems to explain things more than one at a time, and that is why. I don't know if that's a good way to summarize it or not, but it's a. Can I use?
Can I ask you a question?
I mean, you already have been.
No, it's not me. It's Redman.
Oh.
Not at all. So what?
Sorry, sorry to mix you up.
No. You keep it simple. What's the one proof that you have that we're standing on the globe?
Yeah, I don't have one. I've heard that question.
All right. So
I've tried to answer it, obviously, and I don't have one.
If you don't, then you don't know. If you don't have it already,
If that's a conclusion you want to draw, fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. So we're not on the globe then. You don't have it right off the cuff. You already know.
So you did several conclusions there on your own. That's fine. I didn't walk that walk with you though. I'm still a Glober.
Okay? So,
but Roland, you maybe I'm mistaken, but earlier in our conversation, it sounded to me like you openly profess your affinity to the globe solely on belief, basically.
Globe love.
If I did say that, may have misspoke or may have been like trivializing something.
Okay.
It is acceptance.
Yeah, no.
But I'll clarify. It is based on acceptance of evidence. So it's not proved to me. I already told you I carve a space out in my mind that I could be wrong about anything.
Well, okay,
I do accept it based on evidence.
Okay, but this evidence, how much of it have you actually verified? And if none, then you're taking it solely on faith that the individuals telling you it are actually accurate and all that stuff. So that's what I mean. Like you didn't use the term believe, but that which you did say basically insinuates that. You know what I mean?
Sure. I'll give you just one very trivial example. But you said, did I verify anything? And I'll give you one. The ISS, International Space Station. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah.
It had, so if you know where you are on Earth, it has a time where it will come up over the horizon, and it also has a ham radio repeater on it. So if you listen on the ham band, you can hear messages bounced off of the ISS because it will repeat certain kinds of things. And so I have built a directional antenna, pointed it where the ISS was supposed to come up, came up. I started receiving messages at the exact time that I should have, and I was able to continue receiving them by moving the antenna along the path all the way till it was supposed to set. So I consider that verification of the information of when the ISS was supposed to be visible. And
well, that's
not proof that I'm not trying to prove anything. But you asked, what did I verify myself? And I certainly did check to see if it came up. You know, if it was not audible. If I couldn't receive a signal when I wasn't supposed to be one, and then if I could when I was, and etc. I did verify that.
Well, that's good. You took the initiative to verify a claim that the ISS would be, let's say, in your vicinity. I don't know what the range is on that thing, but that's good. That's the type of effort I'm talking about, right? Now, to that, I would say that at best, you verify that something is within your vicinity, and then at a predicted time, and then at some other predicted time, it would no longer be within that vicinity. That's all good and fine, right? But how the claim that they are within, the regions of outer space, low Earth orbit, outer space, just on the brink of it, floating around, all that stuff in the fashion that we're told they are. Those, I guess, are details that are excluded from your type of assessment, right?
Sure.
Fair enough.
The space.
And here's
Hey, hold up. The space outside the container itself. How you explain that one? The air.
That's
why I was
a
going with that.
new thing. That's a new thing, but I did want to answer Mick before we move on to the new thing, if I could.
Hold up. No. How you explain the air without the container?
I'm
the
not
region
trying
that it sits in.
I'm not trying to explain that to you.
Okay, so you don't know.
I'll get there, Redman. Don't worry.
Yeah. I'll be in the background. I'm listening. It's funny.
Right.
So Mick,
you
the
follow what I'm saying?
Am I what?
I said, you follow what I'm saying? You know?
Yeah. So for me, it comes down to, and I don't know if everyone is like this or if it's just me or whatever, but I want to compare ideas, and there hasn't been an idea about why I could receive the ISS when I was supposed to, and then couldn't after I wasn't supposed to, like with the ham radio.
Yeah.
That matched flat Earth. Like no flat earther ever explained to me why the ISS would be visible there and then not later. How that worked. I mean,
well, really? Because I mean, you can have a device floating around up there somehow.
Well, okay, hold on. There's no floating around up there on a flat Earth. When I say a flat earther explained it to me, I mean on a flat Earth with all of the flat Earth constraints in place. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It can't be some of the flat Earth constraints in place, but not others. And if we sort of half assume it's flat and half assume it's globe, it has to be all flat.
Right. So what did I say that violates any particular thing?
Okay,
right?
Why couldn't I?
Go ahead. Finish your thought there. It's okay.
Why couldn't I hear ISS? When I say hear, I mean like receive a signal. Why couldn't I hear it before I started hearing it? Is it off?
I'm not arguing for that. For sake of argument, I'm accepting that you have a range. Your device picks up on something that is within range, and then goes out of range, right? But where that device is, and what that device is, where it is, how it's actually coming in and out of your communication range, that's what's in question, right? For it to actually be going in and out, you can verify that because of your thing, right? That's all good and fine.
So that okay.
You know what I mean? Like if you had like for example, if you had an airplane fly above you.
No, I don't. Okay.
Right? Huh? No, I'm not saying what you picked up on was an airplane per se. But if you did have an airplane that was doing something very similar, at some point it would come in within range and then go out of range, right? You know. But so my point.
So then, yeah. Can I ask one clarifying question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Does it matter? Does the altitude of the airplane change what happens when? Does the altitude of the airplane change the timing, or is it just the range to the airplane, or the
change the time
or vertical? Yeah. How do I work out where the airplane was and what it was doing?
I don't know if you could, because your thing, your radio, it's a radial connection, right? There's a broadcast, and if there's something within range of that broadcast, there will be a response, a ping of some sorts, and when the thing gets out of that range, it stops, right?
Yeah, so I disagree with that, I guess. I would say I would say the signal level is more important than the range, right? Like with cell phones, you could be too far away, and the signal would be attenuated, or something could be between us, and the signal would be obstructed. And maybe there's a third or fourth option as well. So I don't want to just reduce it to some sort of range claim. Like it's just range and absolutely nothing else. I want to make sure that we're clear on that.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. When it's just about in range within whatever distance, whatever the maximum distance is, you have a really low signal, and then it gets closer, your signal increases, and then it decreases. Right? As it gets closer to you, it increases, and then it goes away, it decreases.
Yeah.
There's no contention on that. I guess that was just assumed, right? I know maybe what I was saying was very binary-ish because it's in range or out of range, and in that it's like there's a signal or no signal, on or off, and that's all that's being considered. That's fine. No, I recognize that. There's a type of signal, right? Or quality of signal.
You raise a great clarification, and I guess that was what I was kind of keying on. I wanted to make sure that we weren't sort of conflating or confusing obstructed by the Earth curve and too far away, or mixing them up, or not able to tell the difference, or something like that.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure we're really
absolutely. Yeah, I haven't even brought up that yet. If the thing is within range and you have a really low quality signal, right? That's good. And then the closer it is, like let's say it's right above you, right? You have the best signal, shortest distance, and then it begins to fade out again.
Oh, like if it was an airplane over the flat Earth, far away, long, right over me, shortest. Okay, yeah.
Right. So all that to say, at this point, all you've verified is something is coming within and going out of range from where you are because you're picking up on something that's being emitted from it. It's good that you verified that.
Respectfully disagree about that.
Well, that's all you've mentioned so far, though.
No. Well, the disagreement was the globe made a claim that had nothing to do with range. It had everything to do with time and obstruction. So I verified a globe claim that the object would be obstructed by the Earth and then visible and then obstructed again. You are raising a very valid counter argument that it could have been an airplane over the flat Earth or something.
No, hang on.
And arrange things. Totally right.
Hang on.
Right.
Wait. So what I'm trying to confirm with you is I acknowledge that your bit, okay, whatever it is that you did, okay, all it does is confirm that indeed something is coming within range at a predicted time. I didn't mention that before. This is the timing bit. I do acknowledge that too. I was just omitting it for brevity, right? The timing and the fact that you are able to pick something up and then no longer be able to pick something up, like in terms of signal and all that. At this point, all you've done is confirm that you can do that at said predicted time.
I just respectfully disagree that that's not what I verified.
Okay. Well,
I want to say I specifically verified the globe claim that at this moment. Oh, yeah, I will tell you. At this moment in time, you will start hearing it, And at this moment in time, you will not be able to hear it anymore. And so I went out and I did that, and I verified the globe claim was correct. I heard it. I couldn't hear it before, and then I started hearing it when the globe claim said I would, and then I stopped hearing it later. So all that I did was verify what the globe claimed. It doesn't mean it proves the globe. It doesn't prove the globe.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything about range. I didn't do anything about range. The globe wasn't telling me anything about range. So
no, but hang on though.
How did you verify?
Yeah. What you just said?
I have a radio, and I verified by listening to the radio. I mean,
A radio? Hold on.
Hang on, Demo. Hang on. I'm not done yet. Right, Brolin. Just so you know, dude, what I was just saying is exactly what you said, except you threw in the term globe because it's their side that's making the claim that you will be able to do all that. Right? You just confirmed what I just said, but you added a little cherry on top for something. Right? The reason why I'm using range is because I understand how signals work. If you can't pick up on a signal, either something is obstructing it or it's out of range, but you can't make a distinction. You can't tell the difference from your with your device. All you have is a quality of signal. Correct?
I mean, let's make it binary. Just yes signal or no signal. Simplify it even more than quality. Just yes or no.
Fair enough, right? So at this point in the discussion, you've confirmed that they tell you at this time on this day, whatever, you will have a signal. It will, depending on where you're located or whatever, it'll get stronger and then it'll fade out and then you won't have a signal anymore. What does that tell you about the shape of the object that you're on, apart from the bias of the individuals giving this expectation for you?
I see the confusion because it's been like 45 minutes. You asked me of something I had verified.
Right.
I gave you that. I'm not trying to now take the thing I verified and twist it around into proving something. You asked me for example of something I verified myself.
Okay, there you go. Okay, yeah. I think the question was more about what did you verify about those making the claim that you are on a ball to actually verify that piece that we're on a ball. And that was really the intention of the question. But at the very least, you've demonstrated that indeed you are capable of taking something that somebody says, you go check it out for yourself, and then come to your conclusion. That's fine. That's all good, right? But hear my point that the intention of the question was really trying to drill down on a particular element of the claim of us being on a ball. Right. Anyway, Demok, sorry. If you wanted to say something, go ahead, man. Sorry about that. Just wanted to finish that.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
No point for me to say something because he'll be right back. No wonder he doesn't understand, because every time it's time to say flat earth or something like that, or what the hell about the globe, he says, I'll be right back.
Well, I mean, we did, just close something up from like 15, 20 minutes ago.
I know, I'm just joking.
I'll be back too. I have to get some.
He's like, I'll tell you how to make cookies. I'm like, all right, tell me the first way to make cookies. He's like, I'll be back. I'm like, what the fuck? Hold on a minute.
Did you catch what he was saying? Right? The ISS passes over us, so therefore, at a certain time, right?
So because he can't prove that at a high altitude. There's no person that's ever got high altitude footage of the ISS going over him. Why is that?
Well, that's a good point.
50 miles.
the altitude thing, that's a good point. His claim though was solely about, can he expect a signal, right, from something, whatever it is, right? I was trying to bring that up earlier on. Can he expect to receive a signal at a certain time based on where he is? And then can he expect that signal to attenuate and he lose connection to that at a certain time? Right? And that's all he confirmed. Now we should try
Nah, he can't even confirm that.
How so?
He can't, because you go up to high altitude and then wait for the same fucking thing and film it. If you know where it's going to be and you know where its signal is at and you can point at it like him pointing at you and me in the fucking eye with a laser pointer, get real. If he can't do it with the fucking big screen of his TV camera or a telescope viewing through a camera and somebody filming the ISS by zooming in from high altitude with a P900 and zooming up to it, something's wrong. We have a problem, Houston. We have a problem.
I get that. That's actually what I was trying to
No, that's what I'm saying. So listen to what I'm saying. So if me and you go up there and we look above us and there's no fucking ISS, what is he pinpointing?
Right. So that's what I was trying to drill into him. Okay, that all he can do with that method of verification that he employed, right, is verify that he got a signal and then he didn't get a signal at a certain time that was predicted, right? But it says nothing about the source of that thing, and not only that, it says nothing about the ground, right? All these details are not within, are not able to be assessed by what he did. You know what I mean? Like it could be anything, right? Emitting that signal, traversing somewhere in high altitude, doesn't necessarily mean it has to be in low Earth orbit. Doesn't even mean it has to be, the ISS per se, as they claim it to be. All he did was verify that he can expect to get a signal at that time and then lose it, and then he actually did verify that. So to him, that reinforces the idea that it's the ISS, but it does not concretely prove it to be exactly that. That's all I was trying to get. And I think he did agree with that at the end, where he said, in this case, all he was doing was verifying a claim that he can expect a signal. And he did do that. He used his own, tooling and methodology or whatever to verify a claim. And that's all he was trying to do is, yes, I can verify a claim. But my point was, it wasn't to the fullest extent of the claim. So it's only like halfway there, But what you're saying about actually all these other things about going up there, doing these other ways of checking, some parts of the claim would further hone into that entire claim as being more and more probable. But those were not done, so it's incomplete, right?
I would think for the ISS, the simplest thing to do would be to just look at it with your eyes.
I didn't mention that, but yes, I have also done that. Predicted after sunset or before sunrise to be visible, and you can look in the right place at the right time and see a white dot. So I guess that's two things I've done myself.
Yeah, I've done that too. And also, if it's after sunset, you can see it go from a white dot to a yellow, then orange, then reddish as it goes through the sunset, then disappear. You can also tell that it's moving fast.
Right. Well, that's good. At least so you guys are actually checking stuff. That's good. But what does that tell you about the nature of the device, where it is, how it's actually traversing above you, et cetera, simply by looking at it?
Yeah, you can tell the speed. You can see that it's moving, thousands of miles an hour. By where it starts and where it ends, you can tell that it's in the sunlight, and then it goes into the sunset based on the color, even though the sky is dark where you are. Stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, those are fine, but the poignant parts of this argument is the nature of the actual device itself, right? This giant thing with people in it and all sorts of equipment, et cetera, et cetera. It being in low Earth orbit, it traversing over our heads, with using elliptic or orbital mechanics, because we're on a ball and it has to do that, so it actually stays up there, et cetera. Those things cannot be confirmed simply by observing an object above you go across and then go away. Right?
Yeah, I don't think this is a proof.
Hey?
I agree. It's not a proof. I was just saying I agree with Roland My Boulder that that the predictions and descriptions based on the mainstream globe model about what's happening with the ISS certainly match and predict our observations down here about when it's going to arrive, where, and whether you'll be able to get radio signals from it. So it's not a proof. It's just confirmation.
Ah, yeah. Very good. Okay, so if you have like 10 pieces of a story, in this scenario, you've got 2 verified. Let's say 10 or 4, 7 doesn't matter, right? But an unknown number of unknowns. But because you have 2, is it said that it's fair to assume that all the remaining unknowns must be true because these first 2 are true?
No, not necessarily. You're just sort of looking at the 2 different explanations. One explanation seems to match. The other explanation, that the Earth is flat, has basically 0 predictions and 0 explanation for what's happening. So in that regard, it's better.
Well, what do you mean? So what is the opposing stance on what you could predict with this thing?
Matthew, can I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. Because this is maybe one of the most important things to me is I just want to sort of an almost non sequitur, but I've held up a baseball in my hand when I could also see the moon in the sky, and held the baseball next to the moon, and the baseball had the same phase as the moon. Okay, that's a whole nother topic, but it doesn't contradict the ISS rising or anything like that. And for me, it's about each new explanation cannot contradict the others. And Globe, in my things I've actually validated myself, is pretty good at that. The explanations are self-consistent. They don't contradict each other. Flat Earth explanations seem to always contradict each other.
Well, what are those?
That matters a lot. That matters a lot. Whether
that's what
things are internally consistent or not. Matthew, take it.
Right. So that's basically what I'm asking. What are these explanations that are supposedly not internally consistent and self-contradictory and all that you're comparing with the one that is presented to you on a silver platter? Right. What are they to begin with?
Well, regarding the ISS, I don't think I've heard any explanation for what is causing that light in the sky.
So if someone were to say there is something floating up there for whatever reason, by however means, right? High velocity, some sort of thing that allows it to go at high velocity, and maybe, I don't know, fucking balloons or some shit. I don't know, keeping it up there. I'm just speculating, right? But if someone were to make the claim that that there are some things that there is some sort of contraption that allows it to stay up there and move at these high speeds, right?
Yeah, we observed that. The question is, how do you observe?
Okay, well,
how do you explain it?
Right.
We differ there, Matthew.
Right. So I don't have an explanation for why. I don't have the blueprints. I don't have, whatever. But from your observations, there is something going on up there with what Roland was saying. He is able to pick up a signal and then lose that signal at expected times. So there's something going on up there that has a regular sort of pattern or whatever. It's predictable. Why or how is what's in question. That's all I'm trying to do is highlight that, right? Because Roland brought this up as this is a thing I've verified, but these are if we're honest, these are the only little not little, but these are the only parts, one or two or three parts within a grander story, right? That actually have been verified. That leads him to conclude, and it sounds like it leads yourself to conclude, that the rest of the story must be true because these other parts are true.
Yeah, explanations that are internally consistent generally are true.
So because you haven't heard another explanation for it, you're good with just taking the first one at face value?
No, not me.
Yeah,
okay, because you just said that I haven't heard an explanation from someone who advocates for a flat model or a flat Earth.
You just gave me one. You just gave me an explanation.
Well, before me just saying what I said, I asked the same question. I don't have one, or I haven't heard one.
So maybe Matthew can call me out because I may err even in my own logic here, but I said I confirmed the globe claim that the ISS would rise and I would start hearing it in this direction at this time.
Right.
You have postulated that there could be something else, an object, an airplane or whatever. Let's just, to make it simple, let's say an airplane. An airplane came in range at the right time.
But now you're strawmanning me. Okay, I'm not making a claim that it is an airplane. I'm not. Yeah, but I'm not making a claim that I wasn't making a claim that it is an airplane. I was describing the trajectory as if it were something like an airplane that we know or that we see kind of just going across us.
Sure. Right? Let me pin it on Matthew. Let me pin it on Matthew so that it doesn't offend anybody, so that I can make my bigger point. Let's say
I'm not offended. I was just clearing something up.
Yeah. Let's say that Matthew said it could be an airplane that got in range at the right moment, and then was out of range at the right moment. And perhaps there is an airplane that could have done those things on that day. My questions become: did the airplane have a radar signature? Like if I had a radar pinging, up and getting a signature back, would it be compatible with that? Was the velocity of the airplane correct? Did the airplane have the right heat signature if I had an IR camera looking up? I start to ask questions beyond just the one single thing of the radio signal that I heard. And then let's do it again, because the ISS will rise over the horizon again tomorrow or next week or whatever. We can do this whole thing again, and let's bring these new instruments to bear. And that is my self-consistency thing, is that everything seems to match on the globe. Now, Matthew can pick apart what I said, because he's a glober, and I probably fucked up the whole thing.
No, I generally get what you say.
No, those are valid points, dude. These are all things that would need to be validated. Now, you validated or verified like one or two of them, right? But and that's fine.
I've tried to validate some flat Earth ones, but I have not succeeded in that.
But what are the claims being presented?
The only claims that I know are the Earth is a perfect sphere of 4,000 miles, and the Earth is perfectly flat.
Okay, so there's no. This is my point, right? So nobody's brought up or made a claim to how the ISS ought to be working if the Earth was flat that you verified against. You just verified one side of the story, or a couple pieces of one side of the story, not having anything else to compare it to, and then are basically say, oh, well, these two pieces are valid, so there's a higher likelihood that this is correct. This first story is correct when you haven't compared it to anything. So how do you know it's true? That's my point. And even then, it's that, and that's not that. We're getting neck deep in the weeds here. This has nothing to do with the shape of the ground to begin with, right? So this is all for nothing basically at this point. It's not even worth really talking about.
Matthew, don't you have a measurement of distances between cities that has everything to do with the ground? And I'm sure I saw a picture from you of cities, distances.
Yeah, basically, I was just saying that I have a list of 4 cities and their distances between them, and it geometrically won't fit on a flat plane. So either the distances are wrong, or the plane's not, or the cities aren't on a flat plane.
You have those? Do you have that handy?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Because one thing is for sure, what Matthew is about to post about these cities will not contradict the ISS and the time it rose and etc.
Yeah, I understand. It's a totally different argument.
It is, but if Matthew says something that contradicts the rise time of the ISS, then I'm on that like stink on shit. I mean, that's what I really care about, is when people make very unrelated arguments that inadvertently contradict each other. That's how I find truth.
Right. But do we understand that the conclusion from the ISS verification stuff, it's inconclusive?
Of course. It only
So put that on the shelf. You put that on the shelf.
It verified that the Globers were not wrong about the ISS rise time. It verified they weren't wrong.
Yeah, all it did was verify the timing element to the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine. Right.
Now, if Matthew contradicts that in some inadvertent way, let's see what he has said. No flat map can accurately. Well, Matthew, you're here. Take it away.
Yeah, so I was just saying those 4 cities, London, Santiago, Johannesburg, and Sydney, there are allegedly well-known distances between those, which you can actually verify with celestial navigation techniques. And those distances cannot fit on a 2-dimensional plane.
But why are you using an AE map here?
Oh, I was just using that to illustrate. You could use any flat map, any 2-dimensional map, not just that one.
Because the one thing that I know about the AE map, and I don't ascribe to it per se, okay? But one thing that I do know or have come to understand, I think it was Indio who brought it up, that seems to have been either missed or purposefully omitted from arguments, is that the AE map, the scaling from like radially from the center outwards is not it's not linear, or it's not. Excuse me, it's not uniform. Right. So if you omit that and you draw lines and shit from outer parts of the flat projection, they're not going to be accurate.
Yeah, I guess I'm talking about. I would want a map that has no distortions, that has a 1-to-1 correspondence with the surface of the Earth without any distortions.
Right. Well, I don't have that, so I couldn't. I can't argue for that. But more to the point, the claimed distances themselves, how were they actually checked out to begin with?
Celestial navigation.
Could you explain?
Celestial navigation helps you find the distance from your location to a GP of a star, and you can and basically what you get out of that is distance. So you get distance from one location to another location.
I understand the celestial navigation principle, but in this scenario, what was actually done to confirm the red line, the yellow lines, etc., etc.? Is it all just like computer modeling, or did somebody say, "Oh shit, I'm going to go traverse this to confirm the stated distance"?
Those are well-known distances, and you can confirm them by being in Johannesburg, waiting for a star to go directly over Santiago, then doing the celestial navigation techniques to confirm that distance.
Okay, so somebody did that, I guess, right?
I didn't do it, but I don't think anybody argues with these distances, right? These are well-known distances, and they're confirmed by flight. I mean, it doesn't prove anything, but long-distance flights generally match these distances.
Okay.
The point is that these distances can be confirmed by using celestial navigation techniques.
Okay.
Which I don't think anybody argues with celestial navigation. Flat earthers and globers say that 1 degree of difference in zenith distance equals 60 nautical miles in distance to the GP.
Okay, but who's actually done it? Is my point. Who's actually stood in Santiago, did a measurement, waited 8 hours or something like that? Did the math, expected a rotational speed and all that stuff. Then did another angular measurement and said, "Oh well, blah blah blah." Who actually did?
Yeah, celestial navigation is instantaneous. You don't have to wait 8 hours. You do one measurement and get one distance.
Excuse me. Okay, so you stand in Santiago. You get your GP, you get your star, and what? You call someone in Sydney and say it's the star, and get your angular measurement to it, and then what?
No, you're standing in Johannesburg, and you look at the GP for a star, and you can tell your distance to the GP of the star. Now, where that GP of the star is, you look up in the nautical almanac to see where it is. And if you want to figure out the distance to Santiago, you wait until the star is right over Santiago and then do it.
Well, that's why. Okay, so there is a waiting period, either by.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
that's what I mean, right?
Yeah, so you don't have to call somebody in Santiago. You look that up in the nautical almanac and say, when is this star going to be directly over Santiago? And then you do the measurement at that point.
But what do they do? Or how long does that take? Several weeks or months or something like that, or a day, 2 days?
No, I mean there's about 80 navigational stars listed in the nautical almanac, and so you just have to find one of those that happens to go over the place that you're trying to figure out. And I would think there'd be at least 1 or 2 stars that would do that every night, or pretty close to it.
Okay, so this entire thing could be done in one setting, just prolonged. Once the sun goes down, and then comes back.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if somebody's done that, I'd like to see an example. It would be really cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
The cool thing is what Matthew said is
this is a cornerstone of celestial navigation. If this were wrong, if those distances were wrong, celestial navigation couldn't exist.
Yeah, and people have been using it for, 200 years at least?
Yeah, more. I mean, 200 years is just since we had longitude. I think we had latitude for quite a few hundred years before that.
Yeah, that's right. You couldn't do true celestial navigation without the longitude, but ever since they had accurate clocks, like I said, 200, maybe 300 years ago, they can do much more accurate, like actual distances to GPS.
Mm.
The other thing I like to say is that the basic equation built into celestial navigation, I used to say is linear, but now I'm going to say, in consultation with Rolling My Boulder and based on what QE said, that it's a proportional, it's the zenith distance angle is proportional to the distance to the GP. And those type of proportional equations wouldn't exist if it's a right triangle. You'd expect trigonometric proportions instead.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the radius of the Earth is baked into the length of a nautical mile. If the radius were different, the nautical mile would be longer or shorter.
But why would you expect a trigonometric, or was it trigonometric proportion?
Yeah, on a flat Earth, you'd be drawing right triangles.
You'd have a flat baseline and a direct 90 degrees to the star, and then the hypotenuse would be your angle of elevation you're taking with your sextant, and that would create a three-sided triangle with one right angle side, right angle, and that would give you a trigonometric function for, like, as the angle of elevation gets higher and higher and higher, the distance to the GP gets shorter and shorter, but at a accelerating rate, whereas the rate it is in celestial navigation is just a steady degree per 60 nautical miles, where it would be at the thinnest angle would be a really long distance per degree, and at the fattest angle would be a really short distance per degree. You would get this big curve. It would be, do you call it logarithmic, or?
I call it trigonometric, like sine and cosine.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that be the case if you were looking at something in a real position only? So, like, for example, if I have, if I have a pot light on my ceiling, right? The light is in a fixed, XYZ, reference. I'm on the ground. I look up. I take my angle to it. I move around. I can take another angle to it and all that stuff. I know how high I know that pot light in the ceiling is at a fixed height from me.
Sure.
Right?
And if that
we don't know these details of the stars. We just know what they look like in reference to where we are. We don't know the nature of what's going on up there. That's why we have the ability to sort of conceptually map it out as if it were a plane, and we just use it like that.
If we mapped it out as a plane, what we're saying is it would create a right angle triangle, right? The star would have to be a finite distance from the surface, above the GP. It would have to be finite, because if it was infinite, it wouldn't make a circle. It wouldn't make a triangle. So both angles would.
What I'm saying is we conceptually look at it as if it were a plane without actually attributing to it that it is a plane, or that we know the distance to them, or that we know the nature of them in general.
I'm saying we don't
have all the details of the conditions of the space between us and them that could give us the quote unquote the illusion that it is that something is in a certain position when it's actually not.
Well, that would
that
shows that it can't be a right angle triangle, right? If what you're saying is true, then we cannot be using triangles in trig in CellNav, which is true. We don't use triangles in CellNav.
What do you mean we don't use triangles in CellNav?
So if there's a flat baseline and the GP is where the star is 90 degrees overhead and the baseline is flat, it must be a right angle triangle. And then you would get a trigonometric function for distance. But what you're saying is right.
We don't use. But we don't use. This is my point. We don't derive a distance to them using trig.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I'm not advocating that we do, because we can't, because we don't know the nature of the stars themselves. All we have are the angles to them.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, if it was flat,
from their apparent position.
If it was flat, you would have an altitude of every star. Anytime you did a measurement, whether you choose to solve it or not. Yeah.
No, you wouldn't. No, hang on. No, you wouldn't. Because if you have the ground is flat, let's say, okay, measured that way, but we still don't know all the details of the stars themselves.
You would.
For all we know, they're not even real, quote unquote, what's it called? They're not actual physical little orbs floating in 3D space in a particular XYZ coordinate relative to us. We don't know that.
You can focus on the things that we don't know, but what I'm encouraging you to do is focus on the things we do know. If I shoot a star at 30 degrees off zenith,
hang on. 60 degrees. Hang on, Eggs. The only reason why I'm bringing that up is because you're asserting that we can definitely get a distance to them if one condition is true. But I'm saying that's not the case, because there are other things that we don't know. So we can't.
Let me finish, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, fine. If you focus on things we don't know, we won't know anything ever. But if we know that the star is 90 degrees above its GP, then we know that we've got one angle now to the triangle, right? One of the corners of the triangle is 90 degrees, which means the other two must add up to 90 degrees. Then we take the elevation angle of the star. Now we've got two angles of a triangle. Still can't solve the triangle, but we're getting closer. But what we do have from CellNav is now we've got the distance from the observer to the GP. So we now have two angles and a side. Now, if it's geometry, we must be able to solve that triangle. We must now be able to get all three angles, all three side lengths. Doesn't say we know what it is, where it is. It just says we know how far it is above the GP.
Okay. Anyway, all that being said, right, going back to the little map that Matthew brought up, has anyone actually done this to confirm the quote unquote known distances from something to something else?
It depends what standard you set. I think that his argument that if you shoot a star that's going over Santiago, you know the distance to that star. I think that is such a well-founded cornerstone of how CellNav works that if that was false, CellNav wouldn't work. CellNav does work, so it must be true. If that standard doesn't meet yours, you could go flight times. But I guess the core question would be, what would convince you? If I just picked a number, right, and I said it's 5,000 miles, how would you interrogate it such that you would be convinced of a distance between two cities like Santiago and Sydney? What would
I'm just inquiring about the method, dude.
Yeah, I'm saying, what method would you be happy with? What method would be sufficient? For me, using CellNav is a perfectly sufficient method because it's such a robust system.
I wouldn't know. It's not my claim. I don't know much or enough about it to really to craft something together. What would convince me is someone shows me a measured curvature rate of the ground. Period. End of story.
But we're just
all the other stuff
between cities.
I know. I know. So I wouldn't even know how to answer that, to be honest. Right. Because at this point, I don't know when you got in here, but a discussion had been going on for maybe about an hour or so about all these different topics that are not the ground. Right? Roland brought up the ISS and all that, and we got into that. Then Matthew came in and brought this in. Right? Then none of them are talking about the actual ground itself, the main kind of attribute of a ball that, we can distinguish between it and, that we can use to distinguish between a flat surface or not, curvature. That's just one of them, but, a main one. Why not focus on that? I don't understand why that's not a thing.
Yeah, well, it's up to you how you make up your own mind, right? So it comes back to the same question I was just asking about what would convince you about the distances that they've been, measured to a great enough degree of accuracy. I'm fairly satisfied that to my standards, but your standards are fair enough. They're different.
What assumptions are you taking, if any, for granted about that method, about using the stars and stuff? I think one of them is that the stars are actually in an actual 3-dimensional coordinate, right, relative to you, right? Like you're looking at this actual position as opposed to their apparent position.
So, so a little bit, yes, in that you apply a refraction calculation, but it doesn't change your math that much that you can ignore it if you want to and still end up with a reasonable degree of accuracy. And no, you're not making an assumption about the XYZ coordinates of stars as much as just what position they are over. The math works by treating them, even though they aren't considered to be literally infinitely far away. The math works perfectly well by treating everything you might shoot, including Mars or Jupiter, everything except the moon you treat as infinitely far away, and it works, but you don't need to know its XYZ, just its GP. And its GP can be determined.
I'm not saying you have to know its XYZ, right? My point is, you assume that there is something in a particular XYZ that is unknown, right? But that there is a single source of light that comes from, that is emitted radially from a little thing at this position, right? You're in this worldview. There's an attribution of the stars actually being physical objects, right?
Not really.
What do you mean?
That could be.
Is that not
in a black sheet? They don't have to be physical objects.
Well, if they're pinprints in a black sheet, then they all have the same Z.
Fine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're treated as having the same Z.
Well, that's the whole point. We don't know that, and do we actually have to know that to use any particular method? It sounds like you would. The way you get
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We don't need to know. We need to know the XYs and where they are above this on where the GP is. But the GP you can detect. You can tell if you're under the GP, and refraction doesn't affect it. So you don't need to know the Z. The Z could be far, 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 far closer. It's just only when it starts to get really significantly close, as close as the moon, that would change something. But provided they are outside the limits of what would be affected by that, no, you don't need to know the Z. You don't need to know the physical. You don't need to know.
Again, I'm not saying. I'm not accusing I'm not accusing that anyone is trying to actually ascertain that. I'm just saying it needs to be assumed that it does have one.
Why? What would be affected by that? So if we're just shooting the distance from Santiago to Sydney, if we change the star's position in Z?
Because that's where your trig. Because that's where your trig comes in, That's why the height distance doesn't work. So that's why we can't actually, by using trig, all the stuff that you guys were describing about using trig to do that, Z is 1/3 of the components. It has to be there.
So to clarify, CellNav doesn't use trig to do any of this. What we're saying,
I know it doesn't actually use trig, but what I'm saying is the tests that you guys were talking about to confirm that all these triangles line up and add up and all this stuff, right? To actually do that, you kind of have to introduce the assumption that there is a Z to actually get the heights, right? To allow that actually allows for the calculations of the triangles so that they all line up and shit. That was my point.
I don't know. I defer to Matthew or Rolling on that. I wouldn't say it assumes. I would say the opposite of assumes is it dictates. It becomes necessary. In that you could not, because it, like, if just imagine a triangle, or you're trying to make a triangle. I won't call it a triangle yet, right? But you know the GP, and you know GP definitionally is a point and a flat Earth, so it must be on a flat surface. And then you draw a line that's 90 degrees, perpendicular to that flat plane. Yeah. Now, if that star is not a finite distance away, so if it is an infinite distance away above that GP, then it doesn't matter where you travel on that planar surface, that it will have a GP everywhere, because everywhere you go, that star will be dead overhead, and the lines, any person standing on that plane looking up at that star would have parallel rays. Their eyes would be looking parallel to one another, because and what that tells you is I couldn't draw a triangle, because it would essentially be a triangle that has a finite base, and then one side is infinite. So then the other side must be infinite. And that means that those two sides are parallel, proving can't be a triangle.
Right.
So if the information we have about it is that that star has a 90-degree elevation at one point and a smaller elevation at any other point, and the surface is flat, so just with those 3 bits of information, we say it must be a triangle.
Eggs. I heard you say Roland, but I'm still here. Well, why are you citing me?
I was saying I would defer to you on whether you would say it's assuming a height of a star, where I was saying I don't think it's assuming it as much as it would be dictated as necessary.
Well, yeah, because my understanding of this, which is very shallow, okay, the celestial navigation stuff, I don't like to talk about it because I don't know much about it. All right, but 2 things that do stand out for me is, this 2 things that do stand out for me for that is there's an assumption that you're looking at something in its actual position, as opposed to its real as opposed to its apparent position, right? And then all the other stuff that you were talking about before.
So let's dig into that one then. How would it work in your head? Because that's something that I've heard a few times, and it's not just that I don't get it. I don't get how it seems to somebody else that would work.
Like, I think
work.
In principle, my understanding is something like, if you had a medium, right, between you and an object, when you're right below it, it's, you look up, it's right there, 90 degrees, right? But as you traverse sideways, the angle is not 90 degrees. But if there's something that's either obscuring or distorting the actual position compared to its apparent position to you, right?
Something like refraction?
Perhaps, yeah. Perhaps. Like, for example, let's just, like, for sake of argument, right? If you had a giant body of water, right, between us and the stars, right? You offset yourself by 60 nautical miles, right? You get 1 degree, But if that body of water was not there, you do that same thing, it wouldn't be 1 degree, it would be something else. I'm not saying that there's a body of water. I'm just saying there's an implicit assumption that scenario is not there, right? Thus giving the allowance to attribute the star from any vantage point as being its actual position plus or minus a little bit, right? But something that's consistent. You follow?
Yeah, I get the idea. I think that what's popping into my mind is what Roland and Matthew were talking about before I joined in, which is I have the strongest suspicion that if you try to make that work, it will end up breaking more things than it fixes. It won't end up being consistent with observation. Because if you think about when you see, through a pool that has a glass wall, or just a pencil sitting in a rose stem sitting in a vase, it has a very specific kind of refraction that bends it out of place. But there's also beyond that a noticeable warping and wobbling effect. And I think that if you tried to do this with water, you would find that it didn't snap into place to give you the 3959 sphere. And I think that it would break so much that you would, let's say if you made a computer algorithm, computer program that could simulate it, it would end up looking a bit like Walter Bisland's one that has to do very, very bizarre bendy stuff.
We're talking about pinprick
work.
Right, we're talking about pinpricks, right? So it's just where the pinprick would be.
Right, but there would still have to be bendy stuff where, like Orion, as it goes from dead overhead, where it sounds like you're agreeing would be dead overhead, and any refraction would be nil there anyway because it's 90 degrees, so its angle of incidence is equal to its angle, like straight down. But if you did that, you would find that the rest of the Orion constellation would warp and skew and stretch out of position. So sure, the pinprick might not distort because it's only sort of 1 pixel, but the other stars in relation to it wouldn't stay where the way they are given to us in the spherical, in the celestial sphere, is all fixed completely in their position in relation to one another and not moving in any sort of appreciable way at any kind of rate.
Unless, of course, that what we're describing here is actually creating that perception that they are keeping the same distances between themselves.
But then they're both stretching out of position out of their actual position to an apparent position, and not, because what I'm saying is, like Orion, for example, quite a big constellation. One star in Orion's hand could be at your zenith, but his foot would have to be stretching a fair way out of position because it wasn't at your zenith, and it would have to be bending around to create this appearance of being on a ball of 3959.
That's my point.
I'd have to say but
this is all this to say. Like I can't argue this further. I don't know all the mechanics, but my point is, there's an implicit assumption that any of the type of stuff that we're talking about here is not actually going on, to give this the perception that, right?
Hey,
and so if you grant yourself that, then yeah, everything can work out. But we don't actually know. So I guess what I'm getting at here is everything up to this point sort of hones in on the idea that indeed we are on a curved surface. So this is at this point in the conversation, I would probably say, okay, let's check out the curved surface. Let's confirm that, right? So we don't have to. So we can actually either backtrack and confirm the rest as being either complete or approximately complete, or it would tell us that we'd have to start over and reconsider all the other assumptions.
Would you agree that once we'd reconsidered them all, whatever?
You're robotic.
whatever model we can.
I have a follow-up question while he robots.
Yeah, you're robot.
Yeah, he's not going to want to do that, Mike. You're barking up the wrong tree, man.
Yeah, so this is why I pivoted and I said, look, let's go to the measuring the curvature of the ground, because at that point everything stops. Right? I realize now that we're kind of going in circles about stuff that none of us really know all of the information about. So we'll just be, chasing each other's tails for no reason.
My prediction is that he's just going to want to look for even more derivatives to support his other derivatives. He's never ever going to want to go back to that fucking thing that's underneath him.
Because there's something about talking about all these other things that are not the ground, right? Because that just fluffs up the like in some people's minds the idea that, oh, for sure we nailed it because our math checks out and all this stuff. Because if you actually do the ground calculation and all that stuff to try and confirm it, right? It's just one method of validation that everything else is pointing in the right direction, right? It may actually dismantle everything.
I wanted Mick to ask you a specific question, but I want to go back like a half hour or something. I got distracted.
That's fine.
Sorry.
That's fine. Yeah.
I shared with you what I did to validate the globe claim, the ISS, the horizon, etc.
That's fine.
I wonder if you would share with me something you did like that to verify the flat plane. Doesn't prove it's flat, doesn't prove it's not a globe, anything. Just a one for one. I showed you mine. Can you show me yours? What did you do similarly?
I have not actually done any real world grand observations. I've looked at others who have.
Fair enough.
I mean, you could. I mean, if I want to be pedantic, I've looked at a body of water on a small scale. It looks flat. It must be flat. I wouldn't go that far, but it does support it, right? If I look at a glass of water, the top is it appears flat, right?
Can I push back on the glass of water?
Hang on, and then you look at, except for the meniscus, okay? I understand.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, no.
Or even on a larger body of water, a pool.
Yeah.
A pool, same thing. And then when you go in the literature, or not the literature, but the definition, or what's the term? Sorry, it's late. There's something, I forget what it's called. It describes the surface of a body of water as being flat. And uses those words. So those together are, you deduce, okay, it must be flat. But now the counter might be, oh, well, it looks flat, but it's not actually flat. There would actually be a slight curve to it that would map onto this projection. That's where I'd be like, okay, let's look into that. How was that measured? What can we do to measure it to confirm one way or the other, right? But then again, we're like everything goes back to eventually we're going to have to measure the ground to confirm the curvature rate. Go ahead.
All right. I just want to go back to, I said, you asked me what did I verify? And I said I verified ISS ham radio was audible when it was supposed to be. And that was a thing that would have been fucked up. I mean, right, like the ISS had to be sending a signal that I could hear. Is there something, I mean, a glass of water on a table, we all know what that looks like. Yep. Is there something that the flat Earth has claimed or asserted that they could have fucked up? And I just want to contrast, the ISS coming over the horizon at the right time, it could have fucked that up. Is there something the flat Earth could have got wrong that you verified they got right? We all know what water looks like at the beach. We all know what water looks like in a cup. Is there something, something like the ISS coming up at the right time? Is there something that the flat Earth predicted that they could have got wrong. You know, if the
Like
flat
you
Earth
mean,
said water tomorrow
if
in my glass will look like it did yesterday, that's not very interesting.
do you mean like, for example, something that could have multiple interpretations that in one what? Because that's what that's it. That sounds more akin to what we were talking about before, right? With the ISS thing, we confirm that there's something, but in one worldview, it adheres to this particular behavior set, whereas on the other side, there's an unknown set of behavior, but that there could be, right? Are you asking me if there's something that I would look to that also might have that same sort of scenario?
No, that's not what I was asking. It's a great question. I appreciate the question. The plane, or I'm sorry, the ISS coming over the horizon. I didn't tell you what day that was. The globe didn't know. The flat didn't know. And I could do it again next month, and the month after, and the month after, and the month after. And I don't even have to tell you which days I'm doing it. And it will always work. I'm looking for something kind of like that. The flat Earth has to get right again and again because it's flat. Because the flat Earth is flat.
Oh, I mean that. I mean, I brought it.
Or something that the flat Earth is faking. I guess if the flat Earthers are the real conspirators doing the real faking of stuff.
I wouldn't be able to advocate for that. There are the one thing that I can point out, and I think I've actually sent it to you before. I think we've spoken before in the past. There are laser tests. I know Eggshells doesn't like that one, but he's not here. Oh yeah, he is here. He'll probably jump in on that maybe because we've talked. But the laser test thing is a really is a cornerstone for me in this. It's very interesting stuff. That if what's being stated about it is accurate, and it seems to be the case, then it's almost like there's an impasse.
So a laser test is a thing that happens every day, you know, like clockwork, and just day after day after day it happens.
Laser tests are not periodic events, regularly natural occurring periodic events. No. But there are observations that can be repeated, and when they are, my understanding is that they're, very slight deviation due to certain conditions that are unpredictable. But apart from that, it doesn't line up with what would be expected if we were on a ball of 39.59.
But you would say that ISS passes are a natural, periodic, recurring thing.
No. I was articulating. I was articulating that because I wasn't sure if that's what you were asking here.
Oh,
I certainly think it's better than a glass of water.
I'm asking for a regular, naturally occurring or otherwise, but definitely periodic thing that the flat Earth says will happen. Then I could go out in my backyard without telling anyone. Watch it happen. Like I could just verify for myself that it would happen. I don't have to tell you which day or which month, but it'll happen. Because flat Earth is because the Earth is really flat. Is there anything like that? Is there any claim that the flat Earth makes? I can go out in my backyard at whatever time I choose and check whether the prediction held.
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure if I can really pinpoint anything that's unique to one side of the argument, except for, everything that we see, we notice regularly. We all witness it regularly and periodically, right? But we just have different explanations for it, right? You can go out tomorrow morning, and I can tell you, it doesn't matter what date it is, you're going to see the sun go over your head and then go away, right? One can have a certain explanation for it. Oh, it's just. The sun traversing over your head. The other one is you're rotating and you're rotating around it. And it gives the illusion that it's just traversing over your head.
That's interesting because the ISS is not strictly periodic. So doesn't conform to what you just said. The globe
But you didn't.
somehow
You
still
didn't.
predict.
But you didn't refine. You didn't constrain your question like that. You asked me if there's anything that you can go out on any day. It doesn't matter what the day
It is distinctly flat Earth. It is distinctly flat Earth. It wouldn't work on a globe. It's repeatable, but it it doesn't make any sense on a globe. Like
no. But I don't even know. No, I can't, and I don't know why you're asking me that question because, like we concluded before when we were talking about the ISS thing, it's not. It's inconclusive. Also, at least from our standpoint, the argument, because there's not a concrete explanation on one side, but there could be very well be within the people who hold. Who advocate for a flat plane?
Well,
I couldn't stand
that's almost correct, except if I think I'm a little bit hazy here, and it's late. But if there was a flat Earth prediction of the time of sunrise tomorrow, that didn't rely on just it's periodic and we're using what we used last year. If there was a real reason the sun was going to rise at the time it was going to rise tomorrow, based on flat Earth, I would be shook to my boots. I think Eggshells would be shook to his boots. The globe has a reason. It's not just periodic. There's like it all works out. If flat Earth had anything like that.
So you're asking for a holistic. So you're asking me for a holistic model. I don't have a holistic model, sir.
No, I don't think he's asking for that. No, holistic.
Sounds like it.
No,
it sounds like you're asking me for a model that accounts for maybe not everything, which would be implied by holistic, but sufficiently holistic, right? That accounts for it. I don't have that.
But I don't think that's what Roland's asking for. It could just account for a tiny part, such as the time of sunrise. It doesn't need to say where the sun is, or what it is, or how far it is, or where it's going, or the span of the Earth, or rain, or anything. Right? There's no point of models is that they aren't holistic. Right? That they are
Show it.
And one.
Put in the side chat.
I did grab you into this. Would you be shook to your boots if flat Earth would tell us?
Show that there's a globe model that predicts it.
30 days.
Heck yeah, I would even I've tried to think what is my lowest bar I could set that would make me seriously question the Earth shape.
You guys are fucking something else.
And I think it's just a portion of a map. So any small part of like a cluster of islands in Indonesia or something that showed
Here's what happens. I'm going to use the periodicity of the sunrise to predict to say that the Earth is a globe. Now, how am I going to predict it? Oh, I'm just going to wait till it rises again. That's just circular fucking reasoning. What globe model? That
is circular reasoning. That's true.
Show the globe model that predicts the sunrise. Show it. That's what I fucking thought. That's what I fucking thought.
This is kind of
fucking wankers. These are wankers.
This is what I was kind of getting at without saying the same thing when Roland was asking me, is there anything that like I could say? It's like, no, because we witness the same phenomena. And anyone on any side of the argument can say, oh, well, basically that's why, this is, that's what you would get into is sort of circular, right? Well, nothing comes to mind that's specific.
I think your lasers one would work. Like if the lasers tests showed what I think you think they show, then that would do it. I don't get the idea of the periodicity. But if you were showing that like a laser leveled at 6 foot off a lake hits a target horizontally 6 foot off a lake beyond where the curve should be obstructing it. Absolutely, I think that would make me, particularly beyond what refraction could do. Yeah, absolutely. I would go, okay, this is really meaningful. I need to look into it. But as I've said, with the laser tests I've been shown, the FE Core one, they're straight up lying about their results. They are saying they're seeing things they're not. They're moving the goalposts. It's just obvious skullduggery. There are other ones I've seen that are still impressive that I haven't looked into their methods because they haven't really shared their methods. Like there's one guy who's done multiple lights shining at him across a lake that I haven't looked into enough because it's hard. He doesn't show the source of the lasers and their altitude. So there may be other ones that are good, but
yeah, we could have gone in. We could have gone into that, but Roland asked me a specific question about, a specific question, right?
Yeah. Like when you say laser tests, what do you think is the gold standard, the one you would hold up and say this one shows that the Earth is not, that water doesn't curve?
What do you mean a gold standard? It's a comparison.
Well, like
you're basically comparing the target height with what would be expected at that distance with what would be expected at that distance on the 3959. And they're not the same, and they're not even within like a reasonable error margin. So something's wrong.
If you are testing the model of the Earth as it's told to us, I think that needs to include refraction because that was predated.
That's the thing, right? So even if you do include refraction, you take a standard refraction coefficient. Or is it 7/6R or something like that? Right?
Yep. Only above 100 meters. Only if you're taking it from 100 meters.
We're going to give the globe even more fucking allowance. Why? Why are we giving the globe allowance?
We're
You're trying to show. I can explain that for you. You're trying to show. Like if I say I'm 6 foot tall and I wear a top hat, and you measure me, but you ignore the top hat, then you aren't testing my claim. You're testing something.
For fuck's sake.
What you're testing is not my claim.
What a weasel. That's a weasel analogy, man.
It's not.
Testing these nuts.
So you get to make a claim, the first claim you can't prove, and then add another claim on top of it, right?
That would be fair. That would be fair.
Oh, it's not fucking fair.
That would be fair if refraction hadn't ever been posited until Flat Earth started coming back with laser tests. Then that'd be a really valid.
Whoa.
Okay. Just one thing.
Right.
One thing. Eggs.
If you find that people,
what was the excuse?
Hold on. Eggs. You are being more hostile, Mick, than Mick was to me. So maybe chill.
Get out of your fucking feelings, or I'll boot you out of here.
It's not about feelings. I mean, it's just eggs.
Fuck off with the hostility shit.
Raging.
I'm gonna fucking mute you.
Okay.
No, I get on with Mick well. I think he speaks well. Yeah, when I was asking, I was just meant, what do you think, Mick, is a good test? Like, is it the FE Core, like Balaton one, or is it that Canadian guy on the, in the Rockies or wherever he was? What is the test that you would say, if you think laser tests show it, what's the strongest example of a laser test that shows that what it doesn't do?
The strongest one for me, and we've talked about all this already, right? The strongest one for me is the 40-mile long test where they can actually see the light, right? The one that you brought up as being questionable because it looked like a spotlight and not like the actual source of the light, right?
Yeah.
That was at 18 miles. And we already concluded that beyond that and before and beyond that particular one, which was like number 5 in that PDF, you could actually see the source, right? So if you negate or you just completely, don't worry about the 5th one, and you look at the ones afterwards where you can actually see the source of light, okay, on the 3959 model, you shouldn't be able to see the source at all.
Is that excluding? Is that ignoring refraction though?
Yeah, I'm going to ignore refraction. What are you going to fucking do about it, bro?
Go for it. Yeah. Like, just don't expect to be taken seriously when
Yeah, no. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
If you want to entertain the question, I think it would, Ben. I think that what one ought to do to check that out is, number one, look at their paperwork, because they do some accounting for refraction. I forget which index they use, but if you do use the 3959 model and you tack on whatever it is, 7/6R, right? So if you add 1/6 to the radius, right? That's what that is, right? It's a coefficient. You're just expanding the R by 1/6, right? And you do that same sort of tangential mapping to, or whatever, you get the height, and you know what I mean? You would get a hidden height, right? You find the difference between those two things. I have not done the math on that, right? But
that's what I was about to challenge you on.
I have not done that. I'll be honest on that. I've relied on their paperwork. But if you take those two methods, right? In the initial thing, we were talking about hundreds of feet, if not close to like 1,000 or something like that, right?
Do you think it's possible, given you haven't done the maths, that they have done their maths wrong?
It's possible. So I'd like to see someone correct.
Yeah, I'll give you the Slice Barcane one again, because I think it's one of the best takedowns. Ruhuf does one as well, but they do try to factor in refraction, but they treat it as a horizontal gradient rather than a vertical one, and they only give it two values. They just give it at one side of lake versus the other side of the lake, and as a result, come up with a meaningless number, because you can't do it with just two. You can't do it with two values. And pressure gradient doesn't change much horizontally; it changes drastically vertically.
Okay,
so which fraction calculation wrong?
Which video are they critiquing?
The PDF they produce, where they give the numbers that they use for how they calculate.
For which one? Because they've done a couple publications, and we talked about this last time, where they did a couple tests, I think a few years apart.
Well, it's a test with all 9, is my understanding. All 9 of their tests. I think they did those. I'm not sure about over a couple of years. It could well have been. It was over 2 different bodies of water, I think, and they were started at 20 k's and went out to 40, I think, at the max.
Okay, yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. So if that's the one that they're critiquing, then it's likely the same one. Okay.
Yeah, Slice Barcane's got some good videos on it, but I think if you saw them, you would at least, with the FE core, go, maybe I need to look into it a bit more.
Interesting.
And I don't think they, while I am open.
You're roboting, dude.
Willing to call them dishonest now, I don't think that was their intent. No. Yeah, it might not be roboting now. I'm back in reception. I don't think they set out to deceive. I don't think they planned on hiding their results and failing to release photos and doing maths wrong. I think they started out with positive intent, but once they got the wrong results, rather than questioning their base assumption about the shape of the Earth, they sort of squidged things and moved things and said that they could see lights that they couldn't see, and ended up being sort of shuffled into a place where they are now dishonest. But yeah, I would encourage you to look into it. Just watch the Slice Barcane FE Core videos. There's 2 main ones, FE Core Can't Laser and FE Core Really Can't Laser, and come to your own conclusion. But it is the go-to standard in this room, at least, for the laser tests. And it is, to me, as I've said many, many times about, in 9 or 10 really seriously, has 9 or 10 really serious flaws with it.
I want to try and find out that. I want to find something that calculates the hidden height. with and without refraction.
It's also worth checking what altitude their second one was on. I forget the second lake, but Balaton or either of them, because height above sea level makes a big difference. The 7/6R is only above 100 meters. If you're doing it at sea level, then standard refraction is very unreliable. Can I ask, Mick, if Jake, like, if you granted for a second, I know that you don't yet, I'm not asking you to, but if you granted for a second that, like, maybe you did watch these videos and go, oh wow, I see why Eggshells thinks these are bunk, and you no longer thought those FE core ones were strong, would you question the flat Earth, or would you still be quite confident the Earth's flat?
Sorry, I missed that. Can you repeat that? I was reading something.
I'm saying, if you, not that you would, but if you became convinced of what I'm saying, that FE cores tests are bunk, would that cause you to question Earth shape and think maybe it's a sphere? Or would it not affect your views about Earth shape?
Well, what do you mean by bunk, though? Like that everything is wrong, or a couple of things in their stuff is wrong, or inaccurate, or off by a certain margin?
The point I think one would get to if they dug into it is there are so many serious errors in this. There is no, I can't take much confidence in any of their results. And if you got to that point, I'm not saying you would, but if you got to that point where you said, okay, I think FE cores results are so poorly collected and collated and presented that I can't trust them anymore, would that cause you to question Earth shape?
If just their stuff is questionable, not necessarily, because there's other things that I would have to unravel too. That would take some scrutiny. That would take some scrutiny, right?
Sure.
Right. They're not the cornerstone, but they are one, as far as I'm concerned.
Sure. Yeah, I get that. Which is, I think, a pretty rational response, because now that I'm thinking about my own question, if I were a flat earther and I was convinced that FE core were bunk, I could easily be like, well, the Earth's still flat, but these guys might be controlled opposition who put in,
or they're just
bad
wrong.
Data.
They could just be wrong, dude. They could just be wrong. You know?
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say. I think that,
yeah, because it's not just. It's not even just the real world tests, right? There's more abstract, kind of like, it's more philosophical things, right, that put into question the entire thing, right? Like, for example, if there's a statement, if the statement being we are moving, but we can't actually like, if we're spinning and moving around, but we can't actually measure that spin or that movement, right? You could say we are moving, but you just can't feel it. The others would say you wouldn't move. You're just not moving. There's no way to test that. If there is no way to test
there
that,
isn't for spinning.
How?
You separate linear motion. I agree that linear motion, or absolute motion as it's sometimes called in physics, is undetectable. But there is no known method to detect it. And I would say, I would agree there-ish, the caveat being, if we do not have a method for detecting absolute motion, then whether we detect absolute motion or not is irrelevant, because we know we can't detect it. So not detecting it doesn't mean we're stationary, doesn't mean we're moving. We can't glean anything from it.
Exactly.
But angular momentum, so change in where something's oriented. So if something, if you had an empty space with nothing in it except a car tire, and that car tire were rotating on any axis, so rotating as if it's rolling along the road or flipping sideways over like a flipping coin, that could be detected. There are methods to detect that.
Okay, so are you saying that
gyro to it, and
the gyro stuff? Oh, well, that's probably going to be for somebody else to talk about because I know nothing about gyroscope.
Yeah.
But I'd like to hear that if someone wants to jump in. In the meantime, I want to double check this height of eye, the hidden height stuff because I'm on it.
Yeah. Yeah, grab their PDF and it gives all of their like height of the laser above the lake and height of eye for the cameras and all that stuff. But yeah, like I said, if you watch a few of the takedown videos, that'll give you a basis for the challenges against it. But yeah, also like what you were saying before, they could just be wrong. Yes, but when I'm saying about FE Core, I don't. That's what I was saying before. I don't think they set out to be liars. My impression of them is they were wrong, but rather than question themselves and their Earth shape, they just doubled down. And some of it, I think, are like not that any of the mistakes I think are dishonest, but I think some of them are more honest than others. I think that the way they did the refraction calculation was a good attempt, but just misunderstood the problem, and then failed to rectify it.
Give me a minute.
Was I being aggressive with you before, Mick?
Hey?
Roland was saying I was being unnecessarily aggressive with you. I didn't mean to be. I'm sorry.
I didn't think so. You were on the offense, but
whatever.
What's up? What's up?
What's up, man?
What up, man? Nick?
All good, all good. How are you?
Yeah, good, man. Has there been lively chats
Finished
or
work?
what?
It
Has
was a
there
little
been
bit
lively
earlier.
chats?
Yeah. Matthew, Roland, and Eggs were in here going at it. T-Dub and I were on it. Same old, same old.
3 Dog is muted.
Who?
3 Dog.
Tree Dog.
Yeah, I just unmuted
Oh,
him.
shit.
Maybe not. He's server muted by the server mods. Oh wow.
Are you able to unmute him temporarily type thing?
No, he's muted by the server mods.
Shit. Been a bad boy.
Yeah, he's a bad boy.
Shit.
You're finding it, Mick?
The what?
What?
Were you finding the height of eye thing for the Balaton thing?
Height of eye?
Yeah, I'm looking into it. So we were talking about the whole FE Core laser business, you know? And for
Why
AB.
why is Eggs having you go look up something?
Because I made the claim, so I'm just double checking my work. Right?
Yeah, I don't think I was. I hope I didn't come across that I was trying to make you do it, Mick. It just sounded like you were.
I was
checking
curious.
out.
I was curious. Yeah, I was curious about a particular nuance within the claim, so I'm just double checking on something. All right. So
what was the nuance?
I wanted to. Yeah. So I wanted to see, right, with the the FE Core laser tests over 40 miles, right? Basically, at the end, we can actually see the laser at the end of 40 miles, right? On with no refraction, we shouldn't be able to see it. But I wanted to figure out what the actual height or what the perceived height would be if there was refraction.
Okay.
Right. So if there was, would that change render the visible light at a particular height that could be seen? I wanted to see what that difference was. Because that was something that I remember bringing up, and it was speculated to me. Like I was speculating myself, like it wouldn't be within reasonable height. But I actually don't. I don't actually know that, right? Because I don't know what the difference is.
Right.
So what I do see here.
Oh my God.
Oh,
hello everyone. Hello.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Somebody unmuted you. Seems like or it wore off. Guess it wore off. All right, we do have some new people in here. So if you're brand new to this room, like Krasa, welcome, and Kara, and Matt, new people to the room. Welcome to the room. I'll unmute Roland. I don't know if he's server muted or what. Nope. No, he's not.
Balaton appears to be at 105 meter elevation, so at least that one you can just do the standard 7/6R. What's their other lake? Lake something.
What?
I think it was Lake Isle. It was in Iceland.
Does any of the new people that joined the room have any questions? Or you guys are just going to sit here and listen? You guys can ask questions, you know that, right?
Or tell us why you think you live on a ball.
Wait, I can tell eggshells why I think I live on a ball?
Not you. The new people.
Sorry.
You're old and busted. We don't need old and busted.
Because of the math, Bo.
We need the new hotness.
So eggs.
Well, you see, I watched the final experiment and it tested against the flat Earth model.
The final experiment. What did they witness in the final experiment?
A 24-hour sun, which is only can only be seen in a globe Earth.
Oh, this globe Earth that you speak of. How do you know that there is a globe Earth?
So the fact that whatever. I don't know, because all the scientists show to it, and like, hey, we have observations. Like the final experiment was the globe Earth model. It's the only one that works for it.
The only one?
Globe Earth model. What's that? I've never seen one of those. What is that?
Okay, well, if you haven't seen one thing, I'm sorry that I brought it up, because I'm not here to teach you what the globe Earth is.
Yeah, you brought it up.
If you're a flat earther, then you should know what the globe Earth is.
No, the globe Earth
because
model.
you would see that, you were taught that in school, and you were witnessed that and said,
Really?
"Oh no, that's wrong."
We were taught that in school. Point
yes,
to it.
we were.
If it's so common, put it in the text chat so everybody can see what a globe Earth model looks like. Put it in the text.
But you're trolling me. You're trolling me, bro.
Put it in the text chat so everybody can
trolling me.
Just put it in the text chat.
You really want me to look up a fucking example of a globe Earth
model? Yeah, you said there's a model. So where is it?
Yes, there's many models. Did you go to school?
I don't know. You haven't posted one, so I think
asked you. Did you go? I'm asking you. Did you go to school? Because schools teach this.
Yeah, well, put it in the text chat.
Did you go to school?
Okay, you're just wasting time. Is all you're doing.
Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, then ignore me then, because if
I'm
you
not
can't answer
ignoring
that
you.
question,
You're just wasting
if you can't
time.
answer that question, I'm wasting time. Then okay, sure. You can't.
No, the truth isn't based on me waiting to see if I'm going to agree with it.
No, the truth is based on whether you went to school or not.
No,
because if school failed,
the truth is based on whether you can produce evidence.
But you ignored.
Yeah, can you produce the evidence? Can you produce the evidence or not?
Can you produce evidence that Earth is flat?
Yes, but you haven't produced evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Then prove to me that it's flat.
Then produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe.
I don't need to, because you have evidence that the Earth is flat.
I don't need to.
That means there is no evidence.
There
is no evidence. No. There is no evidence.
You said there's a globe Earth model. Now you don't have to produce evidence that there is one.
There is no evidence that the Earth is globe, because you have evidence that the Earth is flat.
Where's the globe Earth model?
Show me. No, look. I don't. If you have evidence, if you have
where's the globe Earth model?
Globe is flat.
Where is it?
Show me the globe is flat, please.
Yeah,
I want to believe you.
A nice burden of proof reversal is not going to help you here. All you
no.
I'm not
trying to say no.
The evidence. No. Yes. Produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe in the text chat.
I believe you that the Earth is flat if you can show me it's flat.
No, you need to produce evidence. See, the thing is, you guys always say there's a globe Earth model and we never see it ever. We never see it. So I want to know what it looks like.
But I want to know
put it in the
what
text
the flat Earth is.
Put it in the text chat. Let's see the globe Earth model.
I don't need to, because it's so evident.
Yeah, you do need to.
Taught it in school. You're taught it in school.
Well, yeah, okay, fine.
So please show me. Please show me the evidence that it's flat.
Put it in the text chat. Put it in the text chat. Put it in the text chat.
If you have evidence that it's flat, then just show it. There's no need for all this argument. There's no need for all this argument. Prove to me that it's flat.
Put it in the text chat. That's all you got to do. Let's see it. I want to see this globe Earth model that you think you have and it's been taught in school. I want to know which one that is. What are you referring to?
There's only one. There's only one. I don't know why.
Put it in the text chat.
I don't need to, because you know where it is if you went to school.
No, I don't. I can't. I don't know what your mind is.
Then. So you don't know what that you don't. You didn't go to school.
I don't know what you think the evidence for that is. So I can't make up your evidence. You have to bring your evidence.
There's no evidence. There is no evidence to show anything. I'm just saying that
there's no evidence.
Believing. So show me the flat Earth.
The globe Earth has no evidence. So So the Globe Earth has no evidence.
That's not what I said. There's no evidence.
Yeah, that's what you said. There's no evidence.
No.
You said there's. Yes, that's what you said. There's no
Okay.
evidence.
Sure,
Okay,
that's what you
there's no
believe.
evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, then show me the Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat. It's obviously flat. It's demonstrated that way when you go and see
I
the
look
Earth.
straight. I look straight, and I can't see no more. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I know. So now, if you think that the Earth is a globe based on a globe Earth model, you said there's no evidence of, then why would you think it's anything else other than flat?
Because there's evidence that it's globe, but you
How?
can't tell
Where?
me that.
Where is it?
Go to sea level, look towards something, then go to higher elevation and about that same spot, and you'll see more. That's
Okay,
wow,
that's
curvature.
well, duh.
Curvature.
Curvature.
Yeah, that proves curvature.
Where do you see curvature? Where do you see curvature? Where?
Well, like I just said, if you're at sea level, you can only see so far. You go higher, you can see further. That is a part of curvature.
No, you're just claiming that there's curvature. We don't see curving anything. Nothing's curving.
I'll be more exact. At sea level,
do that.
you cannot see a skyscraper. You go maybe 20 feet higher, you can see a skyscraper.
Yeah, why are we looking at skyscrapers? I want to see the curve. I don't want to see a skyscraper. Where's that sweet curve at?
That
Hey,
sweet
James,
curve. That
James,
sweet curve.
James,
is
mute your mic.
noticed.
Fucking idiots.
James,
that
mute your
curve
mic,
is
dude.
that curve is noticed when you at sea level.
It's not noticed.
You cannot see
Where is
beyond
it
that
at?
curve. You cannot see
You
beyond
told me
that
that.
curve.
You told me I
You
gotta
can, hold on.
look
You
at
can,
skyscrapers.
oh,
I
I
don't
can't
want
talk anymore. I can't talk anymore because I'm trying to.
No, James
at
is
sea level.
interrupting. James, mute your mic.
At sea level, you can't see the skyscraper. You go 20 feet higher, you can now see the skyscraper beyond the horizon that you couldn't
Now,
see
why are we
because of the
looking at-
curve.
Why are you looking at skyscrapers? Aren't you supposed to see the Earth curving? You don't see that.
I mean, if
You're
you want to go to
imagining-
space, you can see the Earth curve. Oh no!
Really? Have you been there? Have you been there?
Wait, you know what? Maybe
you been there?
I've never been to Russia. Russia does not exist because I've
Yeah,
never
have you
been
been
there.
to space?
I've
Have you
never
been
been
to
to
space?
Russia either, so Russia doesn't exist.
Well, have you been to? Yeah, the
Have
claim
you been to
is you have
Russia?
to go to.
Have you been?
Yeah,
Have
the
you
claim,
been to?
the
Have you
claim
been
is that
outside of
the claim is that you have to be
Have
in
you left
space
your
to see
city
the
at
Earth.
all?
Yeah, the claim is you have to be in space to see the Earth as a globe.
Okay,
That's the claim right now.
so you're saying that because someone else saw something, it means it cannot be real.
Yeah, so your friend told you that he caught a big old fish, but you never verify that he caught a big old fish. It's just a big fish story, isn't it?
You say you live somewhere like in Russia. Russia doesn't exist because I've never been to Russia. I've only lived in America.
Yeah, you're just
So
like you like saying that. You like saying that because you are trying to make a point. You're trying to make a point that you saw. Listen, dude.
Because I haven't seen something.
You're trying to make a point that you can only take a rocket and go see this from space, and you've never been there. So how can you say the Earth looks like what you think it looks like? You've never been there to see it. You're done, dude. Like you've
Because
never
you have
seen
to
the
trust
Earth in that
people.
way.
You know, that's the thing. You have to live life. You trust people. And
Dude, science is not trusting people.
Yes,
science
it is.
Not, science is, no, it's not.
is
It's experimentation. No, you need to experiment. You
no,
gotta do,
yes, and
yeah?
and I trust that people experimented.
Yeah, but you can
It is-
verify an
and
experiment.
then
you can verify it.
Okay, then why
You
don't
can
you build a
verify
rocket and go to space then?
That's you. You're the
Oh no, you
one that
say
needs that,
because
not
I
me.
trust the people that over time.
There you go.
Experiment.
trust is not-
If
yeah.
you don't trust
Trust-
people, go prove them wrong.
Trust is not science.
Go
bro.
prove them
You're
wrong.
saying that all you gotta do is trust.
You're saying that science. You're trying to say that I only believe it because I trust.
Yeah,
these
it's just like trusting
No, I
people.
believe
That's all you're
because
doing.
they prove time and time again. I can use the math that's part of the sciences to say, okay, yeah, that will work.
Have you done
I
it?
can-
Have you used it?
I haven't put myself in a space rocket
there
and
you
gone
go.
to space because I
there
mean
you
it's
go,
wrong.
then. Well, you haven't proved it.
So
you
okay,
have
then
not proved it.
can you prove that's flat then?
Yes, I've already told you.
So you've
many
been to
times.
space and saw that's flat?
No, space. How can you go somewhere that doesn't exist, dude? You haven't proved that
Have
it
you
exists.
have you tried to go to space?
Have you?
Have you? Because you're
I don't
saying
need
that
to.
it doesn't
It's not my
exist, but you
claim.
haven't tried. You haven't
It's
tried.
not my claim. It's not my claim.
That is
You're
part of your claim because you're saying that
Yeah.
it doesn't exist. So claim.
You're trying to put
prove
something
it
on me
doesn't.
that you got to be
Prove
doing.
it doesn't.
You're
Prove
putting
it doesn't.
something on me that you got to be doing. No, you're putting something on me that you got to be doing. You got to be doing that. You got to be going to space. You believe in the Earth as a globe. I don't. I don't need that. You do.
Okay, then
You
make
gotta
the
be
final
getting in a
experiment
rocket.
work. How does the final experiment work if there's like 24 hours
doesn't
time
matter.
and this one
The
time?
final
Oh, it does. It
experiment-
does though. Oh, because
Yeah,
the
the
flat
final
Earth,
experiment
the
doesn't
flat
have
Earth
anything to
model
do-
doesn't
Three
exist.
dog.
The final
Three
experiment
dog,
has nothing to
before
do
you
with
have
the
a
Earth being a globe, dude.
Yeah.
Plastic
Yes, sir.
meltdown. 3 dog.
Oh, I'm
please
having a
don't have a
meltdown. Yes, sir.
meltdown here.
Of
Now,
course
as
not.
far as your strip, is he still talking?
I'm
Are you broken
responding to
down?
what he's saying.
Yep.
Bang hammer.
He's talking
Yeah,
straight through you, man.
Well, make sure he doesn't do that. Now, you just inquired about the 24-hour sun. This is how it works, my young friend. The sun does not set on a plane. And all of you globers know that, because that's impossible, isn't it? Anyways, there was a good lot of chaps that went down to Antarctica to witness, you wouldn't believe it, the sun not setting. So guess what? By globetard logic, we live on a plane.
Yeah. The final experiment didn't prove that the Earth. Hey, the final experiment did not prove that the Earth is a globe. Did you know that? Hello.
So
the final experiment.
Okay, hold on. May I speak? You asked me a question. Can I speak? Can I speak?
Yeah,
please?
it was not there to.
Okay,
prove
I'm
the Earth
glad
was a
you're
globe. That's
saying
not what it
what
was
you're
for.
saying. Can I speak where my piece before you?
Well, you need
interrupt me?
to agree
I'm
that
trying
that's not
to,
what
but
it was for.
I'm trying. No, what
It's
they
a
were
yes or
trying
no.
to the flat Earth model that was the most commonly used was disproved. So
What
if you have a model,
We don't have a model.
Was it
yeah,
there,
of course you don't have anymore because it
Now,
was
listen, dude,
disproved.
was it there to
No,
prove?
no, no,
was
no.
it there to prove that the
Stop, child. There was no model in the first place. We were getting straw manned. You're laughing because you don't know how to respond to that with honesty
I'm
and
laughing
integrity.
because that was
We
the
had no
majority.
model.
I've talked
It's
to
a
flat
straw
earthers.
man account. Right. Shut up and start listening. Go and do some research. Look up what a straw man is. We were straw manned into this stupid fucking map. This is the flat earth. This is what you all believe. No, that's not what I fucking believe. So, we were straw manned. Dumbasses like yourself believed that. So, now that we've got it through your head that we don't have a model, please enlighten us on what's gone wrong.
Please show me the model you have then.
I don't have a fucking model. I just said that.
Okay. So the model I had of y'all was what the majority that I
Hold on. Don't tell me to stop because you're going to get muted again. Now,
yes, sir.
How can you tell me I've got a model and this is what we all accept, not 10 fucking seconds after I said I don't have a model?
Because you say that you're a flat earther, which the generalized flat earther model was that.
There is no flat earth model.
So I'm sorry that you.
It's not a model.
Okay.
It's not a model.
Okay, that's not the model y'all believe. You know
what it is?
Sure.
Hold on. Let me clarify.
Hold on.
Okay. No. This is what it is. It's not a model. It's a map projection. It's called an azimuthal equidistant projection map. It's an AE map. It's not a model.
I can't even. It's not a model.
Map. It's a map. It's a map.
So
it's a map. Yeah, it's a map. It's not a model. It's a map. It's called an azimuthal equidistant projection map. It's not a model. It's a map. You're saying it incorrectly, and you keep saying it like a dumbass, thinking you have a point. It's a fucking map.
Maps are
not
models
a model.
that simplify and generalize the real world.
Dumbass.
Okay, that's the definition. Sorry. I don't rewrite the definition.
Dumbass is a map a model. Dumbass is a map a model.
I don't.
Is a map a model?
Rewrite.
Is a map a model?
A map is or models that simplify. They generalize.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Citation right now, proving that a map is a model. Citation.
Okay,
do it.
Sure. Hold on. Let me.
No, you're gonna shut the fuck up. Put it in the text chat, and then perhaps Matrix can unmute you when you're ready. The azimuthal equidistant projection map is not a model. It's a map. You idiots keep coming in here and saying it's a model. It's not a model. It's a map. Anyway, I gotta get going. He's all yours, Matrix.
Oh, awesome. Oh, what's he got here? He's posted something up. It's too small. What is it? Maps are models that simplify and generalize the real world. The amount of generalization is the scale of the map. Good use of map symbols can improve the interpretation of the map.
Yeah, prove that map is a model. That's up to you. Now you're going to have to bear the weight proving that map, the AE map, is a model. Now you got to show that.
But he's claiming maps are models, so that's all he's going to repeat now like a broken record. Maps are models. Models are maps. Maps are models. My only issue is the fact that he's strawmanned us into a particular one. And just so you know, young fellow, if you go back to, what time was it? 12 minutes past the hour, I posted up a little image there of lots and lots and lots of maps. So, one of them, if you go top left, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across, 4 down, AE map. That's one of many that one could possibly use. See, and again, many models, yes. All he's going to do, boys and girls, is go round and round in circles. Oh, hello, M Agent.
Yes, so the map is your model.
So they map
No
is your
matter
model.
how much time
Excellent
you will
amount of
repeat.
fucking English we just had there. They map is your model. Wow.
Looks like it. The model matrix.
What's that, sorry?
Looks like you own the model, mate.
Looks like I own a model, yeah.
Yours.
Wish it was something. Model T4 to be better. I'd sell the bastard and go and retire.
Hey. I'd want to be a good-looking model.
So, I wonder if our little friend Three Dog has learnt that we don't really give a fuck about the AE map. Every single map has a very specific use. If you use it outside, whatever that thing is, they're fucking useless. Now, let's see if he knows that yet. Welcome back, Three Dog.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Am I going to be allowed to speak freely?
It depends if you say something stupid or not, or try to overtalk somebody.
Well, who's defined stupid? Because what you define stupid is different from someone else. But other people who might agree with
look,
me...
kid, if you want to play the stupid game, I'll just put you back on a red flag and we'll enjoy the silence. It's much better for me. It's easier.
I want to speak the truth, my truth, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. I'm
your
speaking my truth. Yes.
So
my truth is
your truth is different from the truth.
No, that might be different from what logic and fiction dictates.
I have a feeling give us an example of stupid very soon.
You can feel it.
Yeah. Plus, I'm just using this verbiage to show that people that hear that, like, they're not really on your side. They see how y'all react to what I'm saying, and that's okay. Y'all can hate me. That's okay. They get content.
They can see how you're what you're saying.
Sure,
well,
yeah,
they
the
know what
flat-
you're saying. That's why they're sitting there quiet, because they know how much of a tard you are.
Because they'll be muted as soon as they try to say something against you. And like I've been, but I just keep fighting. I keep fighting because I do the
Three
math.
Dog, you haven't been in
Yes,
here
sir.
too often. There's a reason why people get muted. Most of them get muted because they are repeat offenders and they're just morons.
So
and they
I've
get
been
shut
muted.
down like that last idiot Twonga that's directly below you. Notice how he got red flagged? He's a repeat idiot. So it's easier just to go, you're a moron, go away.
So I'm sure. And I've been muted simply because I do not agree with the fact like that.
No, you were muted because you were spurging out and you wouldn't shut the fuck up so someone else could talk.
No.
Yes, because it was me that did it.
I'm talking about before when I initially came here and you saw I was muted. I was muted before because I
wasn't in here before.
I was asked. I'm saying I was asked the question: is math a science? I'm like, no, math is a part of science. But they wanted me to say one way or the other. But it's illogical. Math is a part of science. But here I was muted because of it. And how here I was also muted because apparently I'm talking. Yes, I'm talking over you people the same way you talk over me because you don't agree with me. Because you're saying the wrong. You're misinterpreting.
Kid. Whoa!
Because I'm a kid. I'm a kid. I'm a kid now. Oh, I have to stop.
We're not interested in your meta fucking let's cry and have cookies and milk. No one gives a shit. What we want from you is legitimate proof of a ball you call Earth. A sphere. Measured, drop over, distance. Measurable, observable, repeatable. Yeah? Have you got some kind of awesome proof that you live on a ball-tard?
And I'm simply saying that people won't take you seriously if you keep muting people.
Yes or fucking
disagreeing
no?
with us. I'm just.
Yes or no?
And then I can ask you the same question. Do you?
Have you? No, you don't have to answer questions with a fucking question. Have you got proof of curvature? Yes
I do.
or
Do you?
no? Excellent. No, I don't have proof of curvature. That's the whole point of me being
Evidence that
here.
there
You
isn't curvature.
intelligent fuckwit.
Evidence there isn't curvature then.
There isn't curvature. Oh, well, we'll take that. Thanks a lot.
Prove it.
Next. You're the one that just said it.
Well, prove that there isn't. You can go
You
online and
are
see
the one-
countless. I don't need to prove anything.
What
to
can
you.
I go
You have-
online and
you
see?
Have this, you have the whole resource, the whole world to prove to yourself.
Hold on a second. Gotta fix a little problem.
Yep, mute me. Goodbye, everyone.
Get off my page. That's one down.
Oh, he could ban.
What a fucking.
I thought it was gonna be me.
Why would I ban you when I'm trying to get information out of you and all you're doing is dribbling shit?
I don't know. I
want you instead of spoking out, kid, what I want you won't shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. Right, this is how it's going to work. I'm going to unmute you. You are going to put forward your best proof of curvature. If you don't have any, you can go away. All right, 3, 2, 1. Put forward your best proof of curvature.
Yes, sir. Give me a few minutes. Let me gather it up again. I'm gonna post a YouTube video. You can watch that. Believe it or not, that this is flat earthers proving that flat Earth doesn't exist because it's curvature.
Oh my god, is that the best you've got? Is Simon dead fucking cartoons?
No, sorry that he was the one covering this. It's just the easiest one I could find because he covers this like, oh wow, like they prove themselves that curvature existed.
You're an idiot.
I mean,
It's all yours.
Sure. Okay.
You sure about that, man?
That's what happened. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, let me ask you something. Okay. Because we are at a bit of an impasse with this. Okay. Do you see the chat?
I see the chat.
Okay. Oh yeah, you put something in there. What am I saying?
Yeah, I put my part of my evidence. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. Okay. Can you scroll up to 16 minutes past the hour, please? Do you see 2 photos that I posted? 2 screenshots?
It's 16 minutes past the hour.
And I guess I'll take the opportunity to invite anyone else to double check this, because I did it just now off the cuff, following a conversation I had with somebody else. Okay. I'm not sure if you've ever seen this type of stuff before. It was the first for me, but basically what's going on here, okay, talking about the curvature. So earlier on, we were having a conversation, and I brought forth a test that was done in Iceland. A group of engineers and stuff had crafted some shit together with lasers, okay? And they shot a laser over a body of water, and at 40 miles, they were able to see the source of the light, okay? Now, according to the standard globe model, with a radius of 3,959, you should not be able to see that, okay? Now, at 40 miles... in the most extreme scenario, okay, a scenario which I don't know if even exists out in the real world. I don't know what the temperature, pressure, humidity, et cetera, conditions would have to be such that they get a refraction index of basically 1, right, which would be needed to actually lift up that object to a height, an apparent height that would be perceptible from 40 miles away. Okay, I don't know what exists for that. Perhaps in your scenario, or with what you brought forward, okay, do you know what was hidden, what the hidden height was? Do you know what the conditions were? Do you know any of the details, right, that would validate or invalidate the claims made about that experiment? Do you even know what happened? Do you even know the whole story?
So you're saying that when they had it even, and they didn't see the laser.
That's a no. You can tell by the way
no. I'm okay. Hold on. I'm explaining.
Yes. We know
so
because of the way you started
so
off.
I can't explain.
What happens when you shine a light through a fucking reticle?
So they had it going straight and it can go through.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then
he doesn't know anything.
And okay, then I can't speak. Then am I going to be music before I?
I didn't say you couldn't speak. We can tell by what you're saying. Listen carefully, Junior.
Listen carefully to me.
We can tell. We can tell. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Right. Talk through that. You're going to learn the hard way, kid. I don't care how long it takes. I've got nothing but time. It's 24/7 as it reads up the top. So as you get it, we're going to be here a while. So, how about instead of just blurting out what happened, because I'm willing to bet private body parts that the majority of the flat earthers in here have seen that video at least once. Right. So, we know what happened in the video. But you're not a flat earther. You're a moron.
But could I still get the video I want to watch?
You can go and watch it if you like, Roland. It's probably best you do.
Link it. Did you link it?
The kid posted it for you.
Oh, I'll scroll up. Thanks. Sorry.
Good idea. Why does he always pop up at the most inconvenient time?
Yeah, Roland. You missed it earlier. We had a nice little conversation. Didn't go anywhere.
Well, he was sober.
Mick, yes. I want to ask more questions, but I found the scroll up. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt. Carry on.
Yeah, go and watch that video, Roland. You'll enjoy that.
Give
you something to talk about.
I wonder if I will.
Yeah, I want to ask. If the other guy's done, I didn't want to ask. Matrix, do you see the 2 things I posted?
Yes, I saw them. Basically, at a 6-foot eye height, target distance 40 miles, your item would have to be 912 feet high in order for you to see it.
Yeah, basically.
Otherwise,
And
the distance for that would be 2.9999547 miles.
so the refraction thing on the second one that I posted, it's a refraction coefficient of 0.98. Now, basically, one implies it's flat. Okay, so a refraction of 0.98. It says in the first bracket there that I post, they call that extreme.
Correct.
Okay? Extreme refraction. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the standard that we hear about, 7/6R, right? Well, that's basically 1/6. My understanding is you would be adding on 1/6, right? 7 minus 6 is 1, so you're adding 1/6 to that, which is what? 0.16667. So this refraction coefficient is what? 6 or 7 times higher than the standard?
Correct.
Okay. So this is what would be needed to see the tippity top of that area where the laser would have had to hit. So like basically where the guy's eyes are. I don't know about you, but I haven't heard anybody bring forth any temperatures, pressures, humidities, et cetera, that would yield this type of phenomena. So yeah, and this is using a Walter Bisland calculator. So
is this using is this about FE Core's one? Sorry, I just saw it in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. So this is my homework, right? I double checked it for myself, and indeed I was correct. There was a difference of about 908 feet. Okay, of that would need to be lifted in order for the tippity top of that where the camera is, where they're picking up, where they're able to see the source of the laser, right? Imagine the guy's holding the camera at 6 feet, right? It's probably lower because I think it's on a tripod. But I'll be generous, right? Yeah, that would need to be lifted up 908 feet. Use it with a refraction coefficient of 0.98, which is about 6 times larger of a coefficient than your standard refraction. Now, normally, my understanding is refraction happens during the day. I could be wrong about that.
Have you checked the heights? I think you would want to check the heights and then check what they did with refraction. I'm not saying, about FE Core, I'm not saying I can make this work on a ball. That's the challenge I'm trying to put to you is, did they do a meaningful test?
Right.
I don't think I can get you the right number that's going to bend the light at the right point. I've got to also be honest about the ones where they see the light. They have moved the goalpost so far that I don't know how you set the parameters for whether I'm seeing the source of the light. Right? Like it looks like there's a bright hot spot in the middle is okay, but if light's bending.
Hang on, you see I'm telling you, I showed you in this calculator, you see the second image? Right? There's 2 images, right? The second image is where I put the refraction index at 0.98, which is 6 or 7 times larger than standard, which I haven't seen any evidence put forth by anybody where temperature, humidity, et cetera, those conditions are meet at night, right? Because this entire experiment or this entire test was done at night. Okay.
Sure, yeah.
That would basically lift they would lift the target from the laser's point of view, or the source from the target's point of view, by 908 feet. So even if these guys are standing upon a little platform that's 6 feet up, that's hidden by 890 feet.
What is the radius of the bend at that point compared to 7/6R? What does 0.98 relate to 7/6R? Are they similar numbers?
Yeah. So 0.98 is an index. As it hits 0, there's no refraction, and 1 is basically quote unquote infinite refraction that yields an entire plane.
Infinite refraction that yields an entire plane. So that's a radius of the curvature would be infinite. Is that what you're saying? It's a flat line.
Yeah, that was my understanding. I tested it at 1, and it was a flat line.
Yeah, I'm still trying to work out what how that would relate to 7/6R. Like, how far outside the bandwidth of the claim is it? Because if it's a long way out, then it's good evidence.
Yeah, it's 7 times larger than standard, dude. So if you can snoop around and see and ask around what conditions actually create this, then we would have to maybe test or ask, FE Core, some of that. Did you guys check the temperature and humidity across the entire? Right. They didn't, right?
No,
but
no,
maybe somebody
needed
did,
to go out
right?
in a boat.
Maybe somebody did in the world, right?
But that would be meaningless to them on that day, right? You've got to do it at the time you're doing the test. So what they did was, my understanding of what they did was, they got the temperature, humidity, all of that at one side of the lake, and they got temperature, humidity, and all of that at another side of the lake, but both at roughly the same elevation. Yeah, and then they compared them to one another, which equaled basically the same number, which made a flat, straight, vertical line halfway in between the two people, right? Because that's what refraction would say it is. Whereas what they should have done is a horizontally lined up vertical gradient.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that. So,
but in either case, dude, a refraction index of 7 times higher than your standard. Okay, that's like a fucking 5 sigma or something. Okay.
Oh, so where are you getting that 7 times from? That's the question I'm asking. Yeah. How do you know it's 7 times 7/6R?
This is my point, right? So 7/6R, that's a coefficient that you multiply the R by to create a radius that's 1/6 bigger than the other than the standard R, right? I could be misunderstanding how it's done. I could be misunderstanding how it's done, but if you do 1/6, 1/6 is 0.1667, right? I have 0.98 here.
But 0.98 doesn't have the radius in it, right? 7/6R is a fraction of R, the number 3959, right? That refraction needs further work done to it to know how far off from one another they are. Do you get what I mean?
So that arithmetic might actually not be right, because now that you mention it, if I used a refraction here of 1, but I get an infinite plane, that's not the same coefficient in the 7/6R. So you're probably right about that, right? But nevertheless, they qualify this as being extreme.
Yeah, I don't. And so
one is the max. 1 creates an infinite plane. So a radius of a quadrillion, bajillion. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I'd need to know what that number 1 means. Because 1 is related to the radius of the Earth. Is the 1 related to the radius of the Earth? I guess is what it is.
Yeah. Well, on the site, I'll link it to you if you don't have it. On the site at the bottom, they define all the parameters. Here. It's a little bit mathy, but hey, I did my homework. Do yours and double check me, please.
Yeah, just a sec.
It's in the chat. 36 minutes past the hour. And while you're at it, I'll do it too, because I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm playing AC Shadows. It's pretty fun.
Oh yeah, that's congruent with what we're talking about.
Yeah, and I've never even attempted to make the maths work. All I was curious about is, do I think that they engaged honestly with how they went about their tests? And I don't think they did. It is entirely possible, given the amount of work I've done on it, that you'll come back and go, that still doesn't work with standard refraction.
But it barely works with extreme. Is my point.
I need to know what extreme means. Is extreme means this never ever happens, or does extreme mean 1 in 6 days?
Well, for example, instead of using your square root of your observer's height in feet times 1.225, that gets taken out to 1.94. That's extreme refraction.
Oh shit! Check this out. Okay, so I was pretty correct. So at the bottom over here, on the thing, the value that I put in, right? There was 0.98.
Yeah.
That's what this is why we get an infinite. All right. Yeah. This is why we get an infinite, because at some point there's a divisor divides by 0. Okay, so at the bottom of the approximation of the curve, the value that I put in, 0.98, is what they call the refracted radius of the Earth. Okay, and it's defined by the standards 6,371 kilometers, or 3,959 miles, divided by 1 minus k, where k is equal to the 0.17, which is approximately 1 over 6, which is what 7 over 6 minus 1 gives you. Right? Earlier I said 1 over 6, derived from the 7 over 6, because 7 over 6 minus 1 is 1 over 6. K is that 1 over 6. So you take R, which is 6,371 kilometers, or 3,959 miles, divide that by 1 minus that. Okay, so you're inflating it by a little bit. That's where it comes from. That's the math.
Right. So what in relation to, so in decimals, what is 7 over 6R compared to 0.98?
They're not comparable. They're coefficients that you work with together. The 2 gears in the watch. You can't really compare them. Yeah.
Okay. So what do we need to do to get how far, whether that sits within 7 over 6R on a 3959?
So if I were to do, if I took the 1 over if I took that value that I put in of putting 0.98, if I put 0.17 instead, I would have actually, I can't really do that off the top of my head.
And I would also recheck, as I said before, I would recheck the heights at which you've put them, because I don't think I've ever seen a video where they were sending the light from, just the photos showing the salad that was on the bar, the upstairs balcony of a restaurant.
Yeah, earlier in the video, they said they have one setup, and it's about 6 to 10 feet above the ground. There's like a platform, a couple stairs they put up. Yeah. So even if it's not 6 feet, if it's 10 feet, I can redo the math and we'll double check.
Well, I'd see how high it needs to be to make that work, just so it's not, we can say, it's definitely not, because I would agree they're definitely not 100 foot off the ground, right? But could it be 20?
Looking at these figures, you got hidden heights of orders of magnitude higher than their own heights.
Oh, that's good. That's good news for Flat Earth.
I'm glad I did this, because I didn't have the values to compare, but I had this sense that you're gonna have to have some really like hardball values to try and tweak this to get it to work. Now, if someone can come into the room and claim, hey, at a temperature of 90 degrees Fahrenheit and a humidity of like basically you're drowning in water, and fucking pressure of your head's going to collapse in on itself, then you get an extreme refraction index that would satisfy this.
Mm-hmm.
Then something like that I'd be like, oh shit, okay, well there's your thing. That was not their conditions, therefore this doesn't satisfy the situation.
I still feel this is moving the goalposts yet further. Right, given my original challenge.
Shit. I'm not moving shit.
Of what the original goalposts they set were with a horizontally, locally leveled collimated laser. Will we run parallel to the surface of water such that we can hit a target held just off the water at 40 kilometers away? That was their proposed That was their proposed globe evidence.
We talked about this, dude. We talked about this.
The point of because I don't. Here's a big problem. I don't think that seeing the bright spot there necessarily means that you're seeing the laser. And I don't fully get how the refraction works if a light's being shone into your eyes. I think it should be just the same, but it's confusing me a bit.
Let me ask you.
The point I make about them is...
Let me ask you a question. Okay, if I take a laser pointer and I shine it in your face, right? Can you see the laser pointer?
Sure, yeah.
You turn around, you align yourself so you can see it, right? Yeah. Is there a situation whereby I can shine a laser pointer, like, you get at the dollar store, in your eyes that you would actually not be able to see the source of the laser pointer?
Yeah, like I think we've got an example of that from them, right? Yes, I think that it is possible that you could
No, their situation is not a dollar store laser pointer pointing in your eyes. A source of light that it's in your eyes, that you can see it, but you can't see the source of the laser pointer. Do you see how rhetorical the question is?
Well, but
it's a rhetorical question.
Okay. What's your answer to it? Because I could see somebody answering either way on that, depending on whether you mean
the laser pointer is going in your eyes. Can you not source or see? Assuming your eyes don't go blind, of course. The source of the laser.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry. I thought you meant if you can see the light, right? Which is like from behind a horizon or something like that. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, if it's shining right in your eyes, definitely you can see the light. Yeah.
Thank you. So here we have a setup.
Obvious.
Of course, because it's analogous to the situation.
Yeah,
These guys they have a camera. They see the source of the laser. It's going in their eye. How do you have that if you can't see the source of the laser?
Well, crucially, I don't think it is going in their eyes. I think it's going over their heads. I think they cannot get it to go in their eyes because that's the test. That's what they claim they did, right? They claimed it hit them in their eyes, and what they brought with them, and according to the video, to their own reports, they are standing next to a 12-foot tall grid that they did hit with the target. This is their testimony. They did hit a target that is right next to them, shoulder to shoulder with it. Successfully illuminated it with light from this laser. And that was the test to tell if it was shining in that spot. What they saw was they couldn't see light on... This is what I think. They didn't see light on that target, but what they did see was a bright spot on the horizon. I don't think that shows that it's shining into their eyes. I think like a set of headlights that are shining past you, not into your eyes, you still see the bright spot of the... Right, if you're not in the beam of that thing, you can still sometimes see the source of it. I don't know how that's possible. With a tiny bit of refraction, I think that fine. But I think what we clearly see in one of those videos is a light emanating from behind a black obstruction where we cannot see the source. And
we talked about that, dude.
Just let me finish this point. I'll be super quick. And they called that a hit. That's important. Yeah. That's very important.
We talked about that. Okay, I see your point with that. Okay, it may have been an exaggeration, or they would have felt that it was justified because it's sandwiched in between two other cases whereby one situation they're closer and the other one they're actually further, and they actually see the hot spot. Right, so there may have been an obstruction, there may have been something else, and they just qualified that.
What's over a lake? What's the obstruction?
I don't know. There was a fucking rock in the way. I don't know. Right? But my point is, even if you omit everything except the furthest test, where you actually do see the hotspot at the furthest distance, you can negate everything else. You can maybe bring it up at another point to try and critique them on their character. Fine. I don't care. I'm looking at what's objective here, and you can see the actual hotspot at 40 miles. You should not be able to see the fucking hotspot. That's the point. That's target. That's not even the point. Is whether for example you can see the hotspot, but it's angled up a little bit relative to your position. It's going over your head.
Okay.
You know, the
So
elephant
what
in the
about
room
this?
is
What
you
about
can
I
see
ask you
the source
this?
of the light. That's
So
the
what
point.
about I ask you this? What term would you find acceptable for me to describe them saying they saw the hotspot when you and I seem that we do agree they didn't? But would you? But just give me a word to use so I'm not strong. So I'm not. But just give me a word to use. Can I call it dishonest?
I don't know that. I don't know the,
I think you said
I don't know the
exaggerate.
justification. This is the
Okay.
point. It might have been exaggeration. Hang on,
Okay,
watch it.
good.
You asked me a question, right? In one situation, they're exaggerating. In another situation, they felt justified, right? Which is honest because of the other stuff, right? Or yeah, maybe one of those two.
Okay, so exaggerate's the word I'll use then. Awesome. So we agree that in one case that we can confirm, we agree that they exaggerated about what they recorded and what they saw. How do we know they were 40 kilometers? Now this is the core point.
Wait. That's on the assumption, right, that there wasn't some extraneous circumstances like a rock in the way that they just felt like fuck it.
It doesn't matter. What they said they saw was a hot spot, and we agree they did not. So we call that an exaggeration. I'm happy to say they exaggerated on that.
That's not what they said. Hold on. Wait. That's not what they said, though. They said they call that a hit. Okay,
Yes,
they don't define what a hit is, except for presumably that they see light. Period. Now we're qualifying all these things. We talked about this. I qualify it as a hit because you can see the light. Right?
But what was their definition of a hit?
They didn't define it.
Yes, they did. They said using a salad, a horizontally leveled laser, because with a horizontally leveled laser, the point of the horizontally leveled laser is it doubles the hidden height. Because you're no longer looking for obstruction. The point is now the 40 kilometers is long enough, because it's a pretty short distance, the 40 kilometers is long enough because we are going perfectly horizontally from here. So they abandoned that. They also abandoned hitting the target. They said they stood next to, didn't show us any photos of hitting it, but assure us they hit it. We have to now guess that maybe they were right when we both agree in some cases they exaggerate. So my point is not I can make this fit. My point is if they exaggerated about that one thing, could they have exaggerated?
That is one case, and we have to suspend all the consideration of all these other things, right? When we don't actually know. The point here is, if they can see the source of the light, or the light at all, in 1 out of 8 situations, they're qualifying as a hit. So they have a 7, at the worst case scenario, they have a 7/8 score. Okay?
Of honesty or accuracy?
At the most extreme situation, right? You see the hot spot and they see it. You see the source of the light, dude. According to what the calculations I just did, you should not be able to see that, and except for in extreme situations which are undefined. Okay.
Yeah. Well, we can define them. It's above 100 meters. It's 7/6R. We just need to find how that stacks up against 7/6R and their actual heights.
Hang on. By undefined, I mean what circumstances, right? Humidity, temperature, et cetera, yield that type of effect.
Yeah, I would agree. Once you have that information, you could say that maybe this is a hit.
At this point in the argument, it's moot. We're running in circles. Now you can critique them on whatever character flaw you think they have.
But I'm the null hypothesis here.
The data shows, even if you don't look at the entire PDF, and you see this photo, you take the numbers, the distance, the height, whatever, and you see the fucking light source. Yeah. Okay. Then there's something to look at. Period. You can negate everything else, except for unless you want to try and character assassinate them and say they're liars to begin with. So how can we trust anything that they publish?
Yes. In this document, you and I agree they have stretched the truth. In this document. In one instance in this document, we have found a lie in this document.
In one instance, with 2 or 3 unknowns in the situation, you want to pinpoint that as worthy of character assassinating them on the assumption
character assassination. I don't think.
On the assumption on the assumption that none of the aforementioned things qualify. As in, maybe there's a rock, maybe
here's if I send an olive branch.
No. So on the unknowns, you want to just dismiss them, so as to allow yourself to say, hey, they're liars because there's one instance of something that's a little bit irregular.
We get it, Eggs. You don't like them. That's great. How about you just remove altogether the 1 or 2 tests that they did and just go, right, I'm putting that shit aside. You're a dishonest pieces of shit. Fair enough, we get that. But have a look at the other tests. Can you dispute the other tests? Yes or no?
The other tests in the same document or other people's laser tests?
The same document.
I can't dispute them all, except in the ways that I already have, that none of the tests were... you set up an experimental design ahead of time for a very good reason. You set what your parameters and your variables and your equipment and your method is ahead of time for a very good reason, and that is to keep you honest. You can't fudge it if you said I was going to test it in this way, right? So
outside of character
let me finish. Let me finish.
Fail the test, yes or no?
Yeah, I am. I'm giving you why I'm failing it.
You're giving me a fucking sermon. I wasn't interested in that, man.
So what I'm saying is, they have every one of their tests is a failure on their original conditions. And some of them are a spectacular failure in that they said they could see a source of light that Mick and I agree they didn't. They were lying about that. So they've moved the goalposts.
That was one test. Excellent. So we're putting that one aside. Remember, we picked it up.
Why are you putting it aside? Why?
Because you disagree with it for whatever fucking reason.
So because I'm pointing out there's a problem with it, you're putting it aside without defending it or explaining.
This is the one you're complaining about. Eggs.
Yeah,
there was 7 tests done. Yes or no?
I think 9 in total. Maybe 11, 9 or 11. Yeah. I'll put the document in
one
if
of them you had an issue with because they didn't see the fucking laser and they claimed to have. Excellent. Put that one aside. Forget it.
Why?
Now.
Why forget it?
Whatever test number that one was, so let's call it number 4. 4's gone now. So did you have a problem with number 1? What was it?
So, yes. And why are we putting any aside? Why are you not defending or explaining why the others are valid? Like, let me flip it around a different way. Imagine NASA.
No, I don't want you to flip anything.
Okay,
I want you to stop talking shit and being a fucking weasel. You've got an issue with the test for a particular reason because it didn't match the parameters that they spoke of at the start. Congratulations, story over.
Yeah.
So that's the only issue you have. They claimed something, they did something else, and you've got to cry about it.
That's one of the 8 or 9 problems I've got with this test. Yeah.
From the last hour and a half last week when you were talking about this, and you went for not fucking 2 hours afterwards, all I got out of it was you were upset because they said they were going to do something, they did something else which didn't match up, and Eggs is going to cry about it, and that was it, over and over and again. Yeah.
I don't mean to cry about it. I'm pointing out that it's bad evidence, and you shouldn't put this forward as good evidence.
Guess who
it
wasn't
shows
using
that you
it
haven't
as
interrogated it. Mick was using it. That's why we're talking about it.
I wasn't.
Mick's happy to. Yeah, no, you've joined a conversation where Mick is talking about it and going, "Hey, I'm not talking about it." Evidently, you are. You're here.
Mick was actually trying to pull it apart, but yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So, how many tests? It was your question. Sorry. Measurement 7 maybe was all of them?
So regardless, Eggs, this is the problem. The test that you were bitching about was a mid-range test. So when a long-range test, one that supersedes a mid-range one, does its job, then all the other tests you can just go, you know what, well, fuck it, they're gone.
Well,
outside of you character assassination, you're going for the character assassination. Oh, they lied about the first one, therefore they're going to lie about all of them. That's all you've got now.
Been caught lying in a document, yes. And in other parts of this document are now under suspicion. Do you not...
Are they lying about the last test, the long one?
Possibly.
Yes or no?
Quite possibly, yeah.
Yes or no?
Possible.
I didn't ask if it's possible. The sky could fall down tomorrow. It's possible.
I don't know for sure if they did or how they did. Like I said, I think they were well-meaning.
So what you're doing is poisoning the well for all those listening at home.
I'm pointing out they lied in a document that you guys all think is a good document that shows the Earth's flat. I'm pointing out there is an obvious lie in it.
I told you last time, but I didn't give a fuck about it.
Eggs, you keep saying they're lying. You keep saying they're lying. Okay, I pointed out to you that there may be unknowns. There may be unknowns in the situation. Okay. Now it's in your. If you're honest here, it's you'll notice that it's in your best interest that they are scumbag lying pieces of shit, because that supports your point. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't think they are, though.
any little thing that happens, you're going to try and attribute it to that, so you can, as Matrix said, poison the well. Okay, and disregard, hand wave everything that they say, because they got something wrong in this instance. Well, they must be wrong about everything else. That's an all or nothing fallacy.
It's not, yeah. I know if that was the argument I was making, I would agree. If that was the argument I made, that would be the all or nothing fallacy. But I've listed about 10 different ways in which
we've already talked about one of them. We've dug down so deep down the rabbit hole on only one of them.
No, we've done 3 so far. So one is the problem with how they did the refraction. So they treated it as if it was like a horizontal 2-part gradient, which is only going to give you a straight line. So that's another significant one. They moved the goalposts in multiple different ways. That's another significant one. We can go through others if you want. They present photos that look like hits that everybody posts here.
That was one instance. Okay, so you got 3 questionable things. And we've already outlined, dude.
10 if I go through them all.
Consider this. Okay, it's all right. That's enough, because it's irrelevant. It's insignificant.
Why? You said it was an all or nothing, and I said no. Here's many reasons to think that this is.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why there's something that's being overlooked here. Okay, I tried to articulate it a couple times already. If you can see the source of light at all, okay, as in the hot spot, which we do, evidenced by at least 7 of their things, because you want to, pinpoint number 5 as being questionable, that's fine, okay? At the most extreme end, at 40 miles, you see the hot spot. As per my calculations that no one's disputed as of yet, okay? There's assumptions, 6 feet, I understand. Even at 10 feet, there's still 800 feet of hidden height. Okay, all these things. You should not see the source of light at all. You would expect a fucking lightsaber, like you're in Star Wars or something. Okay, that's not what we see. You understand?
I would find that compelling, but I still didn't think we got there to testing it against the radius and 7/6, right?
The 7/6, the more is hidden. You see the index that I put 0. You see, it's.
Hang on, here we go.
There's no refraction. Yeah, check the site out. You'll have to calculate yourself. Okay.
I'll give you the one here. Let me give you their actual one. So we do it again. Plug in all the correct numbers. This is from the PDF. So it's 40.14 kilometers. 3 meters height on one side, 2.92, and then
wait, slow down. Okay, 40.14 kilometers.
Yep.
Let me check that out. How many? Because there's stuff. The calculator's in feet and meters and shit. Yeah, it's in feet. Excuse me. 40.14. 40.14. Okay, that's 212,000 feet. Hold on. Let me plug that in here. 1 quick second. Paste that shit. All right, next.
Yeah, they're still saying like they're using the salad. Are they using the salad? Why are they claiming they're using the salad? They've got height of laser beam as if it's going out from horizontally level, but
it doesn't matter.
It does, because that experimental design is pointless now if they're not. Oh no, they do claim they're hitting the target still. Sorry, I forgot that bit. Okay, so they're claiming they're hitting the target with this horizontally leveled laser.
What's your observer height?
So 2.92 meters.
2.92 meters in feet is just about what? 8 point something. Let's say 8.5.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. No, it'd be more than that. I'm just under 2 meters. That's only 3 meters. That's times and again me. So it'd be like not 3. Well, like 9 feet.
Yeah, well, there's 3 feet in a meter, more or less.
Let me just get. Surely AI can do this. Yeah, let me get Claude on it.
No, just get a calculator, dude. You don't have to type out this.
Round about 3.3.
3.3. So 3.3 times 2.7 eggs.
2.92 it is meters is the height of the person. Then it's saying the hidden on the other side should be 90.9 meters.
Hang on, excuse me. So 3.3, for argument's sake, times 2.92. I got to plug it in. Dude, I'm not a fucking...
2.92 height, yes. It's the height of the laser beam. So yeah, 3 meters off the lake.
Okay, so that gives us 9.6 feet. 9.636. Hang on. Sorry, I'm jumping from tab to tab to tab on my phone, so it takes me a second. All right, what's the target size or the target height?
Target height. I think they're giving the entire target height at 1.92 meters.
1.92 meters. So let's say 6 feet.
So 129.3 meters. I don't quite get it. I've put it in the chat. If you want to just use the image they've got there, I'll put it in again.
Trying to interpret this too. Where are you at? What's the timestamp?
Yeah.
Exactly just now.
So there should be another one that says recorded height as well. Where's that?
Yeah, I don't know. I put the whole PDF in there so you can scan through it as well yourself. I'm trying to get it as well.
It's in the page. It's in the page below. Recorded height.
Yeah. So the 90.9 meters. That's the hidden height. Okay.
Yeah, 90.9 meters is what they've got there. Yeah.
Okay, that's not them standing, 90 meters in the air. That means anything below any height below 90.9, they would not see. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if they're fucking like 2 feet in the air, 10 feet in the air, 25 meters in the air, they would not see it. That's the point. So even if we're great, let's be gracious, okay? Let's say they're 10 fucking feet off the ground. How about that? All right? Even better. Let's go with fucking 20.
Mm-hmm.
20 feet off the ground. For God's sake, I mean, how much fucking rope do you gotta give them? Give them an inch, they take a mile.
Yeah, getting about 126 meters. Is
taking 40 miles.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not debating any of your maths. I don't know why.
All right. Hidden height. I'll take some screenshots in a second. Excuse me. All right. Refraction of 0. Observer height 9.63 feet. Target distance 40 point whatever miles or 200 just under 212,000 feet. Target size 20 feet. So target height 20 feet. Overall hidden height 880 feet. Refraction. Let me go to the extreme of 1, which doesn't make any sense. Of course, you can see it.
That's why I'm saying get that number. You've got to get what the 7/6 value equates to.
Well, it's not a 7/6 value. Like the 7/6 is standard. A 7/6 is plugged into this calculation. This refraction is just a value from negative. It's a negative 1-to-1 slider, right? That influences the visibility such that you're sliding between basically the ball that we live on versus a flat plane at its extreme. So anywhere in between.
Sure. Right? So where would it be on a normal day, I guess, is my question. Where would it be from a negative 1-to-1? Where would a fairly ordinary evening be?
Actually, when you think about it, I think double check the number at the value at the bottom. But that actually could be the case, because if refraction is zero, the value that I put in of refraction being 0, okay, the math at the bottom, it accounts for the standard refraction K being 0.17, which is your 1/6, right? So 1 minus 1 0.17. Okay, divided by the radius. That's your radius with refraction.
Say that again.
Oh, actually, no. Okay, never mind. I made a mistake. I was right earlier. The refraction coefficient, the K is 0.17. Okay. This, if I plug in 0.17 standard at the in the refraction value, 0.17. Thank you. Hidden height, 715 feet.
750. That's gotten twice as much. That you've gone the wrong direction there. That's gotten higher. 700 feet's like huge.
700 feet hidden.
Yeah, I'm saying your refraction's, I think, gone. Something funny's happened there. I don't think that's right.
No.
Because that's making, because if you ignore refraction, the hidden height is 90 meters. It can't get bigger when you add refraction.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
It's getting smaller.
No, it went smaller. It went from 880 feet hidden to 716 hidden. It went down by 165.
Why is there 880 feet hidden? Why are you getting a number so big for the 40.14 kilometers?
Listen, at 40, this is the math, dude. 9.6 feet, 40 kilometers away, target size. So the height, if you took a fucking flagpole, 20 feet up in the air, planted in the ground, 40 miles away, and there's 0 refraction, that tip of the fucking pole would be 880 feet below the visible line.
I think you're doing something wrong because what I'm saying from FE Core is they're saying the hidden height should be only 90 meters, and that was the same as the original number you got. And now your number is like 10 times that, and I don't know why.
No, dude, this is in feet. Yours is in meters.
But I'm getting it far wrong. 700 feet. How many?
That 90 meters should be like 300 feet or something like that.
300 feet. It could be 700.
294. Yeah, you pressed something wrong.
Yeah.
Who pressed something wrong?
You did.
The
number's too big.
The number's greater.
Oh. Hang on.
By almost 2.5 times.
Yeah.
The original.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Double dosed refraction.
Yeah.
No, the refraction's at 0, man.
Doing Globetrix.
Hold on, is my distance
still it fits?
Hang on. Maybe
up.
maybe hold on. Maybe my distance is wrong. What's 40
give me
miles?
the website again. Sorry.
I think it's 20.
What website is it?
I think it's 25 miles. Yeah.
Oh, well, this is the 40-mile one that I'm talking about, guys.
Yeah, we're doing the 40-mile one.
Kilometers. That's kilometers.
Oh yeah, you're doing miles, but that still won't get it doubled, will it? 2.44, isn't it? Yeah, maybe. It would.
Wait,
you can't do it in both. You just got to switch to metric and grow up. The Americans and they're sticking on the imperial system. Them and Uganda, only countries in the world still on imperial.
Yeah, I'm doing feet and feet here.
Yeah, that's how they claim they crashed one of those space missions. Do you remember? They hadn't updated something. That was their claim. They hadn't updated something to metric.
So are you guys saying I'll do it in miles? How about that? Meters. How about that?
Give us the website. Which one are you using? Walter Bison's curve calculator?
Yep. Advanced curve. I'll send it.
Yeah, go for it. I've nearly
just
got
use
it.
the basic one.
Yeah. So what? I think I see what happened. The number that I was using, assuming it converted properly, this is as if the target is 64 miles away. I don't know how I got that wrong.
2 meters. Hang on.
If I put 41.
So observer height is 2.92.
So this entire time, that value is actually in kilometers, not miles.
40.14 kilometers.
40.14 meters. It's just that's why the system's so much better. You can just move the decimal point anywhere you want.
So I was converting back and forth and shit.
Yeah. Just stick to one system, I reckon.
There you go. All right, so we're on it. We're on something now. Okay. So 41 miles. Fuck me. 41 kilometers. Target size at 6 meters. So it's about your 20
kilometers. 40.14 kilometers.
Excuse me. 40.14. All right. Observer height of just under 10 feet. 10 feet. Target size just under 20 feet or 6 meters. Hidden height 97 meters. So there's like some rounding
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's some rounding and shit. So and that's a refraction of 0. Now if I slide it all the way over for anything to be for it to be the tippity top to be visible, we need a refraction index of extreme of 0.85. Okay. At standard, which is 0.17, there's still 78 to 80 meters hidden.
Yeah, so you shouldn't be saying the source of the laser. Sounds like.
No,
it's a good one.
In extreme scenarios, you would see the source. But what conditions create that? Who the fuck knows? It's more of a mathematical. It's a mathematical interpolation. Okay, this entire thing. They're working backwards to begin with. Okay. At standard 0.17, you don't see shit, and at nothing, you don't see shit either.
Yeah, Earth is a globe with this radius. Therefore, if I see the laser, then it must have refracted this amount.
Yeah,
that's never been my opinion on this. My opinion was I thought when the laser is shining close towards you but not hitting you in the eye, the scattering just makes you see a bright spot where it may or may not be. I'm not sure of it, but I don't. I think if it's hitting the people in the eye from the source, then it's hitting the target, and that's what they turned up there to do. And for some reason they didn't. So I don't understand how you could see the source of it. I'm with you guys. I don't understand how you see the source of it. But if you're seeing
I think
source
you're
of it, why
right.
isn't it shining on target?
Yeah, it could be done better, but there's still not a lot of explanation on why you actually see it.
Sure. Yeah. Like I said, I don't. This is the first time I've gone into comparing it to the radius. My main thing has just been there are many other reasons to doubt other parts of the document that are crucial. And then also to me, like to get 40.14 meters or to get 2.92, or indeed the claim again appears to be later on. If you look at the thing I posted, they claim they're using the salad there, which I'm skeptical of as well, because the salad should be shooting hundreds of meters in the air, and they're because it should be doubling the miss, right? Because it's not shooting through the sagittar anymore; it's going out, emanating out horizontally on a top part of a sphere.
So you've got to add the observer height and the height at what it left from. So you're not that, because that 90 meters is if you're aiming it at the horizon, so it would touch. It would skim the surface and then end up at that height of 90 meters. Yeah.
But it's meant to be another 30 meters above that. So it's meant to be like 120 meters.
But in any
that's only
above
that's
the
only
sphere.
bad for, that's only bad for your side though. That's not bad for
Sure.
Black side. Yeah.
Exactly.
Sure. Like I said, I haven't gone into it because I haven't been convinced that I'm seeing the source of the laser. I think it looks like it, but I don't know how I would test that to be sure.
The thing is, right, if they, like we talked about this last time, right? If they were shooting into, what is it called, the sagittal, like the hump, the ape, the hump, right? Yep. Anything below that, like what is that, -5 degrees or something like that from where they're at, right? You're standing above the angle downwards 5 degrees. Eventually, it's going to hit the ground, right? Whatever that value is, at some point, if it goes to the ground, you can't see shit anyway.
Yeah.
Right? You know?
That laser should be behind that hump, I agree.
Right?
Yeah, it should be hidden in that shady part that says hidden area. I agree.
Right. So if they are indeed actually shooting straight up into the air, basically 90 degrees from where they're standing, right? And then the other people would see it kind of like, blast over their head like a fucking giant lightsaber. You wouldn't see that little white spot, dude.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, but like I said, in order for me to be convinced that they are seeing the laser, I would need to, I don't know how, given what we're talking about, where there's scattering, and remember, as I keep saying, they set out to hit a target, they're standing next to a target, and they claim they hit it. That's how I'd be convinced they hit it with a laser, right?
Okay.
Because you would see it on the target. So they've turned around, they are seeing a bright spot on the horizon, but they've moved the goalpost such that I don't know what test I could do or what variables I could run or how I would be convinced that it wasn't just scattering in the atmosphere as a light nearly hit me, but actually went whizzing overhead.
But what do you mean scattering? What does that even mean, dude?
It's like when headlights point towards you, there is some light is coming straight from the bulb and off the reflector into your eye. But around that, particularly like put your thumb over the headlight, there'll still be this halo around it where it's shooting through a column of air, but that column's all pointing in your eye. So all of the bright particles of air and dust and shit and whatever are all lining up in that angle from you. So you then get this bright spot, and I don't know if that's what it'd look like. I don't know. I wasn't there seeing it with my naked eyes. It's only on cameras, and cameras blow out, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, it's just, you still see the headlight, right? If I parked my fat ass, I'm not fat, but whatever, on the headlight, you would probably see a little halo around me, right? Because it's going out. But you wouldn't see the headlight. You wouldn't see a white spot at all.
Sure.
Right? Akin to the Sagittal getting in the way.
Yeah. Yeah, and it could be. I think that I'm not saying I can show that this does not work on the globe, as I keep saying. I think there are many issues with this test, as I keep saying. They turned up to shoot a target. They took a target all the way across a lake, hit the target, did take photos of it. But all they released is photos of the opposite thing. It just looks sus. I think you get that. So I can't make it fit. And I agree. I concede that.
How about this, right? If we're charitable and we say, okay, look, these guys, they put all this work, all this time and energy into this thing to set up a perfect setup. But along the way, so many conditions, like they even said in the video, man, they had to cancel one night because of a certain weather situation. They had to postpone it. They had to rearrange a bunch of stuff. So many unknown variables that delayed things and stirred things around, and certain things that they expected didn't add up and all that stuff. So they had to, on the fly, reaccount for how they're going to do things and what they're going to do about it. Okay, so if we're charitable and we grant them that leeway and say, hey, you still went through with the entire thing, but you did have to jump through some extraneous loopholes to actually achieve some proportion, in my standpoint, a high degree proportion of completion, right? We'll grant you that that slack, you still completed it. You see what I mean? Because
it's a fair point. It's a fair point. They went to a lot of effort, and they faced adversity.
Or you can attribute all that to malice. It's your choice.
I don't attribute it. I want to keep saying it. I don't attribute it to malice. I think well-intentioned people went out there honestly believing the Earth was flat, and from misadventure, but also because I think the Earth is a globe. They failed.
That's not what you said when we started this conversation initially. You're calling them liars. You're calling them, all sorts of names and shit.
Yeah. Let me clarify. I do think they are lying, but I don't think out of malice. I think they are lying. I think many people.
If you're lying, you're trying to mislead. That's malicious.
Oh well, I don't think it is. I think they're lying. Many people tell lies in service of truth.
Hold on. If they're lying, it's a malicious. It's a malicious act. If they're speaking, if they're conveying inaccurate.
Do you only ever lie maliciously?
Hang on. If you are conveying inaccurate information because you did some bad math or you did something wrong, you forgot something, whatever, it's just misinformation. It's not accurate. You're well intentioned, it's just wrong.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, how one can differentiate between the two just by looking at their work, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm. You can't just look at their work. I think you can. I think that's the best way to see if someone's work is good. Because let me admit this. I do not know that they're lying.
Let me give you an example, right? If I write on a piece of paper 1 + 1 = 5, are you going to say I'm just retarded? Or am I trying to fuck you over?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So that's what I'll concede. I will say I don't. Yeah. So I think they could. Yeah, that's fair enough. They could be mistaken. They could be mistaken. I think that there are also bits of dishonesty in there that aren't malicious. But it's fine if you think that dishonesty is always malicious. I'll just go back to the word that we kind of seem like we agreed more on, which is I think they exaggerated a bit.
Maybe, who knows?
Let me say where I would agree with you.
It doesn't matter. But it all boils down to the brass fucking tacks, bottom fucking line. Show me the money, okay? Mm-hmm. The shit that we just went through. It's not explained. It can't be explained, at least to my knowledge. Now, if I'm wrong, I welcome the fucking day that some guy comes in here and says, "Bing, bang, boom. This paper, this Joe Blow did this test fucking 612 years ago. He did this, that, the other thing. And then last year, this university replicated it. And bing, bang, boom, we know we're on a globe of 3,959. I welcome that day. Mm-hmm. It does not look like it. It has not happened yet. But if I'm wrong, I want to know.
Right. But I think we both think we do that to one another every day. Right, both of us are in the position where, despite the fact we chat and we share what we think is our truth with one another every day, I feel like I walk in here on the days I come in here and day after day present irrefutable globe evidence and it is thrown out. But I think you feel the same way. We've shown him why those things are wrong and it's bunk and it's not a globe day after day after day. Like we both just have to deal with the fact that we both think.
Okay, well, let me ask you. Let me ask you.
I want to go back to a point that you made though, where you said it could be that they faced adversity, they were really up against it, and they salvaged out of a tough situation and a little bit of difficulty. They salvaged a meaningful result. I absolutely agree with that, and I would agree with it on behalf of them. Like I would think the same thing of them if they had put that in their results. But what we need to accept is in their results, they are still producing these as if they hit the target, where it seems now you and I are in agreement that they didn't. So the maths, as we've got it presented to us by these people who said they hit a target, the distances we got from them, the heights we got from them, all of the maths, all of the where they were, what they did it with, we're getting that all from them. And these are people who said we hit a target 7 times. And you and I agree they didn't, or they didn't produce any evidence of that. We agree that there is one where the light is emanating from below the horizon. You clearly cannot see a bright spot, albeit a closer one. I agree with that. It's a closer observation. But you and I agree there ain't no hot spot in that laser. It is like a searchlight from behind a hump of water. And they called that a hit.
Like that. I grant you that it can be interpreted.
And so
like that.
what we have is these people who, there are some bits of their data we can look into and go, well, that's not right. And then the other bits of their data where we go, wow, that is a good bit of evidence for the flat Earth. We have to base that on the assumption that they are now telling the truth. And they're now telling the truth on things we can't check, right? I can't go back there and check where they were standing because they didn't show us where they were standing. They just told us where they were standing, right? I can't go back and check that they kept the laser at the same height to do the test or did they go backwards up a mountain or something? I'm not claiming they did. I'm just saying these people who you and I agree didn't see a hot spot of a laser. They saw a searchlight popping up from behind a hump of water. And we have to trust them on these other things, where I think people lie more on things that they can't be caught out on. So I mistrust the things I can't test even more.
That's fine. So the interesting thing with this setup is it can be replicated. It just costs a shit ton of money, right? Now, with this type of critique, what could be interesting is that for all we know, you're not the only one who's brought this up to them. This was done, 2017, 2018? For all we know.
This is why they broke apart. This is why the group, the group disbanded, because there was lots and lots of fighting, because I don't think they're like quite been crowdfunded, but people were really like, give us the photos. And Dan had something to do with it. He knows some of the inside story, but they just sort of all stopped talking to one another, and it passed over to some woman, and then she tried to revive it, and it didn't quite go anywhere, and never ever released their photos. But they certainly didn't seem to me like a group of people who had just proven their worldview correct.
Interesting.
They seem like people who had found the opposite was true and didn't know how to deal with that.
But what's interesting, though, is, just so you know, my understanding is that they're not necessarily flat earthers. They're you know what I mean? The FE Cord does not stand for flat. FE Cord, I could be wrong, but FE Cord doesn't stand for flat Earth, dude. It stands for field. It stands for.
So that is absolutely what they called themselves. But describe for me another group of people who test to see if the Earth is flat. I don't think that's. I think it is true. They called themselves field engineers, but I think also only one of them had an engineering ticket, and all of them thought the Earth was flat.
In the video, in the beginning, right? I recall them stating their mission to validate or invalidate the standard WGS-84 model.
Sure. Yeah.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
I would be. Are you saying they weren't already flat earthers?
No, hang on. What if the WGS-84 model is wrong, but the radius is bigger or smaller?
Fine, that's fine. But were they not flat earthers?
I don't know. That's my point. You're asserting that.
They were flat earthers.
Okay. I don't know. You're telling me that.
Yeah. No, Mike Kavanagh was the main one, and a bunch of the others were like on Discords, and they were trying to get funding from flat earthers, and it was clearly a flat Earth test. They were flat earthers. Field engineer is a true thing, because they didn't, which I get why they did, and I'm not calling that dishonest. I think there are other things that they are stretching the truth on, or, as I say, lying in service of what they think is truth, and da-da-da-da. But no, they called themselves field engineers because they were engineering something to work out in the field, and I think that's a great idea.
Okay. So at this point, dude, this ought to be replicated. I hope somebody does. Right? Just to confirm it. Right? It's always good to double check. But it's interesting evidence. Right? I don't when I bring this up when I bring this up, even if you qualify as being shady, like, that's fine.
But what is it evidence of? What do you feel it shows you?
Said that something is wrong with the standard model and the standard worldview of our.
Do you think that still shows that? If you accept the things I've said, do you still think that's true?
You can see a hot spot. You would not see the hot spot. I've repeated it.
But how do we know that it's not scattering? Just looking down a column of scattered light, and you're not seeing that, because
that's not a column, dude. It's a fucking dot.
So if we're seeing the source of the laser,
if it's pointing right at you, it's pointing right at you, right? What do you see? Do you see in most of them? Do you see a
looks like a hot spot,
a cylindrical shape, or do you see like a roundish? Like if I took a fucking lightsaber and pointed it upwards, it looks like a cylinder, right? A line, right?
Oh, yeah. It looks like a cylinder, yes. It looks like a cylinder being pointed in your direction.
No, so that's my point. If I point a cylinder at you, it's going to look like a circle in orthographic projection, right?
Oh, yeah.
You see the tip of it. So what do most of these images look more like?
They do look like that. I concede that. What I do not understand, and maybe you could help me with, is How could, let's say I'm shining a light at you, which we know, despite how collimated it is, now is going to have like a 30-foot wide beam, right? And you're standing next to a 12-foot.
That would just increase the radius, right?
Yeah.
So the circle that I would see would be bigger.
Yeah, that's fine. So you're standing there and you're getting shot in the eye, right? Because if you're seeing the source of laser shooting you, source to you in the eye, maybe through a bit of refraction, right? How could that hit you in your eyeball and not hit the canvas, the target? What would make it able to hit your eye that's right next to the target, feet from it? You could be standing in front of it, and it doesn't illuminate the target, but does hit you in the eye. How is that possible?
Well, I'm standing in the way, no?
Well, but I'm saying the beam's 30 foot wide. So if you're standing next to the target, some of it's hitting you in the eye, but some of it's covering this 12-foot target.
Who said it's 30 foot wide?
That's just that you can dig it out of their document. I'm not quite sure 30 foot wide, but it is. But I'm saying their job was to show it hitting the target. And what you're saying necessitates I am seeing the source of the laser with my naked eye, and I'm saying every single time that happens in reality, if you were standing next to a target, I could go from your eye, and it would. Maybe I'd need to move it a tiny bit, but it could hit that target if you were standing parallel with it. There is no way that I can conceive of you go, yes, I see your torch beam, and you're standing in front of a bed sheet, and I can't hit the bed sheet, but I can hit you in the eye. It doesn't make sense to me.
I see what you mean. You know what? The only thing that would come to mind for me, imagine this, right? If I have a bed sheet that's 5 by 5, that's a small bed sheet, right? 25 square feet. If I take a laser that has a 30-meter span when it hits, at that distance, it's going to illuminate the entire bed sheet.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
And they've got reflective tape to see if that's happening. Yeah.
Oh well, my point is, if I hit that bed sheet that's only 25 square feet with a laser, it looks like I'm putting a flashlight on it, but a very, very dim one, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they set out to test.
How would one differentiate between that and just an enhanced shot of a photo?
Because you point a camera at it, and you set the camera to a very low light setting and film, and you would see that when it's being set up, it's not bathed in light, and then at some point, even by only a small amount, but you'll see it because they use that Superman tape that, like on reflective tape you do on like road safe clothing, and it would go boom, and you would go, oh look, as they shone the light across the lake, it hit that target.
That's true too, or they could flicker it on and off. That's valid too.
So right. How could I hit you in the eye and not the target?
The point is, though, they would need a video for that, right? Or
they were standing there with video cameras.
Right. But you're critiquing the document. Right?
No, I'm just critiquing the logic of still saying you've seen the source of the laser, because that's your position. Is you're saying I've seen the source of the laser and it should be hidden by 90 meters. From my calculation, doing it, I think that sounds right. It sounds like yes, it should have been well below the horizon by a good, nearly 100 meters is a fucking lot. So obviously, some of this, maybe this is just my bias at rescuing it. But there is an important point here about how I could hit somebody in the eye, but not in the target they're standing in front of.
I see where your questions are coming from, and I think they're valid questions. I can't answer them. Right? I can't answer them. I would, except for they're fucking around, or something went wrong. I can't differentiate between the two.
So my suspicion is, if there was a curved beam of light going quite close to shooting me in the eye, such that it was shot from 3 meters above a lake and across that lake super accurately pointed at me, and it bent a bit along that path, that bend in that path would create a kind of hot column of light that I would be able to look through that may, if I zoomed in with a camera that has high, not dynamic range, but like blows out very easily from a little bit of light, then that could look like the center of a laser. And the test I would want to do to see, is that what I'm seeing, or is it actually hitting me in the eye, is do the test they set out to do that they said they achieved. They said they successfully shot the target, filmed themselves shooting the target, and have photos of those successful hits. This is another really important example of either dishonesty or reluctance to come forward with their footage. but they said they had it in an interview with Slice Barcane and they've never released it. And so I'm saying if it could be a little bit of bendy light looking towards your eye, and that would necessitate that they were able to hit a target, and that I could record with a different thing, they must have been able to hit the target if they were telling the truth. And they probably didn't, because otherwise they would have, that's the first thing they would have put in the document. Here is the target unlit, and here is the reflective tape lighting up seconds later as that beam hit us.
I'll grant you that their presentation of their results could be a lot more finessed.
No, this is not presentation. I'm saying the test of
Their
whether you're seeing the
presentation-
source of the laser is whether it hits a target. And if we're still
but
saying it hit in the eyes, why didn't it hit the target?
Hang on, they are claiming that they did hit it, though, right? But it's just not in the documentation, right?
They're claiming they did hit it, yes.
You're right. So either they're lying and they didn't hit it, or the presentation was sloppy and they just didn't produce it, and for whatever reason have been reluctant to produce that upon request.
Yeah, here's one they did release in that document where they say they hit a target.
What?
I've just put it in the chat. That's one of them. Let me find another. I think there's a second one. So they say in this document, we hit the target, and here's how we disprove WGS84 by hitting this target. And they show a photo of hitting the target.
Right.
It's just on a page by itself with all of that context that you see there on that page.
Yeah.
It's not referred to in anything else like, see figure blah, blah, blah. Then there's none of the tests here claim that that's it. But they say they hit a target and then they show a photo of a target getting hit. Do you get the impression from that is during their test? Do they give you any reason to presume that is something other than a successful hit of a target?
Wait, what? Repeat that? I didn't catch that question.
Does it look like they are presenting that as a successful hit?
Yeah, because they're out in the field and it's all kind of just set up kind of temporarily.
And I admit it's not a successful hit.
Okay.
They acknowledge that fact. That is a ranging shot that they set up the day before, very close distance, to test whether the reflective tape worked.
Demonstrate it. Right. Gotcha.
So I'm stacking these up. I think we're nearly up to 10 examples of, like you're using the word sloppy, really getting very lots of reasons to question their evidence on this. And as I say, the indeed surprising thing that appears you're hitting is getting a laser in your eye that should be 90 degrees below the horizon. Even bits of that, of them claiming they're 40 kilometres away, we have to take at face value. Despite there being a document where it seems you and I agree, there's a fair bit of dishonesty or sloppiness or exaggeration in other parts of this same document that claims the same thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, I see your reasoning, dude. Again, then this is presentation layer shit. Right?
No, this is called Oh, sorry, that bit's presentation. Sorry, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? They're presenting their final stuff, right? And how they did that, granted, they ought to have finessed it a lot more. Because they're engineers, right? They're not fucking necessarily fucking designers, right? Or CEOs and people, right?
Yeah,
now,
I reckon engineers should be able to smash this.
I'm not saying that to excuse it. They ought to have done that, had I had a chance to communicate with any of them, I think these would be the types of questions I would ask too. Right, that's granted. Though my point still stands, though, that in these images, on the assumption that they're not actually lying about the distances that they're at, for you to see the quality of images that we do in them at those distances, I don't see how that's even feasible. I don't see how that's feasible given the
nor do I.
The work that we just put together. That's all.
Yeah. Nor do I, to be fair. I don't saying I can make it fit to a globe.
So, and the rest, we can put to rest, and should it come back up again, that's that can be discussed then. Or if you run into any of them, fucking ask them. I don't know. But if they're
I
disbanded,
don't think we would need to. I think, yeah, they've disbanded. I would love to have talked to them. I tried to hunt them down for a bit, and then I was like, no, they don't really want to talk about it. Here's the thing that I think is most telling about the whole affair. If I were a flat earther and I went out and tested and found that the earth was flat, I would start desperately crowdfunding and stuffing cameras into people's hands and shoving people into cars so I can drive them out to the lake and show them this. And I would come up with very similar tests, more novel tests, more testing locations in more places in the world, more interactive demonstrations and just bits of cardboard and models and lenses to show refraction. If I think that good tests yielded hits, I think that Flat Earth would be doing lots more tests. But this is, I think, one of the most recent tests that Flat Earth has conducted. Don't know of any big scale tests.
Are you in the big the 24/7 server, or were you booted out?
No, I got banned from there ages ago.
Okay, because in that, I can tell you just first-handedly, there's a section that they call laser experiments.
Yeah.
And dude, like the channel, what is it? The text channel? Long distance observation. Excuse me. It goes back many years of. Hold on, is this? No, this is not the right one. Excuse me. Or is it laser? The last time I was in here, there was one. You're just scrolling through YouTube videos of people actually doing this stuff. Laser tests, you know. So I think this one is interesting because it's from a more renowned group, right?
What, FE Core is good because it's from a more renowned group?
Yeah, well, like they're a group, right? They're an organized group, right? All the other stuff,
I just want good recordings of what they did and where they did it and how they did it.
Pairs of people and all that stuff that have done stuff, you know? So it depends on who you're talking to. Some might say, oh, like this guy in Canada, for example, he and his buddy went to a frozen lake. You know, it's whatever distance. They set up the thing like 2 feet off the ground and they can see it 10 miles away or some shit. Oh, he's a crankpot. I'm not going to listen to him. You know what I mean? As opposed to, here's an organized group. They got a shit ton of funding, yada, yada, yada.
Sure. Yeah, I'm with you now.
You know what I mean? So which one is put forth first depends on who we're talking to. So you'll see the FE Core stuff come up a lot just because it's the biggest one. But like I just scrolled through like 20, I think.
Yeah.
Like 15,
I think the
20.
challenge is, do they have similar problems? Right, there are others, but if this is the most because what I think, with all of the things you said is true about like why are we seeing the light at this height, but we must accept that's not in their document. That is a post hoc answer that flat earthers have come up with after having to deal with years of these guys not releasing their photos of hitting the target. So this is. No, sorry, it isn't. That was their argument, wasn't it? No, sorry, that was their second argument. They released it claiming they had hit the target and then later changed that to we saw the centrum and that was enough, seeing the laser on the horizon. But even after they released these documents, they claimed Mike Kavanagh at least, I shouldn't say they, Mike Kavanagh claimed there was hits that he could present.
Yeah. So, let me ask you something. Right, I'll grant you all that. Their stuff could have been a lot less sloppy. Okay, period. Right, if we look at this other one I just posted, 46 after the hour, right? I think this is like a more low tier one, right? I don't know who did it. I think it was a group of guys.
This is what I was talking about. Yeah, looks good.
Similar distances, like as the other. I mean, the longest one is 23 miles. The other one was it was 40 kilometers, right, or 40 miles?
Yeah.
FE Core, which one? 40 kilometers or 40 miles?
FE Core is 40.14 kilometers.
Kilometers. And so let's say this one, 23 miles. What is that? 30?
Should be something close, like 35, I think, something like that.
Right. So it's in the ballpark, right? It's not it's not just in the backyard, right? type shit.
Yeah.
Do those little dots in the thumbprint look like fucking lightsabers? Columnated lightsabers, spotlights?
No, he's just doing light source though, isn't he? He's not doing a laser. He's just saying,
Light
"Can
source.
I see a light?" Isn't he?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh well, no, actually, I don't know. I mean, the title is lasers.
Oh, it is lasers? Is it?
Yeah,
No, it's not
lasers.
what I thought. Okay. Tell me about it. So, what
I mean,
distance,
they're-
what height
they're-
are they?
This one I haven't seen in a while, right? If it's the one I think it is, but I'm just giving my point, right? So that there are lots of these, and they ought to be scrutinized and all that stuff. I have not scrutinized all of them, but my point is, FE Core is not the only ones doing this stuff. They're not the one little crackpot doing random shit. That's all.
Right. Yeah, and I just say I don't know about the other ones. On this one, I do enough, mainly because I just watched a Slice Barcane video and was like, wow, that made some wild claims, and then just went and checked those claims and found that they were roughly speaking accurate because I watched the FE Core video and read the FE Core PDF, and that showed me most of these things. But yeah, I
you saw it,
can
right?
see.
We just did the math. We just did the math, and everything that's been presented. Well, not everything, but like the numbers that were presented about their distances and height, it falls within the range of what would be expected and what is not, right? So it's like, okay, even if they're like 6 inches off, it's a margin of error that's negligible, right? You should.
But I don't think the math still works. So when you're saying the math doesn't stack up, if the laser isn't hitting the target, right, you're saying it is because it's hitting you in the eye. But if it's not hitting the target, then it could be shooting 100 feet over your head.
Now, if you see the hotspot, dude, you would see a fucking lightsaber. You'd be like,
watch the video. It does look like a lightsaber. Watch the video. It does look like a lightsaber that can't quite poke them in the eye. There is this bright spot that's so I would in fact watch it for this. There is a bright spot that isn't as hidden as it needs to be. Yeah, but it looks like a lightsaber, and my point is it stays pretty hot even when it's clearly not poking you in the eye. It looks more and more hot the more it pokes you in the eye, but it still stays pretty hot when it's clearly missing you by now.
But you wouldn't be.
Watch the video.
That entire source of light would be hit. Are you talking about FE Core again?
Yeah, FE Core's video of them saying, "Oh, you can't argue with that." Oh, it sounds like Bob Nodell, but I don't think it is. I think it's.
I saw the 40-minute long or an hour long one already. Okay.
Yeah.
And from what I remember, and looking at the videos, the documents that you posted, right? You see a little white bright spot. You wouldn't see that. You wouldn't see that if it wasn't.
How do we know that? How do we know that scattering couldn't make it look like that?
Well, take a flashlight, look at it. Don't, but you know what? And then walk away from the flashlight and put that thing behind your couch, and you'll see the little beam come up from behind the couch. You won't see the white spot, right?
I'm not sure that's how it would work if it was that far away from you. I think it'd all be melding into one point.
Okay.
I mean, if you think it does, you still need to solve the crucial problem of if it is the hotspot of the laser, why isn't the laser hitting the target? If it is what you're saying it is, I'm saying the necessary consequent is that it will hit a target that you're standing in front of. And I will say you cannot claim it's hitting you in the eye if it can't do the necessary consequent of that, which is hitting a target right behind you.
I agreed with you that their presentation of that result, it could have been a little bit more finesse.
It's not presentation of it. They just didn't hit the target, and
how do you know that? Did they say we did not hit the target, or we did?
No, they said we did hit the target and refused to release any proof of that. That's one of my reasons I'm calling them dishonest.
Exactly. I agree with you. So they should have been more upfront with the actual full results and finesse.
Said we didn't hit the target,
displaying everything that they say they have.
Right. So if they didn't hit the target, could you say that you were hit in the eye? How would you be confident that you were getting hit in the eye and it wasn't some weird bendy light scattering effect? If it can't hit the target, how do you square that circle?
I would explain that.
Exactly. Not hitting you in the eye.
We already did the math, dude. 900 feet, 800 feet, 700 feet below the line of
And the
sight.
laser can't hit them in the eye. So if what you're seeing is a laser, why can't it hit them in the eye? It obviously doesn't. Watch the video. It obviously never hits them in the eye. They see a hot spot, but it doesn't hit them in the eye, because if it hit them in the eye, it'd hit the target they're standing in front of, which is what they went there to do and claim they did, and they never released photos.
All that you don't see is them turning around and showing you what's going on behind them, the big blanket and shit, right?
Do you think they did hit the target?
The claim on the table is that because they see the hot spot, that is equivalent to it hitting them in the eye.
Yes. Yeah, they've moved the goalpost to call what would have been a miss a hit. Based. It's my favorite flat Earth strategy.
You're calling that a hit, you're calling that a miss, but we don't know that. That's an unknown.
No, it's known. If you shone me in the light with anything, so go to your torch example behind the couch. If you shone me in the light with anything, I guarantee you a necessary consequence would be if I removed my head from that spot, if I was standing in front of a target and I started getting hit in the eye and I took one step to the left, it would now hit the target. So
I understand.
It's not a watch to say maybe it's still hitting the target.
Hold on. My point is, right? If I'm doing that little setup with you, the torch hitting you in the face and stuff like that, and you took a picture of my flashlight and you documented it, but then in the document you never bothered putting a picture of the torch hitting the backlight, would you say that, oh well, that's not true, it didn't hit the target?
But say the test again. Say the whole test again.
Your test setup, right, where you take a flashlight, shine it in your light.
Yeah.
Right. You take a camera and you take a picture of that from your vantage point.
Yeah.
You document it, and then you present it to somebody. They might come to you and say, "Hey, you didn't turn around and take the picture of the back wall, proving that they hit the target."
That's true. It would be weird if I set out to say, "Can I see the light?"
That's the only thing. That's where we are, right?
Well, so let me add some clarity to that.
You ought to have turned around and take some better shots and all that, or explain why you didn't or whatever. Granted, that's.
Do you think they hit the target?
That's like a public relation thing.
Do you think they hit the target? Honestly,
I didn't see a paper target, but you see the source of light, and to me, that's basically equivalent in value, because you wouldn't be able to see the source of light behind a hill of water. I told you this like 10 times already, dude.
Well, you did, but
how many times?
I still then would think we need to work to resolve. So, if you still think you're seeing the source of light, what's your explanation for why it can't hit the target?
I have no evidence to see why it can't hit the target. All I have is a lack of shots showing that it did hit the target. For all we know, it did hit the target, but they didn't document it. This is why I gave you that little analogy.
Are you gonna? That seems fair. That seems a stretch. I did hit the target.
I keep telling you, dude. This entire thing, it ought to have been presented more, or they're dishonest. That's unknown at this point. It's not really worth scrutinizing. Well, it's not really worth that. No, wait, wrong word. It's not worth. Wrong word. I misspoke. It's not worth dancing around in this unknown sphere, unless if there's stuff that to actually scrutinize, do it. But at this point, we're beating a dead horse.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm happy to move on.
So, hate to have been hogging the fucking mic for like 3 hours, but
we doing this for 3 hours. Oh my god!
We got to the end of it, so it's good.
You guys stopped me from falling asleep before I got home. Could never debate someone for 3 hours. This sounds obnoxious. What the fuck?
Well, we're going deep in the woods on fine points.
Yeah, right. Mick's good to talk to. He's a very reasonable. He practices the principle of charity, so he will he will deliberately try to understand what I'm saying, make valid rebuttals. That's crazy.
Well, thank you.
Be very respectful. You good fun. It was nice. Thanks. Good chat. All right, I might mute up then because we have been hogging for a while.
I think a lot of people left because of that, but that's okay. I'm actually going to bounce because it's fucking 6 in the morning.
Oh wow, it's like 7 in the evening here. Oh no, 8. I got to go to bed soon.
Anyway, nice chat. See you guys.
Yeah, good chat, mate. Have a good one. Flat Earthers really are convinced of their shtick, aren't they? I think you might be equally convinced of your shtick. I mean, it's definitely true that I haven't personally verified the thing of the Earth, right? My biggest reason is just because
What did you gain, Eggs? What did you gain from all that? What's your conclusion?
that Mick's really like, I was going in hard on him. Now that I'm reflecting on it, he was being an absolute champion. I got to be more Mick. That's what I took from all of that.
Yeah, be what? Be more
Be
what,
more
Mick?
Mick. Be more Mick. That's a British
Mick.
term. What the fuck? Mick, the guy I was talking to. Oh, okay.
I call him Milk. I don't know why, but I see Milk when I see his name.
All right, so we got. Is this 2 new people? What are you guys both?
Sling wants to talk.
Globers?
Sling wants to talk, but he doesn't want to debate. He just wants to know what everybody believes.
Oh, good luck.
It's not really good space for that.
I mean, my biggest hang up about Flat Earth is like, if it were true, it would require like a lot of people being in on it, and that I can't believe that. That's silly to me. Well, could it be compartmentalized? Could people like be unwittingly in on this scam and like, you know, they touch up photos of the Earth and they never really question why? No, that's retarded. I'm sorry. With respect to you, I just think that's retarded.
Anything's possible, right?
Yeah, do you think that's never happened in the history of humanity? Like nobody's ever been like, holy shit, that was for a spy program, or like on this scale? No, it would have to be like what? It would have to be a multinational thing.
No, I was in the military, so I understand what they tell the civilians versus what we're actually doing. You know?
Yeah, I'm not denying that there are government like lies all the time, but this is like a multinational.
You just get the part that sounds
and
good,
the scale of it is so huge.
You'll
where there's
never hear
no
the truth.
fucking way. But you know, there's always smart science people who can explain why the Earth is round. I'm more of a social science guy. I'm not really a STEM guy. I can't hear you, Eggman. I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Say again. I'm more of a social science. I'm more of a social
What's that?
science.
You want me to repeat what I just said?
Yeah, I hate having to repeat myself. It's fucking gay shit. So you haven't checked it personally, was what you were saying before that? Yeah, but then I guess my counter to that would be like, there are a billion things like every day that I do not personally verify, right? That would be like untenable to only accept things that I've personally verified. That's retarded. I say the word retarded a lot. I apologize. I like the word retarded though. Yeah, but it's a question of how much stuff you're willing to check, but then it's also more broadly a question about how much stuff do we just take for granted that the boffins have got this right? You know, like how do you decide what's true? If they tell you that it's, you know, I mean, we can't get into talking about medical things, but you know, I think a lot of people are starting to doubt what the elites are saying, and which is a good thing, right? Exactly.
you should always have like a healthy dose of skepticism, but you also have to answer the question like what is in it for them? Like why would they lie? And I ask flat earthers like what is the point of literally every nation on Earth all agreeing we're gonna lie, and like why what do they gain from it? And they would say something about like funding for NASA or something. I don't fucking know.
The why would they lie question, I think, ends up being a bit moot, because if you don't know the edges of your reality, if you've been lied to on such a fundamental level, then the answer could be utterly incomprehensible, right? If the Earth is actually flat, but they claim there's a South Pole or two opposing poles, it changes not just the layout, but the amount of space you've got. It asks so many more questions that I think why would they lie would be impossible. It would be like ants trying to understand why somebody had built an ant farm. Why are the walls glass? It just wouldn't make sense if I tried to be like, well, I like to look at you on my desk. They'd be like, what the fuck is a desk? What is lookout? What do any of, Yeah. But I don't think why would they lie question is meaningful unless you knew who they were, and maybe you could find some cult that they'd all made an agreement to do something together, and then it would all suddenly snap into place, or they might have extraordinarily beyond our imagining abilities to beam thoughts into people's heads, or directed energy weapons, or whatever else.
Yeah, I feel like it's a question worth answering, though. I feel like you can't just skirt that under the table.
It would be good, I would agree. It would be good to be able to say, here are some viable reasons. But I think they do, right? What's NASA's daily budget is one of them. More land is another one. Your land is, if Antarctica or wherever it is on the Earth, if there is a point opposed to another point, it's a point. Whereas if it's flat, there cannot be 2 points there that you can walk any direction and hit, right? So we must have more land as the Earth emanates out from that one point. So you could have untold natural resources outside of this wall. There are some people, nobody here is suggesting it. I'm not either, so we're not speculating, so please don't kick me out. Right. But some people talk of outer ponders who could live in the other realms and cross into this reality or this Earth, into our container, perhaps, to enact their nefarious agendas or to do tests or for whatever reason, we don't need to know. But is there possibly other humans that we don't know about? Well, if there's more land, we must conclude it's possible there may be other humans. And so it could be up to who those people were and what their agenda was. Like we could be basically being farmed by them. I don't know. But I don't think I would need to have an answer to that if I could show that the bottom of an oil rig was visible well beyond the predicted 3959 radius. If I can show you that the Earth is not a sphere, then I don't need to show you why they're lying to you about it. I just need to show that it's not a sphere.
No, I don't agree with that. I think there's like a lot of very troubling entailments to that, the question of that they are lying. I feel like you can't ignore that. Because, I'm sorry. Yeah,
I don't think ignore it, but I'm not ignoring it. I'm saying I've given you like 3, 4, 5 different possible examples, and I'm also couching them in terms of I can't necessarily, because I can't get to the edges of this reality and pull it back to reveal it to everybody. I can't even be sure which bits are true. I'm saying there's a lot of guesswork involved here and blah, 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 blah.
But like...
So, But I don't need an answer to that if I can go, look, it's a good question, but I do have 3 or 4 different possible solutions to this tough problem.
But with respect, my dude, like the thing about like NASA is one of the things you said, right? But like that's not good enough. Like that, like because they what you're saying with the NASA thing is that NASA is that the government is like willing to I lost my train of thought. That like so it's like a funding thing. Like no, I think that's incredibly silly. I'm not willing to buy that. Like,
well, I mean, it's not just NASA, right? If the Earth is flat, if there are edges of our reality that are unexplored and things like that, you would. It's not just NASA. It would be large. Almost every large company would be in on it, right? If you're a big enough company,
so fucking
the logistics chains, everybody would. But there's nothing stopping that all being a select group of people who get vetted and, if they get out of line, get whacked or.
No, the logistics of that. No,
limited
there's no
empathy.
way. I'm sorry.
So it's just the logistics for you, like how difficult it would be to maintain a line.
Like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say logistics. It's like the amount of organization is so it's incomprehensibly large. Like every single person who is trained in like math, or every single sailor who knows how to use the little gyroscopic thing. Like everyone has to be in on it.
I think their answer to you would be that it's compartmentalized, that you can have, you can tell a story perhaps to a sailor about how you calculate X and Y, and if he never returns to first principles and tests if that maths works, you could be, I think they would more say it's about pilots. Pilots just given charts and will fly to the route that they're told, but they're not constantly, what are they checking their route against? Of course, their instruments are going to tell them this is north, but how do they know it's north? So they could be taking a different path to what they think they are if they just follow the line that's given to them.
Right. They
could be unaware of their speed or bearing if you just confounded the instruments on their thing. So you wouldn't have to have everybody in on it, right? What I would be doing if I were a flat earther is trying to seek to reduce the number of people who need to be in on it by saying, well, a small group of programmers could write that code into it without even themselves knowing why they're doing so. And the pilots never get wind of it, and the coders never even think about it again. It just seems largely irrelevant. It was just some bearing adjustment for a flight computer.
I'm going to grant that.
You have large thousands of people who all maybe when the flat Earth got revealed was suddenly like, is that what I've been doing all these years?
I don't buy that, but I'm going to grant that for the sake of this discussion. So, one other thing is Cold War, right? America, Soviet Union, they hate each other. I think that's agreeable, right? So why was it when they I can't. If we don't agree on that shared reality, I might as well stop now. I mean, I know that you agree with me, but you're arguing from the perspective of I get that.
But this argument is valid. This argument is valid, which you need to, in order to discuss flat Earth, you need to contend that it may be true. But what I mean to say that is you need to accept that my worldview. If you are debunking my worldview, you're matching my worldview, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not being a flat earther, but I can present this to you as a very valid worldview, and it is: if space is fake, how could it be true that Russia was really up against and hated America? Right? Because if flat Earth, then space is fake, according to most of the people here, right? We're contained and that stuff is all CGI. Yeah. It couldn't be true that they were mortal enemies. That must be a frenemies bullshit situation like 1984 pre told us about, where the elites are pretending to be at war with these, they're bad, they're fascists and da-da-da-da-da, but it's all just a hoax.
Yeah, but
in order to debate against me, you must accept that we're contending that space may be fake. Russia agreed that space was real, so they cannot be telling the truth. It must be a frenemy situation. So I don't think that's a reason to say, if you can't believe that.
Right, but the problem is that every explanation that you're giving me, while works on by itself, opens up another can of troubling entailments. Where it's okay, so then how do you explain this thing about why Russia and the Soviet Union and America had this? Was this really a frenemies thing? And then it's what about the Korean War? Was that a frenemies thing? What was the?
Could be. What happens in war? Where does the money go? What happens? Who dies? What is the result of them? Right? Borders change. People die. World leaders lie. Large numbers of young men die. Who wants to do that? I could easily see a situation where it gets revealed in the future that people like Steve Jobs and wealthy people like that deliberately did wars for no reason other than to fuck more young women. I think that people regularly exert power over other people. The Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule, demands it. It says that 20% of the men must do 80% of the oppressing, right? That's how the Pareto principle works. You just pick a thing, and there must be an 80-20 there almost. Not quite, but nearly. You could have these fake wars where you send young men off to die, and you take this off that other warlord, kind of other chiefling who's not quite as powerful as you, and you become a bit more powerful along the way, and you rape more natural resources, and you get to redraw borders and tell people they can't cross from here to there, and through that do a whole load of secrecy and skullduggery and hiding of resources and whacking of dissidents. And it would be so much easier to do all of that dodgy stuff if you didn't actually have a real enemy. You just constantly pretended you were fighting with Russia, but in fact you were going around and doing secret operations in your own cities to... You know, and there are cases of this, right? They infected people with syphilis. They infected black people with syphilis, right? They irradiated civilians to see what it did. Like, we can't pretend that it's beyond them to cause death and suffering to their own civilians just for morbid curiosity. They just wanted to know what syphilis did.
Yeah, but like
insane. Who does that?
I get that. But the problem is, again, it's like, you gave a really good rebuttal to like one of the entailments of Russia and America being frenemies, but there's like at least 5 that I thought of like off the top of my head that I could like write down more. It's like, what would it mean if Russia and America secretly didn't hate each other? Like, I'm sure if I go to a chalkboard and be like, okay, well, how do we explain this? And there's just so much, dude. How do you... Yes.
What are the entailments, though? You said that you can think of these entailments. Share with me your strongest one.
So, wait, give me a second. I'm playing a Yu-Gi-Oh game. Give me a second. I'm sorry.
Assassinating a target, so...
Yeah, so, sure, here's a small one, but why not? So, in America, we were very, very... I mean, I know you're going to think of an explanation, but, like, at a certain point, like... It's
I don't think I'll have to.
You have to believe, but it's like, I can't. Sure.
I'm having fun.
I know, we're all having fun. This is a great time. We have fun here. So another one is like America was very, very, very secretive with its nuclear program, so much to the point that the guy who leaked the information was like executed, right? So what was the point of that?
I can't tell you why they did any one thing, but tell me what you think this means. So what we're comparing this to is a frenemy situation where they aren't really at one another's throats, but as is implied by the word frenemy, they are pretending to be enemies, like we see influencers do online, right? Start a beef for no apparent reason just to drive up viewership or control the narrative or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
And you're saying, well, why would they do secretive stuff and whack people? Well, both situations predict that secretive shit will be happening and people will be getting whacked, right? And we don't, in either situation, even if you're right and we were really fighting Russia, do you think they would be honest with us about who got whacked and why? No, because then Russia finds out and they don't want Russia to know. So in both situations, it's necessary that we conclude we're probably being lied to about who got whacked and why they got whacked and whether that was a whacking at all.
Right.
And it doesn't make sense to then say, well, I've got this example of this whacking. Your side wouldn't have a target getting whacked. So yeah, absolutely it would. My side's got a lot more people getting whacked. It's a kind of core principle in it. When anybody doesn't want to keep up the lie, we've got to coerce them or whack them.
No, I mean, I think I'm glad we're both having fun here. But this is like one of the things with like with flat earthers is they've got an explanation for everything, and like if you buy literally everything that you're saying, then sure, yeah, I just have to suspend my disbelief. Because at the end of the day, like, anyone could be lying about anything, right? You back a flat earther into a corner, and they're just going to be like, okay, well, what if that person's lying? Like, okay, sure, yeah, whatever. And it's a frustrating experience. I think you can only really debate people if you operate in a shared reality. Like, if you're willing to accept all of this extra stuff that you just keep tacking on post-talk, I can't, man. I can't debate these people. You're fine, though. I like you.
Well, I think the way to come at it, the way I understand, because I agree with you, but I started off a 9/11 denier, and like what spat me out the other side of being a 9/11 inside jobber was exactly the problem you're raising, which is it creates a lot of complexity. But to then put yourself in the shoes of a flat earther, most came from 9/11. So I got to 9/11, realised there was a too many people problem, and decided to leave all conspiracies behind. I'm now completely out the other side. Like, it's all completely, not all completely, but like fairly mainstream view. But they would most people here, you would struggle to think of a conspiracy that was held by people that wasn't mutually exclusive with Flat Earth that you couldn't find somebody else who agreed. Almost everybody here would be 9/11 inside jobbers, MoonCon, like all sorts of Bohemian Grove, and there's like millions of different points of conspiracy belief about who's in it and what they're in on. And I don't think there's any reptilians here, to be fair.
No,
but I think virtually every other...
I did talk to Flat Earth, the ones who unironically opened up about like reptilians, and I was like, okay, I listened respectfully, but I was like, oh my god,
reptilians, let's go.
Did you die, Eggman?
No, I'm just getting battered by a large samurai.
What game you
you still lost on that argument, huh? For the gas pressure without a container?
Oh, say that again, bro. Say that again, sorry.
I said you're still lost on the argument for gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, no one's ever going to me, bro. You know I've been on this problem for like 2-3 weeks now, bro.
I don't get how or why.
What do you mean?
I don't get how or why. Like the questions you ask are like, why are you asking it? Like, what does that have to do with anything? Right? Because it's like pressure.
There's a container around the world, or around over the plane, I guess is the argument. There's a container over the plane. Okay, how high is it? Just simple basic shit. How high is it? Can we measure it? Is it demonstrable? Can we replicate it? Like, these are just shit that I've picked. It's the same.
But what does that have to do with gas pressure?
Well, nothing at all, bro. But I'm just
curious. But that's what we're talking about. And you're asking me about like what the walls of the container's made of.
So
it's like no. The whole point is how do you have gas pressure in the first place?
Well, finding the height of this container that's over a plane might help, formulate ideas.
Yeah, potentially, but it's besides the point.
At different altitudes, it might.
It's a completely different discussion, though, right?
How high is it, though, bro? Like, can we measure?
Who knows, guy? Who knows? We're talking about gas pressure. Asking me about how high is the ceiling of the container? Like, I don't know. Is there a container? Is there a container or is there not?
We all agree there is a container. I think the argument.
Okay, that's the point. That's the point. You need that container to create gas pressure.
I've just said though. I think the argument is based in what we all think or classify as a container. Like for me, a container is just something that serves a purpose. You know what I mean? It's by its function that it becomes a container, not the fact that it's got like walls. Or a lid.
Yeah, is it a scientific definition, container, or is that just a colloquial definition? How does science define a container?
It's very colloquial to me.
Yeah, because I would say a cup could be a container, right? Open container is not allowed. But is open container because gas and pressure and force and newtons are all defined terms.
And all this other bullshit. Okay.
No, isolated systems are well defined. Container.
Show me gas pressure without a container. Right, or show me gas without a downward bias, with a downward bias.
Yeah, define container.
Those are the things you need to do
for weeks and weeks and weeks. Define what you think a container is, bro. Like
if you're saying show me this without that, I can say what is that? Tell me before I go looking whether I'm going to know if I'm looking at that. I know what gas is. You don't need to define gas. You don't need to define without. You don't need to define any word but container, and it's necessary that you do that if you want that question answered. Otherwise, you're not really asking a question.
No, because it's like... Oh, you got muted.
Oh, you got muted?
Oh, you got muted quick. No, he's being a dickhead. He's already had this argument. He's just trying... He likes to argue. He knows he's full of shit. He knows he can't win this one.
That was
okay
with you, bro. I've not been paying attention.
No, Egg is wicked full of shit. He likes to argue.
But yeah, anyway, going back to the actual container thing, yeah, it really does seem like you are right, 100% right. We need a container, but that is not the argument. That is like day one argument. The argument really is what constitutes a container. And
wrong.
Okay.
I don't understand. It's what
no one gives a shit what the container's made. It could be made of shit sandwiches stitched together with silk. No one fucking cares. If you bring this up again, Pads, I will ban you for more than 2 fucking days.
Mate. Pure rigor.
We don't care what the container is made about.
Yeah, but
it's very simple. Gas pressure requires containment. If you make any other claims outside of that, it's pure speculation. Please feel free to bring it on Sundays.
Chat about it at a different time.
Like the big container
Sunday,
speculation.
yeah. We'll chat about it on Sunday.
Oh, there you go, Slings. There you go. Have at it with Banhammer.
But yeah, the big container speculation. I just have questions more than anything. But the issue is like you can't get mad at people for speculation when you speculate.
I haven't been speculating. We save that till Sunday. If you wish to bring
speculate
speculations
that there is a
forward,
container.
you're more than welcome to do so.
Yeah,
On
there's
Sunday.
I don't see a container. So do you speculate that it's there, or do you know that it's there?
I don't see your
What are
mother.
you talking about?
Do I speculate that you have a mother, or do you have a mother?
Yeah, you'd speculate that I have a mom. My mom could be dead.
No, bro. I know you have a mother. You came from a womb.
Then we would have to define what a mother is. Congratulations. Now you understand why we have to define what a container is.
No, bro. No, you came from a womb. There is no doubt about it. Right? So a necessary antecedent consequent relationship. You get it? You got gas pressure. You got a container.
You can have pressure without containers, though, can't you?
No.
Show us.
But yeah, that you can measure pressure at sea level, and if you go higher, there is less pressure, right?
No, that's not you causing gas pressure. That's you measuring different pressure. We're asking you to cause gas pressure without a container, not
Then
measure
you're asking me to explain how it could happen without a container.
No. No. We're asking you to
Literally, yes, you are.
No, excuse me. We're asking you to demonstrate how it is possible to have gas pressure without a container, being as the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, not you measuring different pressure.
Okay, so inside of a container, right? Whenever we have gas in that container, there is a pressure for that gas. It is exerted equally across that container, right?
What's causing the pressure? What's causing the pressure?
The gas compacted into the container trying to expand.
Awesome stuff. So the cause of the
Are you
gas...
going to answer my question?
Dude, we're going to reach an agreement. The cause of the pressure is the container. Now cause the pressure without
No,
a
the
container.
cause of the pressure is the gas.
No.
If you take the gas out, is the pressure lower?
Excuse me. PV equals NRT. Do you know what this is?
I'm asking a simple question. If there's no
I'm
gas
going
in container,
to help you, but it's
what
going to take
happens?
some time. Do you know what PV... Dude, do you know what PV equals NRT is?
No, I don't.
Okay, so it's the ideal gas formula. P and V are very important. That's pressure and volume. The pressure is solved by force over area.
Exerted by what?
Force over area.
Exerted by what?
Excuse me. It's probably best you don't interrupt. Just let me explain my point. And then
What
you
is
can
it
ask.
exerted by? That's all I'm asking.
The gas. Exerted
Exactly.
by force
And so the
against
pressure
the
is
walls.
caused by the gas.
Excuse me. Against the walls of its container. Force over area. Area given in feet or meters. Described as the physical boundary for gas to press against. It's a necessary antecedent consequent relationship. So the question is, how do you have gas pressure without something for the gas to press against, i.e. a container?
That's what I'm trying to get to. So if we can go back to the container and the gas, what I was asking you is, that when you have gas in a container, if there is more gas in the container, do you have higher pressure?
Yes.
If there is less gas, you have lower pressure. This follows naturally. Okay. And so
yes,
if you have gas and there is no container, what happens when you go to the less dense area?
Sorry, if you have no container, the gas is going to spread out. You're going to have no pressure.
Exactly. Yeah, it is going to spread out. But what does gas do? Yeah, what does gas do that is heavier than air?
Sorry, what does gas do that is heavier than air?
Yeah.
That's the most retarded question I've heard today. Try again.
Okay, let me rephrase it another way. Something like chlorine gas, what does it do?
What? Chlorine
When
gas
you
in
let
a
it
vacuum?
loose.
Hold on. Chlorine gas in a vacuum or chlorine
I'm
gas
not
in
asking you in a vacuum.
Oh.
If I have a canister of chlorine gas in my house right now and I puncture it, what happens to that gas?
If you've got a container of chlorine gas, it'll fill the volume. If you puncture the container,
Oh my
entropy will. Oh my God, are you stupid?
Yeah, this is not how that works. You know that, right?
What? So you don't think this is how
You had
gas?
to just shut up and listen to his response. You didn't even let him fucking finish.
But yeah, it doesn't fill the volume. That's what I'm telling you. It doesn't do that.
It what? Sorry,
Yeah,
gas
it does.
doesn't. Gas
Okay,
doesn't
so
fill space.
chlorine gas, yes, gas fills space, but then it settles eventually. Whether that settling means it floats up into the air and further, or it settles onto the ground or near the ground. So in the case of chlorine gas, if I was to puncture a canister of it, and it was to explode into my home and just fill the volume, in a day's time, most of it will have sunk down and settled around floor level, right? Do we agree?
Okay. So after more time.
Oh my God. So we
Excuse me.
can't answer this question now.
Sling, it wasn't a question. You made a fucking statement.
I said it will have settled down at the floor, right? That was a question.
Shut the fuck up.
You're wrong,
okay,
by the
so
way.
I didn't ask a question?
Sorry. Do you know what entropy is?
Yes, I know what entropy is.
Good. So that's why we're going to talk about a little bit more time. Because you won't come back 3 weeks later and have a layer of gas on the floor that was there when you fucking dropped it there. Entropy would have increased. The gas would have dispersed more and more.
Sure. Yeah, that's possible.
Good. Yeah, good. So entropy increase. This is what we're talking about. I just stop that without a container.
Without a container?
Yeah. Remember, the container was stopping the gas exploding everywhere. So if we don't have a container, the gas is going to disperse. Entropy is going to increase. The gas is going to fill the space, isn't it?
How do you stop? I'm sorry, that's a complicated question. Let me think about it.
How do you stop gas expanding?
You put it into a container. Clearly.
Awesome. Yeah. So if you don't have a container, what happens to the gas?
It spreads and then settles.
It expands. You say
it expands and then settles.
See, it's a misnomer. You keep saying settles. No. Over time, it'll disperse.
And to what?
The rest of the environment.
Yeah, if you find a gas that wants to settle at the floor, I just hang on for a minute, okay?
No,
if you find a gas that is at the floor.
Sling, we need you to
use
your brain and think.
Do I not get that talk? This is crazy.
Yeah, shut up.
Not when you're wrong. Not when you're wrong.
Think about it logically, sunshine. Carbon dioxide. Our level, which we walk around at, would be nothing but carbon dioxide. Based on your chlorine gas settles to the ground. Carbon dioxide would do the same thing. You would not be breathing, my friend. You would be dead.
It literally does. Right. You know that,
Where
right?
are those detectors, by the way? Are they on the roof? Remind me.
Have you ever heard of a carbon dioxide-filled room in a mine? That happens. They have to circulate air, or people will literally suffocate in carbon dioxide.
Because that's where the gas is produced.
Yeah, but it settles low. They have to pump air
there. No. So there's no settling. It's mixed. There's just a higher amount of it where it's produced. It doesn't fucking settle.
Yeah, but the difference is that when you're out in the open, it can disperse and it can mix with the rest of the oxygen.
Yeah, in the open. Yeah, in the open.
It can mix with the rest of the oxygen.
Because when it's contained, you said open. That's destroying your argument.
Yeah, you said open, so now you talk over me. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Because you just destroyed your own argument.
No, go ahead. I'm waiting. Continue.
I will. I'll start right at the beginning. Sweet. You have just destroyed your own argument by the words that you yourself have just fucking said.
Okay. Do I get to make my argument before it gets destroyed or no?
Sorry. When it's open, what's that?
Oh, no, I don't. Okay. I'll wait.
All right, let's put it like this, you sarcastic little shits. You're either going to listen and learn, or you can fuck off.
I've been listening. You won't let me speak.
Everything that you've said has been wrong.
What have I said that has been wrong?
Sorry. What's the cause of gas pressure?
The cause of gas pressure is a compact level of gas, but you don't need it to be in a container for pressure.
Excuse me. PV equals nRT. We spoke about this earlier. Boyle's law, right? The amount of gas when we added more or added less to the container that it was in, the force that the gas exerted upon the walls of its container, as expressed as P is equal to force over area. You understand how you're wrong?
I'm just waiting for you to explain to me. You're making an assertion that there must be a container, otherwise there can be no gas because the gas would have expanded.
Yeah,
Where's
just
the
demonstrated
container then?
it. Oh, sorry, it's in PV equals nRT.
Where's the container?
It's in PV equals nRT.
I don't see a container. I'm looking up right now at the sky. No container
you're
there.
a disingenuous little prick. No problem, off you fuck.
What defines volume?
You want to keep yapping to him, T-Dub? I'll unlock him if you want, mate.
No, I want to tell him that he's wrong. Gas does not settle, because if it settles, that means it forms a free surface, which is contradictory to the fundamental behavior of gases. It's not a liquid, bro. No free surface forms. Indefinite expansion fills the volume, shape of its container.
Well, looks like he might be nearly starting to get it. So gases don't go up when let loose or down. When let loose, they just go in every direction. Yes, good boy, we're slowly getting there. Until they hit the walls of their container. Well, the problem you've got with your, I think I've got them with the settles in the mine, there's been instances where they've opened caves up that have been sealed for fucking who knows how long, and guess what? The air in there is mixed, the same as it is outside, yet they've been sealed up for fuck knows how many hundreds, possibly plus more years.
Your own side says that there is a layer of O3 very, very high up, protecting us from UV radiation, right? That's why they're worried about things like carbon emissions going up there, by the way, going up to this layer of heavier gas, heavier than oxygen, because it's 3 atoms. 3 oxygen, not 2, right? It's heavier than the oxygen we're breathing. How the fuck did it get up there, and why in the fuck isn't it falling down on our fucking heads?
Oh, did you think this was a debate? Oh, that's cute. No, it's not a debate.
It's not a debate. This is you just disagreeing with laws of nature. This is us educating you about laws of nature, and you just going, nah, it's not a debate, mate.
You cited the ideal gas law. How does the ideal gas law show that pressure works and why?
How does it
Jedi,
show?
go over that.
Yeah, how? Because of the experiments that went into it, i.e. Boyle's law, we spoke about that earlier. The amount of gas and the volume of the container is directly proportional. You put more gas into that fixed volume, more pressure. You increase the size of the container but keep the amount of gas the same, a decrease in pressure. And Ricardo's law, when we're speaking about the mass of a system, Gay-Lussac's law, if we want to start talking about the temperature of the system, that will be T. Every single experiment is with gas at temperature within a fixed volume. Size of the volume is going to change the pressure. The amount of temperature is going to change the pressure. The amount of gas molecules, the mass, is going to change the pressure. If you do not have a container, you do not have something to press against, entropy will increase and the gas will continue to disperse. You will not have achieved pressure.
How the fuck did you get that out of what Jedi said? So in that respect, you would be admitting that space exists, and the reason why pressure gets lower the higher you go is because the container doesn't exist and the gases are disappearing into the vacuum.
Dial it back a little bit. He said when you stack gases upon gases, he thinks we stack gases on top of gases, mate.
Otherwise,
He thinks if we stack gases on top of gases, that makes only a pressure vector downwards. And the stacking of the gases keeping the gases there. But as you get higher in the stacking of gases, the gases thin out and turn into the vacuum of space. He thinks we stack gases on gases. He's an idiot. Right, categorically, as written down in the side chat, he's written it down for fucking prosperity and history. That's what he just fucking said. He's an idiot.
Stignit. It's like any other context might be able to get it, but put it here in flat Earth, and suddenly none of it, you can't comprehend any of it.
I'm going to put the tiniest amount, just enough to be able to see, right, a bromine into a vacuum chamber. I should just watch it all just like settle at the bottom, right? You'll have this layer of visible bromine at the bottom, very, very large area of just transparency at the top because there's nothing there, right? Vacuum. Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Oh shit, I'm unmuted. The question is, if I'm able to ask, in most containers holding gas, the pressure exerted over the container seems to be equal all over that container, despite the fact that some areas of that tank are more dense than others. It seems that the gases move around fast enough that the density and the pressure is relatively maintained. So if you have a 50 psi tank, it's 50 psi everywhere, not per this square inch, and then 40 psi per this square inch here at the top.
Actually, that's incorrect, because there's been a gentleman that did a test a while ago to actually prove what you're saying, and it does show in a small container there is a pressure gradient and different pressures at different zones.
So to be clear, and this isn't an argument, this is a question to clarify. It's hypothetically possible, like say in a welding tank with 100 psi, that an inch of that tank at the top could actually be like 90 psi, but at the bottom it could be like 110 psi. That's what you're saying?
No.
The pressure goes into one area.
The highest point is the rating, and it goes below that. So the average is not 100, with one bit being 110 and the other bit being 90. That is incorrect. The maximum of 100, and then it gradiates down from that.
So sure, then in that case, then at this area it could be 100, and then somewhere like in the middle or at the bottom it's actually 80 psi is what you're saying.
Correct. That's what the gentleman noticed with his cylinder with multiple gauges on it.
Cylinder with multiple gauge. Could you show me that?
Oh, what's he?
What's the point?
Well, the point would be like if that's the case, then it isn't true in a container that the pressure is universal. And so if it isn't true that in a container the pressure. My God, dude!
You're the only one that made
you what I'm taking from it. This isn't even a debate.
You're the only one that's made the claim that it's universal.
Yeah, obviously, and this refutes that, and that's why I'm asking for you to show me this thing. I'm explaining why I asked for that thing. It's literally all. My God.
No, you've been making a lot of demands, a lot of fucking stupid claims in text.
There's not a single demand.
To Jedi, shut the fuck up. And you had not been listening to Jedi earlier on when he was trying to explain shit to you. Sorry, Jedi.
It's all right. He's just getting treated this way because his behaviour earlier wrong. Now we're hostile to him because he's demonstrated himself to be a prick. He's got to get himself down off of this prick ladder, so we start treating him reasonably. I wonder if you can do that.
I'll unmute him. You can converse with him. If he misbehaves, there is no guarantees that it's going to be a muting.
Make your point.
I was asking a question, not making a point. That's it.
Ask a question, drop the attitude, or fuck off.
I'm not trying to have an attitude. I'm just not trying to get muted.
Okay, then drop it. Then drop it.
Okay.
Stop being a smarmy little prick. We'll have the conversation. Ask your question.
So my question was, can I see this? Because it is my understanding. Okay, I'm not telling you this is how it is. My understanding was any tank that has pressurized gas, if it's 100 psi, it's 100 psi at the top, the middle, and the bottom of that tank. If there is proof, kind of like, I guess, like contrary to that, that would be news to me. I would like to see it. Not in a smart-ass way, just unjokingly. That's news to me.
Okay. What was the overall point to your question?
Well, the reason why I'm asking that is because, like, when we're talking about things like the atmosphere, or the container, because those are the two opposing views. The reason why I think like an atmosphere can exist is because also apparently gravity is kind of contentious, but I do have to invoke that. The atmosphere is by effect of gravity and the density of gases, and whether or not they're light enough to drift away into the upper atmosphere or dense enough to tend to go lower into the atmosphere and settle toward the bottom ends of what we would call an atmosphere or this container. Basically what happens is, because of this, a lot of gases tend to go down, and so they all smash together kind of toward the bottom of either this container or the atmosphere, and that creates more pressure. But some of those gases are light enough that they tend to go up, and they tend to the top of the atmosphere or container. And what this creates is the gradient in pressure that we see, where at sea level, lots and lots of pressure. The higher up you go, it exponentially drops off. I think it's like every 3.3 miles, or maybe every 3.3 kilometers. I can't remember.
Oh.
But
You mean like O3 that's heavier than oxygen? That's above the oxygen?
Every couple of whatever this measurement is, I think it was.
I don't want to listen. I'm going to keep talking, and I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear what T-Dub just said.
I was just trying to finish my point. I will answer the question.
But... No, hold on. Your point is bunk because, number one, the same gas mixture at sea level is the same mixture at Mount Chimborazo, at Mount Everest. It's always exactly the same mixture.
Yeah, it's the same mixture, but it's not the same density.
Your idea would be they would be separating themselves out by density. It'd be like a layering of gases by density. Incorrect. The same exact mixture.
That's what we tried to point out to you earlier, but you just completely stepped by it.
So you're incorrect. Gravity, even if you proved it or demonstrated it, does not affect gas. Gas moves freely in all directions. The heavier gas and the lighter gases, same mixture all the way through, just less of it as you get further up. And it's not even correlated to sea level. There's some spots where, like, you think Mount Everest is the highest spot. Mount Chimborazo is the highest spot on Earth, astrophysically. So your idea here is a straight hot mess. It's a straight hot mess.
I'm reading. I haven't thought about the whole mixture thing before. Give me a second.
You haven't thought about the heavier gases being above the lighter gases either.
There's no reason to be snarky, dude. I even admitted, like, hey, this is a thing I haven't thought about. Let me read about it.
It's not that, okay, this is the main thing. People are getting frustrated with you because you're not catching on quick enough. It's like you're kicking and squirming rather than just being honest about a conversation.
What do you mean? How am I not being honest?
You're constantly looking for that escape ladder, golden parachute. Oh, gotcha. Rather than just be like, okay, this is where the flat earthers are coming from. And you go, okay, sure, that makes sense. I get where you're. I'm going to think about that, or I'm going to see where.
I understand what you're saying, but to be clear, the first thing that I said, which you guys told me that this wasn't the space for that, is that actually I don't want to debate you at all. I just want to ask you what you think. I don't want to tell you what I think. I don't want to tell you you're wrong. I don't want to debate you over this or that or the other.
It's not a debate.
So is it cool if I just ask questions then?
Yeah, normally, I know someone changed the banner, but yeah, it's normally Flat Earth AMA, or if you want to debate, make a claim.
Well, I don't really want to debate. The whole reason I'm in here, you can look at the side chat, like the last 2 hours of what I've been saying.
Bro.
Oh, okay.
So you were contesting our answers. You were contesting our responses. You were not just here to say, oh, okay, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, I haven't thought about it like that. You were contesting, deliberately contesting what we said. No, that's not how it works. So, but you're not here to debate?
You guys asked me how I thought it worked, to be clear. If you look at the side chat, I explicitly say multiple times I am literally just curious. I've even said, like, unjokingly, here, I'll just say it like here, because this is easier than typing it.
Okay, then.
Yeah, unjokingly, I don't actually really know what most flat earthers believe other than just Earth equals flat. I have heard, having been in here, some people seem like they don't believe in gravity. I don't know if all flat earthers don't believe in gravity. Some people seem to not believe in space. I don't know if all flat earthers don't believe in space. There are multiple things about flat Earth that I don't really know other than just most flat earthers think flat Earth flat.
Okay,
That's
well, thing you're talking about belief system. What drove you into that pipeline? That anyone here talking about belief systems?
Well, I'm not trying to like espouse anything to anyone here. I'm just curious because I don't know flat earthers in my real life. Okay.
Okay.
You guys
so
don't have
hold
to
on.
tell me definitively.
Pump the
Okay,
brakes.
Go ahead.
Pump the brakes.
Sure.
If you don't know anything about it, what drove you into a pipeline to make you think it was a belief system? If you didn't know anything about it, clearly you know something about it. Yeah. Why do you think flat Earth is a belief system?
I would think that globe Earth is a belief system too, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what this separates the two. One is a belief system. Another one is knowledge, a knowledge-based idea.
Sure. Then we can call it knowledge. So then, like the knowledge-based this flat Earth. Okay. All I'm asking is like, what are the other things that are basically like? So like here, I'll explain. Like, if you ask me, as like a globe Earth person, hey, I don't know what globe Earth people think. Like, do they believe in space? I would say yes, they believe in space. This is how they think it works. That's basically my question. Is like, okay, flat earthers believe that the Earth is flat. What logically follows from this? What do you guys believe about these things?
Not a belief. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, what do you guys have knowledge of about these things? Sure, fine.
That's what I'm saying. What you should do now is, now that you've got a little bit to chew on, just think of some targeted, pointed questions that go into answers you can use rather than things that you just keep getting confused by.
I'm
So
not
like, I would say
being-
try again. How about this? Ask a question, Flat Earth AMA, a room full of flat earthers. What's a targeted, pointed question that would allow you, that the answer would allow you to understand what you think the point of view flat earthers are coming from? Think about it really carefully. There's two words there, flat and earth. Which one of those two words do you think you could ask a targeted, pointed question on to really see where a flat earther, flat and earth, are coming from? Do you think space would do it? Asking a bunch of questions about space? Would that be where you'd go?
I mean, I could ask a lot of questions about like things that you guys think about other things. Are you trying to like make me ask you a specific thing?
No, like you really don't know. There's a group of people over here, right over. It's a hypothetical now, just so you can grasp the concept. There's a group of people over there called Green Bay Packers.
Yeah,
You're
I
like,
get.
huh,
What you're,
I
I could
wonder
ask
what
you
they're
about
about.
flat Earth. I could also ask you. Sure, go
I
ahead.
wonder what. Dude, why are you talking? I wonder what those people are into. They're wearing green and yellow, and they identify as Green Bay Packers. I wonder if I walk up and just ask them about, what do you think about Jupiter? Do you think that's going to help out? Figure out
But
what
I
they're.
could ask them like, what do they think about the rest of the United States, right?
Yeah, how do you know? How do you even know that's Green Bay from United States? So you're adding in some sort of presupposition.
Well, no, I know that Green Bay is in a state in the U.S.
Well, you think you do, but they could be some other group of people.
Sure, yeah, that's possible. In which case, they would say, I don't know shit about that.
They could be a moving company that just kind of used, Green Bay.
That's exactly the issue of
Okay.
like why I'm asking questions.
So you
Yeah.
ask them, hey, what do you think about San Francisco 49ers? And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Another
Are
team
you
that they play
on-
against. Yeah.
No, but it's not a sports team at all. You misunderstood.
Oh, and in which case, what would they do if they weren't a sports team?
Yeah, you'd have to figure that out. You have to go through
Well,
some
no,
sort
what they would
See,
do
the
if they weren't
problem
a
is your
sports team.
Your epistemology is loaded with so many assumptions.
I'm not
that is-
assuming. That's literally
Yeah,
the whole point of
you just
asking a
demonstrated
question.
My point. You just demonstrated my point
Okay.
perfectly.
Okay.
This group of people, the Green Bay Packers, had
Mm-hmm.
absolutely nothing to do with Green Bay or the football team or sports at all. They're a moving company.
Yeah. And if I asked them what did they think about the 49ers, and they weren't a sports
I don't know what the
team.
hell you're talking about. But
Exactly. And then what would I know from them saying, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about?
Yeah, why not ask them about Green Bay? Or something like that. They have a targeted, pointed question.
Well, yeah, but if I ask them specifically... I don't want
off in the back nine asking some random questions that are built into your presuppositions and your assumptions rather than starting off with, you don't know. I don't know what this group of people are about. Let me see where...
Did I not literally say that? I literally said, I don't know what flat earthers believe, and I have questions to see what they believe.
Believe.
Okay, what they have knowledge of. My God, this is a semantical argument right now.
But you rejected everything they told you.
What did I reject? Can you show me an example of this?
Everything about the gas pressure. They were walking you through it, and you just said, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. And it took forever to get through it.
Yep.
You
That's your impression on the room.
You said you don't need a container for gas pressure.
Yeah, but you made that impression.
We told you that what gas pressure is, what it's defined as, and you disagreed.
Yeah,
and you said, I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to debate.
Well, yeah, but so I came into the discussion, and I said I had questions. Instead of asking, because I was told this isn't the place to just ask questions.
Just more meta.
There's no meta. The meta would be like me.
Well, just ask your questions then.
Okay, I'll try again. All right. Do generally this? I'm asking not just one person in flat Earth believes this thing. Do people?
Okay, just try again. You're already talking about belief. I mean, how many times does that have to be demonstrated to you? Try to ask a targeted, pointed question. You see this channel is called 24/7 Flat Earth. Ask a targeted, pointed question. Your shtick here is you're not cloaked, dude. Everyone sees exactly what you're doing.
Is there a flat Earth channel that I could go to where people would just talk about their views? Is that cool?
Yeah,
you guys don't want to explain your views.
Cookie time,
yeah, you guys don't want to explain your views. Are there any other flat Earthers that do?
Explain? Who talked about anything about explaining? This is your.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, you guys don't want to explain your views. Do you know any who do?
No one wants to do that. We do this all day long.
Okay, cool. Got it. If you don't want to explain your views, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what we do all day long. All day long, just offer explanations and demonstrations, and somehow you came out the back end of that as we don't want to do that. Okay.
It doesn't sound like it.
You're yeah.
Provided many citations.
When you're ready,
I'm not trying to disprove or prove anything. I'm simply asking you what you think or what you have knowledge of, apparently.
Okay, we have knowledge of this. The cause of gas pressure is the container.
Okay.
As expressed within PV equals nRT. As experimentally verified through Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law, parts of Brownian motion, kinetic molecular theory, and the second law of thermodynamics. To have gas pressure, you require a container. Because if you don't have a container, you don't have the necessary antecedent to cause pressure, and if you don't have a container, the gas will fuck off.
Okay. So according to Flat Earth, there is container. That is how you end up with...
No, stop.
Yeah.
Stop. No? Listen to what he just said. Listen to what he just said. Now, can you repeat back what he first started with?
Yeah, he said, okay, so we have a container. According to all of these laws, this is the way that gas behaves. And so it must be in a container.
According to those laws.
Dude, what specific equation did he give you at the beginning?
It's something to do with ideal gas and Boyle's law. I remember that.
Yeah. So, you see, here's the problem, though, man. Just like Crit's pointing out, you're not paying attention. You want us to give all these explanations and tell us what we know about what Flat Earth is, and yet you're not listening. This is a problem. Do you understand?
I mean, I'm not able to recite to you all the different laws.
It's not about reciting, bro. It's not about reciting. The content that he's giving you, there's a specific contextual meaning when he's speaking to you. that you're not grasping. You're saying, well, this is according to flat earthers. Like, what? He's telling you all these laws. Did we make these laws up?
Yeah, I'm not saying that you made up these laws.
Did we answer yes or no? Answer yes or no. Answer yes or no. Did we make these laws up?
Nope.
Okay. So moving forward, anything that he tells you, the people that were involved there, all the ones who made the gas laws are not flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I'm just asking what the logical conclusions are given that. And it seems like a logical conclusion given that is one, there is a container. Okay, that's number one. All right. What other things follow?
Why is there a container though? What is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure?
Yeah, the idea is that without a container, all of the gas would go everywhere, and if there was a vacuum, then there would be no atmosphere, so to speak. And so there must be a container.
Now that you understand the gas law, do you think that there's a definition that could state that gas law is defined this way?
Well, now we're getting into a thing that like goes into why you have knowledge of this thing.
Yes, correct. So the knowledge comes from definitions, gas laws, and also demonstrations of those gas laws.
But this is the issue in where I'm trying to explain. I'm not trying to like say you're wrong. I don't really care about the mechanism. I just care about what you believe. So this is done now.
It's not.
You've explained.
I know you. If you
these
care,
are the reasons I believe this thing.
Bro. It's not about caring about what we believe. You should be caring about what we know. And if it's something that you can know, then it's simple, right? It's not. We don't believe this. It's demonstrated to be true.
Awesome. Okay.
So what's lacking? What's lacking?
There is nothing lacking. Okay, so we have the container. These are the things that prove it. Okay, what other things are there that are provable that go against the normal narrative then?
Okay, so that was... Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
The surface of the Earth, you believe it's curved. So that's demonstrably and measurably not true. The water on the Earth is a horizontal reference datum. If you get a container of water, on the surface it's going to be horizontal. You can use this as a leveling device. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. So we measure the surface of the Earth, primarily water, to be horizontal. Now we understand that horizontal and curved, that's a contradiction. They can't be two things at once. So the surface of the Earth is measurably and demonstrably horizontal, not curved. That's what we know because we can measure it.
Okay, so we know that the Earth is flat. Do you think that there are? You don't have to do this, but just a question. Do you think that there are pieces of land or continents that we have not yet discovered?
Yeah, that would be a question for a speculation chat, which we listen, and we don't mind doing speculations, all right? But the problem is right now you're trying to get a base for what we know, right? And that's not a part of a base of what we know. That's more a part of a speculation.
I'm not trying to get what you know. You guys are trying to give me what you know. I'm trying to figure out what you think. That's it. I'm not trying to debate you or anything.
Yeah, I know that. But in order for us to go into those kinds of conversations, then we have to bypass the information about what we know and go into a realm of speculation.
I mean, sure, but that's kind of the whole thing of getting what you think. If you don't want to discuss what you think, that's totally fine.
Every individual will have different opinions and they vary. So that's not going to give consistency. We want to show a front of consistency. Otherwise people will get confused. They will listen to the speculation chat and they will not understand listening to the chat that we're talking about speculation.
Okay, is there any flat earther whatsoever that would be willing to just answer questions that I have? Not in this chat, because I don't want to derail this chat, okay? I'm not trying to be a dick, just simple question, okay? Is there any flat earther who would like to discuss general beliefs of flat earth?
Listen, bro, check this out. If you're gonna go into those chats, you can take. Here's what you can do. right? And I'm going to steal this from Crit. In the marketplace of ideas, you can build your own channel and then have a discussion with somebody in that channel. Just not this one.
That's why I'm asking the question. I understand. I don't want to hijack your channel, so the only question I have, and no one has to say yes, but it is simple as, if there is any flat earther that would be willing to discuss their views just over simple questions, I don't want to debate. I just want to know generally, what do you guys think about a bunch of different shit? If there are any of you, feel
You
free
just got
to
your
message
answer,
me.
bro. You got your answer for that
Yeah,
question.
the answer was go make your own channel, bro.
Yeah, we don't know.
Fucking Christ, you got such a
Japan
shit
just recently
fucking
discovered
attitude. Shut the
1,700
fuck
fucking
up.
unknown islands. Bro, are you listening? Japan
You got a
just
garbage
recently
fucking
discovered.
attitude.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you going to listen? Japan just recently discovered like 1,700 undiscovered fucking islands. All right, so possibly, we don't know. Next question.
He was only looking for a speculation chat. That one.
Next question, Sling. You got your answer?
After he got shellacked from the things that we know, he ran out of trying to get a speculation chat going.
I'm not trying to trap you into anything. I'm just curious what you believe.
What other questions?
You said that about 1,000 times. You said it about 1,000 times, bro. And how many times from different individuals are you going to hear that shit that we don't know? We can't give you fucking, oh, well, we think it's this. There's more land out there. Like, why? Fucking why?
Because I'm curious what flat earthers believe.
Yeah,
we don't give a fuck what flat earthers believe. This is all about evidence, proving stuff. Shit that's measurable, no fucking curvature.
Exactly. Go talk to Dave Weiss. I'm sure he'll entertain your questions.
Jesus, you guys are so angry.
That's just a reflection of you and your attitude when you came in, dude.
If you say so, homie.
But that's literally the first impression I got with you, yeah. That is exactly what I say, because that's my experience, yeah.
That's why I got muted multiple times for just asking you a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just not listening. This was the main issue. You didn't listen.
He wants an esoteric flat earther, in other words. Any esoteric flat earthers want to follow him to an esoteric chat about fucking ice walls and moon maps and shit? That's what he fucking wants. That's not this. 24/7 is the wrong fucking place for that shit, dude. Go to Twitter. Fucking find your shit over there, not here.
I mean, I think you just dealt with so many debate bros, you're scared of anyone who asks you a question.
Ah, dude.
Well,
esoteric flat earthers are fucking. Listen, dude. Esoteric flat earthers are on the spectrum. They're the ones who have all these beliefs and shit. Beliefs. Yeah, I said it right. Beliefs.
Yeah.
They believe in fucking ether. They believe in fucking the Earth is rising up at 9.81 meters per second squared. They believe a lot of shit. That's the kind of flat earther you want.
I'll ask you questions and insinuate you're one of those, huh?
That's the kind of fucking flat earther you want. That shit.
Sure.
You want to talk
what
about
I want.
that so that you can be like, well, see, these guys believe in some shit here too, just like me. I believe in the globe.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yep. I know that's what you want.
I must be trying to paint you into a corner, right?
No, you just want a fucking esoteric flat earther, so it makes you feel better, so that you can say, well, I believe in the globe, and you believe in a fucking ice wall that surrounds the whole entire Earth. That's the kind of shit you want.
To be on equal footing, not being able to prove what you're saying.
No, I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just asking questions. I'm not trying to tell you.
Yeah, I know, dude.
This is crazy.
If you were just asking questions, when you were answered earlier the first time from Jedi, you wouldn't, oh, wow, that's fucking awesome. Cheers, mate.
It's almost like you forget that your fucking dumbass asked.
Shut the fuck up. Jeez, I can do that better than QE now. Fuck, man, I'm getting good at it. Right. If you were here just to ask questions, you would have said, thank you, Jedi. I didn't know that shit. I'm going to go and look it up. But you went, nah, you're fucking wrong. And then you started talking through him. And then you got fucking muted multiple times because you're a rude little cunt. So, here's what's gonna happen. You can type up inside chat something sensible, or you can stay fucking muted unless one of the other chaps wants to kick you around, but I'm not really interested.
I got smacked on the hand earlier for that. Fucking, yeah. Fucking hell, bro. Oh, we need the content. Otherwise, we're going to be fucking jerking each other off. Fucking hell.
Going to be staring at each other in the dark.
I'd rather do that than talk to those fucking guys. I'll tell you that much right now.
This is an extreme bricking event. I mean, like, normally when you get someone bricked, they just kind of like, flame out. This guy is like literally talking to a brick wall, and then thinking he's like, we're the ones who's bricked. It'd be like saying that, is it possible? Let's how about this? Let's flip the script. Maybe some people got some questions about his epistemology. Where the fuck is he coming from? That might troubleshoot the problem. Be like,
mental asylum by the fucking look of it.
Yeah, is you is or is you ain't. Some sort of rocket scientist. Like, are you coming in here? Like, are you a clown show rodeo? Like, what do you do when you are not on Discord pretending nothing is understandable? Like, if I were a fly on the wall watching you go about your day, what do you do when you hear a beep? Like, what's your first thought? You hear you're in your house and you hear beep. What do you do?
Yeah, he wants to
replace the batteries in the smoke detector. You replace the batteries in the smoke detector.
Oh shit!
Unless you're a watermelon warrior.
It's all night. Are we live?
Coming in like a wrecking ball.
I think we're live, chat.
So let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
Does anyone? I mean, I personally don't give a shit.
Fucking see.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say CB's been dethroned already by Matrix, so I don't know how he's gonna deal with that. Go ahead, Chris.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, personally, I don't give a shit about this dude. I think he's worthless. But does anyone want to ask him a question to see where he's coming from?
Yeah, pop him off here.
All right.
Alrighty, I'll unhook him.
But don't his body count.
I mean, we don't care about that.
That'd probably be like negative numbers, so we don't want that.
Honestly, it's funny you say that because that's exactly what I was thinking.
You need a vacuum for that.
All right.
Bring out the gimp.
It's like, do you lift? Do you exercise? Do you eat right? Do you get plenty of sleep? Like, do you know what a man is? What does manhood mean to you?
Jesus, dude.
I'm married and have 2 kids. I've probably got more pussy than at least half the people in this chat.
That's fucking cap, bro.
Appeal.
You're married, dude. Shut up. You got kids.
Yeah,
you ain't getting much pussy. Let's be fair. You ain't getting much pussy, dude.
You ain't getting much anymore. Fucking liar.
Once upon a time, I was in the military. Got a lot of fucking around then.
What's your body count?
At least 60.
All right.
Shut your bitch ass.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat, my boy.
If I showed you what I used to look like when I was in the military, would that change anything? If I actually was like an attractive person.
Gosh, can we get back to flat Earth, please, instead of this alpha bullcrap that's taking place, please?
Listen, bro.
You guys brought up the slap, not me. Okay.
I didn't want to go down this road, but I mean, fucking.
I was just joking, bro.
You want to ask me stuff about Glovers? That's fine. I'll totally answer.
Killian wants to know if you even considered that the Earth is a globe or not. Like, because you're talking about it doesn't matter to you, you're agnostic and shit like that. But tell Killian.
No, I'm not saying I'm agnostic at all.
Nah, bro. So here's the thing. I'm gonna jump in hot. I'm gonna jump in hot. You said you're in the military. So my first question is, you said body count. So I was thinking you're using ballistics. How do you think that a bullet would travel around the globe?
No, he's laying that pipe.
I thought you were going to lay an argument down as hot as you were coming in, because that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a question of like, hey, Glober, what do you fucking believe, Glober?
Hold on. Is that Eli? Hold on, man. Make room. Fucking, that's Eli, man. Hold up.
What's up, guys?
Fierce. It's like they're at a pitch party
hot
or
micing
something.
like son of a bitch.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, it's me. So, I posted something in the chat. And the prerequisite for all of that information is that the Earth is a plane.
Okay.
I mean, would you like me to read it out loud, or are you going to engage with it, or are you just going to say, okay? Because, like, again, prerequisite being flat Earth is like, that's the point of being in here, right? Is to figure out if that's the case or not.
Thing to me, or are you just asking me my views? I was under the understanding that you were
it's not a proof. Listen, proof is like, this isn't an argument. I'm saying the prerequisite to the information that I posted in the chat is the Earth being a plane.
Sure.
That's not an
trying
argument.
to attack your views or defend my views.
Did I say you were? I was just asking if you were going to engage in what I posted in the chat or not. I mean, it's getting pretty weird.
Engage mean read it? I can read it if you want.
I mean, yeah, that's why I brought it up.
Okay, cool.
In the context of, why we're in this room, So I'll read it out loud for everybody so that everybody's not just in the dark. So this is for a landing distance of an airplane. So if an aircraft is at 32,000 feet and the approach gate or initial approach fix is at 6,000 feet, the initial descent requirement equals 25,000 feet, 32,000 minus 6,000. To descend this 25,000 feet, the pilot would start the descent roughly 75 nautical miles out.
Okay.
I'm just reading through here. So with this, they're doing specifically trigonometry. Because, again, at 75 nautical miles out, they have to determine the altitude or elevation of the plane so that they can get the distance of the plane, so that they can figure out which angle they will be coming in, so that they don't crash the plane when they get to the airport. There's no curvature involved.
Okay.
So it's just that flat Earth is a prerequisite. It's not really like an argument or anything. It's just information.
Okay, so there's no questions, to be clear, is what you're saying.
Correct.
All right, cool.
I mean, is anything incorrect about what I said? Do you think?
I don't. Yeah. So to say it again, I'm not here to attack or defend any of your.
Did I say you were? I mean, it was a very weird response to me asking if you think anything that I said was incorrect.
If I read into it and say that some of it is incorrect, that is attacking your views. That's not why I'm here.
Why would you be attacking? It's information. It's not me.
Yeah, I don't have a willingness to engage in debating the information you're putting to me. I just want to know what you think.
There's no debate. It's information. It's not mine. It's not like I typed it up, read it up.
Okay, I don't want to debate. I'm not here to talk about the validity of any claims. I just want to know what they are.
All right, so just so we're clear, everyone, what this basically means is regardless of any form of actual information, he's not interested in that. So it's kind of a waste of conversation. Just so y'all know. I mean, he's literally letting you guys know right now. He just wants to know our views. Well, I mean, I just told him the views.
No, you told me a thing, and then you asked me if I have an issue with it. And I told you I don't want to debate the thing that you're telling me. I just want to know what you think. And the only thing that I know that you think from what you have given me is that you're a flat earther, which I already knew.
Well, it's not that I'm a flat earther. It's that the information is the information. You're a flat earther too.
Okay, cool. So,
I mean, unless you're going to engage in the information, unless you're going to engage in the information that I just laid out, but you just said that you most definitely won't. So
you don't want to ask questions, and you don't want to you don't want to ask or answer questions?
Well, I didn't say that.
Okay, are you cool if I ask you some questions then?
I mean, after you engage me, I mean, why would I engage your? Think about this. I mean, because I'm more than willing to answer questions. I answer questions all the time. But you just told me, after I took the time to lay out what I've laid out for you.
This is a Google search.
And you said you wasn't going to engage in the conversation.
You took the time.
So you told me. Why are you interrupting though, bro?
You just said a whole sentence. Do you not want me to talk back to you?
Well, I wasn't done. I'd like you to talk back when I'm done. Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
You just didn't engage me.
Okay.
In what I was laying out.
Would you like me to say, like, no, this is not good? Yeah, this is fine.
Well, if it's true, sure. If it's true, then yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah, sure. This checks out to me.
Okay.
Cool. So now do I get to ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. All right, here we go. Do you or do most flat earthers believe in space or no?
Define space.
Belief.
Like basically like a vacuum, like space as like is colloquially said.
Oh no.
Okay.
What is there to believe in?
Sure, fine. That's all we have to say. Okay. No.
No, I mean when you know something, like a tree is like an axiom. A tree is a tree. The Earth is used as a flat reference for.
I'm just asking if you believe in it. You said no. That's fine. I'm not trying to paint you into a corner. Cool. Okay. So that seems to be a thing. Is that something like most flat earthers don't believe in space? There's nothing there? That's not a thing?
I don't know. I'm not in the mind of most flat earthers.
Okay, fine. Jesus.
I'm not being difficult. I mean, because you're asking me to commit logical fallacies. How am I supposed to answer that question? Honestly.
Is it not possible to just have a normal ass conversation? God
you mean speculate?
Sure, there's speculation in a normal ass conversation.
Okay, but I don't have the information to tell you the truth. To be like, what is that fair?
Eli, just to fill you in, we've already been through this shit with this kid. We've told him.
I understand. I understand. No worries. Okay, the bottom line is I can't speak for all flat earthers. Like I'm not stereotyping people. I'm not stereotyping people. For example, Jaren didn't hold. I mean, he doesn't know anything. I've never heard him give a flat Earth argument or axiom in his entire recorded career as a flat earther.
To be clear, but okay.
I'm sorry. What were you interrupting with? I'm sorry.
If I interrupted you, I apologize. I don't know who Jaren is.
But what were you? Okay, Jaren is quote unquote, a well-known flat earther. He had a YouTube, and he just went back to the globe. So I don't know what his views on outer space were, other than NASA lies. As far as second law of thermodynamics, I don't know what his views are on that and all of that. So what I'm saying to you is there are a lot of flat earthers like that who say they're flat earthers, but don't really have any foundation.
Okay.
I can't speak to all flat earthers, is what I'm saying.
That's fine. I appreciate your honesty. Does, by your views, and if you can give it, I guess like what we would consider like the majority, like what is the majority opinion? Does flat Earth, as you know it, does it rotate or is it completely and totally stationary?
Oh, why do I need this? Ask me that again.
Again, your own views, or if for any of these questions, to go ahead and preface, for any of these questions, what I'm mostly asking you is, what do most flat earthers think? If you don't think you have the answers to that, just tell me what you think. Okay.
Well, I mean, you did hear what I just told you, right?
I know. That's why I'm just reiterating.
That I'm not.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. That's
so I'm going to reiterate too. Then, if you're reiterating, then I'm going to reiterate too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to commit a stereotyping fallacy.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
When you're asking me questions, keep that in mind.
Okay, absolutely. I appreciate it. Does flat Earth, as we know it, rotate or is it stationary?
Stationary.
Stationary, no rotation.
Yeah.
Okay. If that's the case, does that mean that the sun rotates around flat Earth?
Well, before we move forward, you preface that with "if that's the case." Now I'm going to move forward saying it is the case. You see the information that I laid out to you just earlier, the first bit of information that I gave? Well, when you go into flight dynamics and you go into the landing and the math that's required for that, one of the prerequisites is that the Earth is stationary.
Okay. All right. So okay.
But you didn't want to go into that, so I'm just saying it would have turned your "if" into a "well, that's definitely true."
Okay. Yeah. Fine.
So then you're gonna go. So then you're gonna go to ask me about what the sun does. I mean, but it appears to move, obviously.
Remember, we talked earlier. His epistemology was: if you see someone who's a Green Bay Packers fan, you start randomly asking them about some other sports team.
We're having a conversation where we're not like being dicks to each other. If we could keep it that way, that'd be dope.
You got two words there: flat and Earth. Why do you talk about the sun? What does the sun do for you?
I'm just asking what he believes. He's made it clear that he doesn't want to make statements on behalf of all people who associate themselves with flat Earth. Okay,
that's
totally fine.
An hour ago,
which is pretty much the same shit that we told you earlier.
What he thinks. That's it.
Not a belief system. You're told this like an hour ago.
Oh my God, you guys, Jesus!
You are no-go. You are no-go at this station.
Like normal ass conversation. Nope. Everything must be a debate.
No, you don't do listening. That's your problem there.
Everything's got to be a debate. I'm sorry. I forgot where I was.
You are a no-go at this station.
Yeah. You just assume everyone is a debate, bro, and you can't possibly be wrong, right?
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up because most of the fucktards like you that come in here are little wannabe debate kids. And we've been trying to explain to them now for quite some time. It's not a debate.
Except for your... Yeah, okay, fine. I don't care.
He just clicked! Yay!
But yeah, because the issue is you are literally debating me when you say that. You dumbass.
So by me telling you it's not a debate, that's a debate.
You're contesting a thing I'm saying.
By me telling you it's not a fucking debate, you've claimed that as a debate. So a debate now is some random fucking Aussie repeating the same thing ad nauseum. And you wonder why you got fucking muted before. For those that want to know, I sleep quite well once the light gets turned out. Now, if you want to ask what you would consider sensible fucking questions, you're welcome to. But you'll probably find people don't like talking on other people's behalves.
Well, I just want to point out that before this 2-minute excursion happens, He asked me a question about if I thought the Earth was rotating, and I said, well, funny enough, the information that he wasn't really. I mean, well, he conceded he didn't see anything wrong with. And sure, it's just a Google search, but again, there's obviously more into it, like the actual math and actual measurements that it takes to land a plane. And so I said within that also, prerequisite is that the Earth is stationary as well. So again, do you find anything wrong, or do you challenge anything that I've said? Because obviously
Not
I'm
a
going to have
single
to.
challenge. I have no challenges for you. Just more questions.
So there you go. See, I mean, right now we're on a flat, non-rotating Earth with the information that I've given so far.
Okay. So on with all this, how does the sun work?
What do you mean? How does it work?
Like, what I'm asking is like, does the sun rotate around the Earth, or what else does it do if it doesn't do that? I'm asking, what do you believe? Or not believe. What do you have knowledge of how the sun works? How does it work?
No, you can ask me what I believe. It's not. It's fine.
Back to the sun again.
But the only thing I can tell you is, I mean, shit, dude. I'm a guy from Brooklyn. You know, I live in the city. I have the same view of the sun as you.
Okay.
And it appears to arc around me in the summer months, and in the winter months, it appears to arc the other way if I'm looking north. That's what I know about the sun as it moves through the sky throughout the day. That's everybody's experience. So.
Okay. So basically, like, there's no assertion of like it revolves around us, it goes back and forth, nothing like that. It's just like, I observe this, right? What you're saying?
What else is there to say? Based
I'm not
on
trying
what?
to get you to say more. I'm just asking, is that
No,
what you mean?
I'm asking you because I think that's all there is to say because that's what I see. What else would there be?
That's fine. No, you're totally good. That's fine. Okay, that's
No,
what
I'm asking you a question. What else would there be?
And if you don't see anything else that there needs to be, then that's fine. I'm asking you what your views are. Okay, fine. That's your view. Cool.
Is it my view again? Really?
This is what you have knowledge of?
Well, I mean, do you not have knowledge of that?
Yeah, sure. I have knowledge of that. Okay. Okay. Is it really similar to basically like the moon also then? Basically, like, this is what I observe from where I am. Is there any belief about like what the moon does and how it does things? Or
well, it does what it does, man. I mean, now I think what you're looking for is like, for example, like when eclipses happen, there are planar models that describe that. NASA uses that as well. It's called the Saar cycle.
Okay.
I mean, but again, people don't really think about these things. They just think about, when you beg the question of, oh, we live on a globe, therefore, all of this math means this. But anyway, I think what you're looking for is some type of mathematical description that describes the way the math moves in relation to the Earth.
No. My question is very, like, it's way simpler. Like, if you were to like
time out. When you say, time out.
Sure.
Because you said no. Well, your question about the sun, one of them was, well, does the sun go around the Earth? So I'm responding to that with the moon because you said so. The moon is your view, kind of the same thing. So when you say no, 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 actually, what's so no, no, no about it?
What I'm trying to say, like, no to is like, I don't want you to give me any mathematical proofs or any laws of this or of that. It's just as simple as like, this is what I think. You don't even have to tell me why.
Okay, so how would I think what? What would you when you say this is how I think? What are you expecting me to give you specifically?
Well, yeah, like if that's what I was saying. If you flip this around and you're like, okay, Glober, what do you think that the moon does? My answer would just be like, I think the moon goes around the Earth, and like I'm not going to give you any laws or any theories to prove that. I'm just going to say this is what I think. I think the moon is a thing, and it's in space and it goes around the Earth. That's it. That's all I'm asking for from you. Not that explanation, but your explanation of what you think.
Oh, yeah, it's the moon. It moves in the sky like the sun and everything else does in the sky.
It's the moon and it moves. Okay. Do you think it's like?
Why is that a weird thing? What's so weird about that?
It's not weird. I'm trying to like think of like my question from there. Because I didn't write these down. I'm just curious. Do you think the moon is like a small planet, or do you think that like what do you think the moon is?
I don't think. Why would I have presuppositional assumptions about it?
I'm not trying to tell you like
the same. Why do you keep trying to tell me what you're not trying to? I'm sitting here talking to you. I'm not being defensive. I'm telling you what you're asking me. Is that a problem?
You keep disclaiming it and saying things like basically.
No, there's nothing wrong with what I'm saying to you. Like,
I don't think there's anything wrong
in the context of this conversation, it might sound that way, but that I mean, I'm failing to make an example of something else. But I'm not. There are no disclaimers in what I'm saying. What was the disclaimer?
Yeah, the disclaimer is basically like you keep saying things like, if I don't definitively know this thing, I don't want to say this thing. But I'm not trying to tell you what you can definitively.
No, how is that a dis? I first thing I said was the moon is the moon, and we see what we see of it. And then you followed up. My response wasn't a disclaimer; it was a response to what you followed up with. Like it's not just some disclaimer that you can then stop me and then dismiss, because the whole reason that I responded that way is because of your follow up.
Okay. So what do you think, other than just like looking at the moon? What do you make of the moon, or is it just a figure in the sky?
It's a figure in the sky. I don't us make any other assumptions or presuppositions about it.
What do you make of the shit on the moon? Like it's got craters and stuff.
Why are you talking about the moon to begin with? There's two words here, flat and earth. You keep talking about this, everything other than.
That's okay. We talked about it already. I mean, and he did concede already. So it's like, it's cool. Everything you just said. It's got craters on it or whatever. It's what it looks like, because it's what I've been thinking they were my whole life. That's what I've been told. But I don't know. It looks like that. It looks To me, the way it looks to everybody. It's got craters on it and shit. You know,
Does that
it
mean
has
that
phases.
does? I don't want to fucking like offend you. Is the issue that do you think that that means that it is land or that it must be a real thing? Like there's something there?
Why would I think that?
Because it seems to like exhibit like craters, and it seems to
So
like.
you mean you think that? I know that. So you don't have to be weird about it. It's the moon. You may or may not think people landed on it. Whatever. All of that. It's in space. Like I already know that, dude. No, I don't think that. So whatever it is, though, do I think it's land? I used to believe it was. It's just the moon, dude. I mean, when we talk about the second law of thermodynamics and how they couldn't possibly go to a region of space that doesn't exist because of the second law of thermodynamics,
Sure.
and
You could just say that's
they're requiring. I wasn't done. I'm sorry.
Oh.
And they're requiring flat Earth measurements and flat Earth mathematics to tell this story. I mean, look, talk about crazy stories. What is the moon? You want to know what NASA posits the moon may have been from? A wayward planet, Theia, that was about the size of the Earth. That it was. They called it a glancing blow, and it deposited Earth's molten iron core somehow, and broke off a little piece of the Earth, which is now the moon. Happens to be 400 times smaller than the sun and 400 times the distance, so that we have eclipses. What an amazing story. So interesting.
Yeah, we could throw like, granted, okay, no moon landing. All right, that never
7
happened.
billion years ago.
Okay, moon landing never happened for sure. That all of this is very like the idea of like the moon coming from the Earth, outlandish. Sure, grant you that. Okay. Do we think that the Earth, or not the Earth, do we think that the moon is like any bit of land, or is it an apparition of some sort, just a thing we see in the sky?
Well, then I answered that question like maybe 3 times now already.
But you keep just telling me like it's a thing in the sky. Is that like your final position? Like it has craters, but it's not real?
Well, I mean, you didn't listen to what I said. I'm not going to. Why would I presuppose what it is? If I knew what it was, I would tell you. Why would I speculate? You think it's land. Well, are we? How the fuck do you know? Right?
I don't know. I'm just asking. Okay. If you don't want to answer any more on that, that's fine.
It's not that I don't want to answer. How can I answer? I'm asking you. I'm not being facetious.
Okay, sure. Yeah, how can you answer? All right, I'll stop. I'll leave that one alone. Okay. The other question that I asked the last time before things kind of got heated was, do you believe that we know, like, are we aware of all the land on flat Earth, or are there undiscovered parts of land on flat Earth? Like, is there like a continent that we don't know of on flat Earth?
I don't know.
Don't know. Yeah. If you go, what is that noise? Is that
Who's got the background? It's me.
Okay. Well, we believe that there's a container. Do you believe that if you go far enough, like north, south, west, or east, that you'll eventually see the wall of the container?
Dude, are you asking silly questions just to be silly?
It's not silly questions. I'm just asking what the beliefs are.
Well, my answer is, I suppose, because check this out. If we're talking about what is it, PV equals nRT and all of the ideal gas laws and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And you were breathing air, and the requirement for gas pressure is containment, then I would assume that the limit would be somewhere. Sure.
Okay, got it. So the conclusion is that there must be a container that you would run into eventually.
I would assume, not must be. Well, yeah, I could say must be. I'll give you that. I'll say must be.
All right, that's all I got for now. I appreciate it. Thank you for answering questions.
Yeah, I appreciate you too. Like guys, you got to realize, as you know, you can be conciliatory, because it right off in the beginning with the information that I gave, he didn't want to point out anything that was incorrect. But here's the thing: it's not like he's going to be able to retroactively in the future come back and go, "This moment you were wrong about this, this, and this," because I know I'm not. He already conceded to the flat Earth, so everything after that is Mario points. I mean, we're recording, right?